Sometimes, what can you say? Trouble was yesterday, it's okay. Sometimes you gotta hit the restart and understand life ain't perfect. Sometimes it won't go your way, but it's cool. What's beautiful about the day is when it's new. You never seen it before, so much to do. It's all about the timing. Check out the sun, look at the silver lining. The sun's always shining somewhere behind the clouds. That silver lining, so you can't stop it now when it's hiding, and you can't find it. That silver lining, that silver lining. I told the black cloud sorry, I can't be bothered. Today I'm feeling like $1 million. Damn, where all these haters come from? Too bad, I'ma just pop my collar, okay? You can't rain on my parade, I'm blowing up like grenades. If life is giving me lemons, I'm selling some lemonade. And keep on smiling, check out the sun, look at the silver lining. The sun's always shining somewhere behind the clouds. That silver lining, so you can't stop it now when it's hiding, and you can't find it. That silver lining, silver lining, shining.
Welcome back to the Golden Spatula Cup #1 in Inkborn Fables.
I'm watching this front line start melting, and I'm a little bit concerned, but the Teemo still firing away, throwing those mushrooms into the back line. Kaisa gets taken out, and oh no, Lokoko might not make it.
He's fine.
It's Lokoko,
saves him.
Yeah, how can you doubt the ghost, Coco?
I need to do some meditation to stop having a heart attack here.
Patch 14.10 is live, and I'm here to address all of the balance implications it will bring into the competitive space with this weekend's upcoming Golden Spatula Cup #2. The big boogeyman at the top echelons of the competitive ladder has been the newly discovered 5-fated 4-Dryad Syndra comp, which puts up enough EHP to stall out for Syndra to close out fights with surprising consistency, even at 1-star. Buffs to Ahri, Rek'Sai, and Kindred, and subsequently the comp's early game had us worried, but the recently released B-patch with nerfs to Syndra and Ornn should leave this comp in a more healthy state leading up to this weekend's tournament. In an attempt to recalibrate player strategies between rerolls and forecast game plans, a blanket reversal in most of the HP added to forecast in patch 14.8 will be implemented. This opens the door for 2 and 3 cost reroll strategies to be much more viable against what should be slightly squishier targets, especially at 1-star. This change should also greatly impact the viability of 2 and 3 cost frontlines in Stage 4 thanks to HP nerfs to units like Ornn, Annie, and Nautilus specifically. Could the buffs to 4 and 6 Wardens damage reduction alongside yet another mana buff to Garen finally be what this tanky boy needed to become the storied champion we have all been waiting for? Buffs to the Mythic trait will help both Kog'Maw and Bard reroll alike, but additional buffs to Sniper might bring Kog'Maw reroll into a menacing position in the meta, including a slightly stronger incentive for players to dip into vertical snipers from the right spots. With an emblem drop, players might want to slot in 4 Sniper alongside their Mythic units for the extra bit of damage. Patch 14.10 brings big damage buffs to some of the AP casters who haven't had a chance in the spotlight for most of Inkborn Fables. Teemo receives some sizable buffs to his spell damage, which might see the return of Teemo reroll as a viable strategy for players to chase. Zoe sees a slight rework in her kit, with her primary spell damage being nerfed but her ricochet damage increasing by 50%, a change which should really help her feel both stronger and more satisfying to play as a carry. Tune in on May 24th at 4 PM CEST for day 1 of Inkborn Fables EMEA Golden Spatula Cup number 2. And get ready to watch the region's best players fighting for ultimate glory and highly coveted GSC points, of course.
Welcome back to another Golden Spatula Cup here in Inkborn Fables. My name is Mix and I'm here with Counterfeit and Impatches Panda. Counterfeit, of course, you're always ready for chaos and trouble, but are you ready for today's competition?
I mean, this is so exciting. Of course, with this being midway through the season, I think this is a great chance for our players to take what they learned from the first Golden Spatula Cup and put it into practice here with things that maybe a little bit more settled than they were at the beginning of the set.
Well, Panda, you, of course, also have competitive experience as a player. You're always up there with all of the GOATs. How's the meta looking for you right now? Are you excited for this weekend?
It's a really fresh meta, more importantly, because of the artifacts that have been added in. No more mid sets, as we know. It's just one full set all the way through, but it seems like a mid set because 20 new artifacts, and the combination between these artifacts means that there are so many more possibilities for different comps.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys handle it. At the very beginning, I was just like picking any of the new artifacts, just click on them and then see what I can do with it. Now I'm more mostly avoiding them whenever I can because I'm like, I don't know. Unless there's a very clear-cut path where I'm like, this is perfect for this unit. I'm like, forget about it. What you shouldn't forget about is our journey for today, Counterfeit. Why don't you tell the people what we have in store?
Sure. For all you new folks hoping to come and play in our future events, we'll tell you how to start off with. Then we'll talk about how the last event played out. After that, we'll be talking to some of our co-streamers and players today, Dokhy and Matelas. After that, we'll be talking about some of our players to watch, a word about the current meta, and lastly, we'll tease you with an announcement coming up during the stream before heading into Game 1.
The rumor on the street is that announcement has something to do with the Tactician's crown. We'll see if that is true, if that is going to be the case. But first, let's show the people where we are at right now. We have our competitive roadmap here, this time with grayed out parts. So even you can track where we currently are, making sure everybody knows we're at that Golden Spatula Cup number 2. There is one more to come before we actually go into the finals and into the World Championship, the Tactician's crown. Panda, why don't you tell the people how we got here, how players can qualify to these events?
Sure thing, Makes. It's been really kind of similar to every other set in the past. For EMEA at the very least, other regions have had big shifts, but for us, the bread and butter we've been seeing the last few sets since Rising Legends started with a few key differences, but most is going to be ladder and going to be open qualifiers are the two main ways to qualify, both being completely open to players who can prove their skill in either of these formats. And then, of course, we have the TRC, which is more specific to each different region. And there's different formats and different amount of slots per region. But those are the three big ones. And of course, and of all this grueling competition, only 128 players make it to the GSC. This is the second of the set. So we're nearing now the final points, and the GSC points especially matter so much more.
Yeah, and there's one more, the smallest method to be able to qualify through to the GSC is, of course, to be in the top 4 of the previous GSC. We'll see that in a second there. Of course, anyone who missed that, he's absolutely amazing end to the competition. But we do, of course, have our first champion of the set on the way to the regional finals. That's Loescher by the smallest of margins. And of course, Darkest, who was almost there themselves, hoping to come back and take revenge here.
Yeah, I mean, calling back that last Golden Spatula Cup for sure. We did have a lot of spice going on with Kane being the final encounter, but we also just had a lot of 3-star forecasts due to what the meta was like there. I can relieve all of you, it's probably not going to be as prevalent throughout today. We're not going to be seeing all of those golden epic units. Should be a little bit more chill. We'll talk about the meta later on. Your favorite moment, Peter, from the competition?
I mean, I think it's hard to put out of my mind that final game. I mean, particularly, as you mentioned, with Kane being in play, the end of the game at 5-4, I think it really put our players on notice in the most high-stakes game of the tournament to be playing outside of the comfort zone. Loescher did amazingly there. Didn't take any damage into the final round when he chose to do so, just to try and make sure he guaranteed that spot at the top. It was amazing stuff.
What
I'm just a
about
little bit
you,
sad that we maybe wasted all our kind of big show energy on that GSC1. I want to see the Tactician's Crown final, the very last game, come down to a Kane encounter
say
as well.
it.
So
Please
I hope
don't say
there's
that.
there's 2 shots in the barrel. I hope there's still a chance we get to see this happen again, because it was so exciting to see it and see live how players change their strategy and change their game plan with so much at stake, obviously.
Now, David, we're just getting started.
That's what I want to hear.
I sure hope so. That is not going to be the case for the finals, but it seems like I am the minority with that opinion on this.
For the first time ever, Mix.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I don't like seeing Kane. I've seen enough of Kane, personally speaking, in my experience on ladder. But yeah, we'll see. We are preparing that interview for you right now, making sure that everything is working with it. I'm personally always really excited to talk to our players, and especially our co-streamers as well, because I think, especially with the co-streamers, we rarely get to talk to them because they're always on when we're on, so we can't watch them and they can't watch us. It's really cool to kind of get those insights. But I know, Panda, you have a lot more connections to that scene and you talk to them a little bit more.
Yeah, with Dokhy especially. I think Dokhy, we've had the chance of seeing each other very often in live events even. Leipzig very often at the very beginning of the sets. Also at Vegas, for example. So just a great guy, very involved with the community on all levels. When it comes to caster, when it comes to being kind of a community role, I think, like Blackfire Ice in Poland, and really ties it all together, as you're mentioning, to the co-stream, because that just brings all that community in to cheer for the French players, to keep track of the French players when there's so many of them. Spoilers.
Yes.
This time especially.
Yes.
So I think they play a very underrated role in the TFT ecosystem as kind of the glue that binds together a lot of countries and nationalities.
Well, I don't want to say we have the glue here, but we do have Dokhy and Matelas here today with us in the interview. Welcome, both of you. I hope you're doing good. Of course, you already heard us talk there a little bit now. Dokhy, I'll go to you first. You're not only a co-streamer, a caster, you're also a player. As Panda was saying, you played at TVO, you played at Cactus in Leipzig. Are we going to see you play at Meet at Rift in Poland this summer? Any plans?
I don't know, but I just saw that I was seed 28 in EMEA, so maybe we'll come up with a 4v4 team with some clowns, I guess.
Yeah, that would be great. Now, Matelas, last time we saw you in the Golden Spatula Cup was in Dragonlance. And while to me that feels like it was yesterday, it has been a little bit of time since then. What has changed? How have you been? Welcome back.
Yes, hello. I had to stop playing TFT because I had no money. And that's why I quit. And now I can come back. But for this set, for the moment, I'm just casually playing. I will maybe fully come back next set.
You're casually playing and you're in the Golden Spatula Cup? Hold on.
Yes, maybe I just hired, who knows. We'll see.
We'll find out today.
Yeah, I mean, it makes there you came in 6th in the open qualifier. That's not an easy thing to do. I mean, can you tell us a little bit about your experience there?
Yes, but maybe when I don't care at all about my results, maybe it's the moment I will perform. The one time I just play for fun is the one time I will maybe qualify for Worlds. Who knows? Maybe.
All right.
But yes, it's a good surprise. But I don't have anything more to say about it. Just I went 6 and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, maximum chill.
Dokhy,
Yes.
looking at you, looking at the numbers for France in this GSC, I'm not sure if it's entirely true, but I have to think it's the highest ever. 31 players, almost a quarter of the field, is from France coming to this GSC. On ladder as well, Canvas and double have been more dominant than ever when it comes to the snapshots. What has changed for France, considering that the strongest rival region, DACH, has not been looking so hot in this GSC with only 7 players? Why do you think France is so dominant?
I don't know why is France so more dominant than ever, because I was even if I was surprised that we have 31 players. I was expecting that we were dominant, but not that much comparing to Germany, for example. I can explain maybe always the same practice group with someone with Opal, Tartman, Jedusor, another one with double, Cambis, Patball, Le Coco, TLT. I think it's always the same. Just player, just make them each other stronger.
Yeah, Oh, it's absolutely astonishing. Nearly a quarter of the players in the tournament all coming from France is absolutely amazing. Particularly, Dokhy, who are you most excited to see play today? Maybe, maybe not even from France.
I have to say Le Coco, as always, because not only did he won the previous GSC, but he literally crushed the last X Tour step of the French TRC. His worst stop during the finals was top 2. So I have to say Le Coco.
All right.
Like it was a checkmate format. He did like a 2-1-1, 2-1. He won, crushed it. And
somebody been saying it's maybe the start of the Malala arc, but in EMEA. We'll see how the rest of the season pans out for Le Coco.
I don't want to jinx it, but maybe.
I'll jinx it for you. He's not Spanish, so I think it's fine. The jinx won't go through. Matelas, looking at you and your return to competitive after the Open Qualifier and coming into this weekend, what kind of game plan do you have? Can you share that with the rest of the viewers? Is there any comp that you're very comfortable on, or any kind of re-roll or forecast game plan?
I don't have any game plan. I think I will flop this tournament, but we'll see. But
okay.
Maybe I will try to play the infamous Timo Lux, but I don't think it's a good comp, but it's fun. Otherwise,
I did see Campus playing it.
I don't know. I really don't have any game plan. I didn't practice a lot. We'll see.
We'll keep an eye out for Timo Lux.
That's amazing.
Absolutely. Well, Matla, at least with those words, you became a player that I'm going to be very excited to see in the tournament today. I'm curious on what you can cook up for us. Is there anyone you want to shout out today before we leave you guys to go? Matla, let's start with you.
I play alone, so I don't really have people to shout out. I will just say thank you to Joyx, because I wouldn't be in this tournament without him, because I would have missed check-in. And he said to me, you need to check in now. So thank you, Joyx. And that's all.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. Dokhy, what about you? I'm sure you have someone to shout out as well.
Of course, I want to shout out all of the French community and also my friend and co-caster Chino, Diana, who is always casting GSC with me, always co-streaming. So thanks to him.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for the interview. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here with us. We'll let you get to it, playing and co-casting, and we'll see you guys out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What a great interview.
Honestly, I've seen several players who've decided to, take things a little bit more easy in today's tournament. I'm curious to see if it will work out as a strategy, trying to focus less to perhaps perform more.
Well, speaking of performance, let's get back to the real meat of this tournament, our players. We have all of our ladder qualified players here on this graphic. Panda, I know you're always watching out for ladder more than anything else. What are the deets besides the cousins ruling all of EU West?
I think you can just leave it at that. Just sum it up with the cousins and France being dominant. I think they've been, 7 or 8 in the top 10 for the last 2 or 3 weeks. We saw Mamen, a past GSC winner, way back in the day, making a big comeback, getting rank 1 on ladder. So just overall, some movement at the top, but the top 20, top 30 players have been roughly the same the entirety of the set. So it shows the consistency of players who put in that extra bit of time and really master the set early on. They don't really take their foot off the gas the rest of the set as well. So very, very similar list from EU West.
So for our players from our TRCs, of course, the TFT regional competitions, one of the ones to really shout out here is seeing some of our players, particularly from the Turkish side of things, from Turkey. Dokhy, one of the 5 different Turkish players who made it to day 3 before, who are all back in today's competition as well as many familiar names, including our reigning EMEA regional champion Salvi coming in from the DACH side of things.
Yeah, I'm always excited about DACH being in this tournament. This time around, though, with lesser numbers than I would personally like. But let's have a look at our open qualifier players as well. We were just talking to Matla there, who made top 6 in the open qualifier, but there's more names on here, one that I'm going to go over in just a little bit. But I feel like the open qualifier is always so good to bring us some of that talent that we already know is all throughout EMEA, and then some new names that I just get very excited about to see how all of the competition is growing and moving on. So we do have 3 players today that we did want to shout out and maybe put your guys' attention to. Peter, why don't you start us off with, I believe, Squirrel Pie?
Yes, I was just checking to see if Squirrel Pie was in the chat, because he definitely was during Northern Legends, starting fights with the casters and doing all sorts of nonsense in there. Norwegian player, as you can see on the screen, really interesting guy in there who's saying that his comfort zone is being in the Twitch chat, memeing around with his friends who are also in the Twitch chat with him, even while he's actively playing in the competition. So I'm hoping we get to see him really grow as a player, because he's certainly impressed coming out of Northern Europe.
Well, you speak of memery, and there is something that I have to mention, which is a meme. WoW players. Now, Krona is one of those. He's actually very good in contrast to me, but he's also here this week and first time qualifying to a Golden Spatula Cup, made it through the open qualifier with a 2nd place, which I think is really, really impressive if that's your first time kind of entering this competitive scene. And we know from past experience that being a pro in a different game can often translate to success in TFT as well. Speaking of Volta, Dark Hydra, Alan, all of these really, really well-known players that have shown that they have what it got. Maybe Krona will be the next one.
And Sappho, not much of an introduction needed considering his pedigree, but this is a player that has really stepped up in the last 2 sets. He was known as a menace in open qualifiers. He's kind of that archetype of student who doesn't do their homework, but is just really, really smart, and they show up and they ace the test every time. That was Sappho in open qualifiers, who just show up, they didn't really care about ladder too much, and then always made it to the GSC off of the open qualifier itself. Kind of end of last set, changed completely. He made it to EMEA Finals, almost made it to day 3, almost finishing in the top 8 players in the entirety of our region. And this set, he's really taken up a notch both in tournament and in ladder. So really looking forward to what he does in this weekend.
Well, speaking of what they do in this tournament, we are going to bring it to our meta talks, because we have all the details on what's new, what's going on, and what you guys need to look out for today. Starting us off, of course, we did have patch 1410 and then 1410B come through. Panda, this is an accumulation of all the stuff. Talk us through the big points.
The biggest thing was the community was quite scared with the Syndra comp especially has been getting a lot of notoriety the 2 weeks before the patch, and then the patch made that comp stronger. But the B patch did adjust this and is now just kind of a healthy comp in the meta. That was really the big hit. And the other big hit was to all the forecasts. The big HP buff was kind of reduced entirely back to what it was 3 patches ago in this patch. So there's a lot more parity with front lines in stage 3, especially with things like Alawi and Amumu really kind of jumping up. And also, of course, just a lot of buffs to artifacts. There's still kind of those levers being changed and pushed around, trying to make sure all artifacts are playable and do have their space in the meta.
Well, there is another thing that has its space in the meta, and it is hero augments, but not to get ahead of ourselves, we do have something very special for you today. Peter, why don't you tell the people about their participation activities today?
Absolutely, it's not just Squirrel Pie we'll be listening to in the chat here today. If you'd like to hear about any of the competitions we've got on screen, Sage Lilia, Warden Ash, or indeed number 3, Story Champion Garen, then just do drop in and make your choice in the Twitch chat. We've only got a couple of minutes because we're going to be getting onto that section just in a moment, but let your voices be heard and we will accommodate you.
Is this even a vote? I mean, there's I think one clear Giga Chad winner, but that's just me maybe.
Eep? Is it that?
We'll find out soon, next, don't worry.
Well, the vote is live on top of Twitch chat, so make sure you check that out there and make your voices be heard. While you do that, we're going to be keeping you updated on the artifacts today because, as we already mentioned, lots of new fun toys for us to tinker around with. Have you guys picked a favorite yet, Panda? What's yours?
I have. This case, not the strongest. I'm not going full competitive mode here, but I like Spectral Cutlass. I love artifacts and items and augments that open up new things, not just kind of stat stakes or just adding stats to units. And Spectral Cutlass brings back assassins to some degree, and it works really well with Gnar, one of my favorite units. But all in all, maybe not the absolute strongest artifact in the game right now.
Well, for me, I want to talk to you, gentle people, about the Blighting Jewel. General viewers, have you ever found yourself surrounded by dragon's claws? Your Static Shiver or NX Spark just not up to the job? Well, have I got the artifact for you? Just stick this baby on any damage over time champion like Teemo or Morgana, and bish bash bosh, all the MR just fades away. And as a bonus, I'll throw in extra mana whenever the job gets done. You'd be a fool not to take this duel.
All right. You came prepared, I see, but so did I. What's as cute as a cozy, fluffy cat? Mittens, because you can put them on your favorite melee carry and you're going to be having a great old time. With artifacts coming around, there's usually an influx of them in the game, speaking of Ornn encounters and so forth. So if you have Mittens, you're protected against the chill of other players, and your carry is also going to be extra speedy on the floor and with their attacks as well. So I think you should be picking those Mittens up whenever you want your carry to be protected from the environment. We have more fun combos ready to go though, so make sure you write these down and have your notes ready, Panda, because here are our killer carry combos.
And Bard is one of the big winners with the artifacts being added in, because this means that Wit's End just worked really, really well with Bard. The healing kind of acts as the gunblade that used to be there before, and just really brings Bard back up to a playable tier with this patch and the last one. Also, just overall Talisman with any hero augment is going to work fantastic. With any kind of combat can really stall out to have this proc and have the huge effect come through. And Horizon's Focus, Nautilus is great, but also Lux is a really good holder for the item in the earlier stages of the game before you find that Nautilus.
Well, and we do have our chat vote coming through there with 59% in first place. It is not going to be champion Garen, it is going to be Ashe instead. Maybe we'll do Garen tomorrow, so make sure you don't miss that pre-show. But speaking of Ashe Wardens, this is a comp I've been playing a lot, and I really like how easily you can transfer into this one. You get the snipers online very early, you just build any old front line and then transfer into the Wardens whenever you can find them, specifically that Amumu doing you so well. And then in the end, you can even kind of figure out the triangle with the Faded, get that Syndra in there, get that Set in there for the absolute power spike towards the end. Anything I missed, Panda? Any deets?
I'm sorry, I have a brain fog. I'm just so disappointed that Ashe was voted over Garen, story champion. Like, it's in the name, you know, you have to pick this man. But sure, I mean, we'll see enough of him on this day one, I think, so touche.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think the thing which would stand out for me for the Woodland comps, which I'm sure David would agree with, is that, you know, for Lilia, I think it's really good because you can run her a couple of different ways. As you mentioned, Makes, I think for Ashe, being that we're seeing multiple players running Ashe in most lobbies, I think having the flexibility of build there for her as well, with you mentioned with the Fated, or trying, you know, bringing a few extra bits and pieces, is going to be really important to bring your comp up to level 9 especially.
I even heard some truly dark tech on people going for Aphelios 3 if they can't get the Ashe online as maybe an out if there's a lot of hand-holding. Hope we don't see that, but we are going to be seeing our social media contest, and Panda, because you are the one that is always so good at puzzles, we are going to ask you what the context is today, and it actually just says chosen tacticians. Who will be top 1 and why? The most creative answer wins.
You tried to throw me under the bus, Makes, but it's just time to jinx one poor player. And that player is going to be my very good friend, Alan ZQ. I know he's so good at TFT. He's immune to my jinxes. And I do think it's his time to finally rise up and win a whole tournament. So you can do it, buddy.
All right. I would love to see that, of course, but you let us know what your chosen tactician is over on our Twitter page, and you can win some eggs if you are creative enough with your answers. So make sure it has the spice, the pizzazz, and all the good stuff, while we give you something that is very special, because we do have a teaser on the Tactician's Crown coming up. And if you haven't been following TFT for a while, that is the new name for the World Championship. So this is where it all gets down to business. So why don't we check out what that teaser has in store for us? Well, we are going to be seeing who comes in and out of the Garden of Greatness. It will be quite interesting for this. I'm just really excited for the aesthetic of that show. I don't know if that's something that's okay to say, but Inkborn Fables for sure has been the most beautiful set thus far, and I think the broadcast is going to be pretty as well, so hopefully we'll see us there, but we don't know that yet. We do know, though, that there's another teaser on the horizon, Panda, and I heard it has something to do about summer holiday countries or something.
Hot temperature, probably, I think, as well, I've heard. Something about tourism, high levels of tourism in the summer. I wonder what country it could be and why you're asking me specifically, Makes. This is quite the conundrum.
Oh, mysterious.
I don't know. We'll find out soon, hopefully.
We have the info after round 1 for you, so make sure you are not missing that. There's another announcement coming through, but we also have our co-streamers up and ready today, Counterfeit, so talk to us about those.
Sure, absolutely. If you'd like to hear about the Golden Spatula Cup number 2 in any language of your choosing, list on the screen right now, please go check out our co-streamers. They are all absolutely fantastic. We heard from Dokhy a little bit earlier on today, who's obviously full of beans and excited to see how the French contingent does here. But, as I said, a lot of variety to choose from. Every single one of them absolutely marvellous.
I'm personally really excited that we finally have a Dutch co-stream going once again. It was missing for a little while, but we're back at it with the Dutchies on our neighboring country for Germany, and only one Dach co-stream. Maybe that speaks to the volumes of players as well. I don't know what's going on there. We have like 5 co-streams for Spain, 5 for France, and then Germany is there alone. You better know me. But he has us covered. This guy knows what he's talking about. Now, we are going to be going into games shortly. Is there any specific predictions you have for today on what we're going to see, Panda?
I predict... It might be a little crazy prediction here, but I believe there will be, at the very least, 1 hero augment in every single broadcasted lobby today. So 6 in total for the quick mathers at home.
Okay.
We'll see.
What about you?
Mine's more tournament focus, or results focus, I suppose, which is that there's only been a few different countries that have ever won a GSC, and I'm predicting by the end of this 3-day event, we will have a new one.
Okay, I'll predict the opposite because I like to just sow chaos into everything. I'm going to say it is going to be a country that we've seen before, whether that is Spain, Dach, France, even Czech Republic. They could do it again. We're going to be seeing whether or not that is the case. Our casters are ready to take us through game number 1 here, Wida and Niberia for you guys.
Thank you so much, Makes. Wida, I picked up an iPad recently to try and learn how to draw. I got the stylus. I was inspired by Inkborn Fables, like Makes was saying, the beautiful art. And Makes got me thinking about the predictions. So I got inspired and I pulled out the iPad, but so far all I've drawn is a blank on who I think is going to win. So maybe we can fill that in throughout the rest of the show. But I'm getting ready for game number 1. It's good to be back.
It is for sure good to be back here, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what this patch has in store for us. As we've been talking a lot about, like a lot of hero augments coming into the mix, the whole Lilia situation going on.
And I'm the only one who's excited about it on the entire planet.
And I mean, we're always super excited for it, and I think that the most exciting thing about watching these patches is how do the players at the best level of the game get to those end game boards, because that entire point from getting all throughout stage 3 all the way to stage 5-4, for example, is such a critical part of how you navigate the game of TFT, and that's what I'm the most excited about to see today.
Yeah, and one of the things that was interesting that people were noting early on was that we're starting to see people try and steer towards Storied Champion, holding some Garens, just in case. And it reminds me of Twin Terror when that was absolutely disgusting and everyone built the Twin Terror board by the time they hit 3-2. Just in case, Wida, just in case.
Just in case, right? And I think that's a big thing to kind of keep in mind here as well, is that tailoring has been changed, so it now snapshots your most recent combat board, not, because we saw beforehand, people were trying to take out traits and then try to tailor their augments, right? So that's another thing that's kind of been not removed from the game, but like has been steered back a little bit, so people can't really go for the higher, can like force a specific route to go down in that sense.
Wida, I do want to point out that Cam's on screen right now. I think Leo has won the prize for best dressed in the history of EMEA. Got that full hat on, got a full suit on, manicured mustache. Like, look at this man. He's dripped out.
He is definitely he definitely is outshining us, Matt. And that's something that makes me wonder: do we do enough when it comes to our dress? I mean, we used to be the sweater gang, you and I, Matt.
I know. I feel like I need to bring it. I feel like I need to start putting on like makeup or something, getting a suit back out. I hate suits, but we can't be outdressed by the players. This is ridiculous. They're supposed to be coming in dirty sweats. We'd other gamers. Come on.
Yeah, I was afraid you were about to say we should go put on sweaters, Matt, because it's starting to get really warm now.
You're roasting a lot.
I am not going through that, you know? Like, I am not putting on the sweater to live out the old memories here.
I would never do that to you. I want to bring out as well, Makes pointed something out for us before show. Sven on screen here, really interesting story. Didn't know about the tournaments, tuned into a stream, and was like, huh, I should do that. And then just went and qualified straight up. He was just like, sure, I'll compete in the tournament. So Rising Legends is working. We've got one.
We got one. And also, like, I think that's this entire patch, I was about to say that, with this patch of players, there we go. Fixed it.
We got there.
We got there at the end here. We have some really interesting players overall in this lobby as entirety, right? Like, obviously, you could talk about Balotelli for years, pretty much, because you have been at this point. But someone like Rebanab, right, that kind of came into like prominence over the course of the last set. A player that is known for his land grinding in the French space has had some really strong results coming through there. We saw him towards the start of last set have a really strong performance, and this time around, hopefully he's going to come back in with another strong one.
Yeah, and I've done interviews with two of the people here, which is very exciting. Fabulotus, that interview was the sweetest thing I've ever seen. He wasn't confident about his English, but he wanted to deliver like the best interview possible. So what we did is he would write down his response to a question. He would like type it out for me. He'd be like, "Can you help me fix it?" And I was like, "Oh my God, absolutely. This man is putting in the work to get these interviews out."
We love to see that, right? And as someone who has had to chase down the player sponsors in the past, you know, having players that are cooperative is a nice bonus. Let's just put it like that.
A rarity.
You don't know desperation until you've asked 25 players and only gotten 2 interviews and you need 3. Let's just put it like that.
Oh, the Super Brawl interviews were so easy because it's just like they had to. It was all it was. It was just like, well, you either interview or you're not getting screen time, buddy. So a little bit easier back in the days. And Sven picking up, we already talked about the Garen, already picking up that pair, just prepping himself for the earliest board possible. Hogma as well, and it's going to be silver to start us off, so probably nothing too exciting.
Interesting here, opting for the Pandora's items, assumably here. I think that sharing is caring is also like it's also not something you want to do here, because I think there's 2 clear directions to go here for Tucson, right? One would be help us on the way, and then there's the Pandora's items, right? Pandora's items, we all know like how strong this augment can be, but also there's no guarantees. Whereas like with the addition of new support items, something like help us on the way is a little bit less consistent than it used to be in the past.
Yeah, support items, much like artifacts, that power has kind of shifted over the course of the set. Artifacts now are so much less reliable because there's 20 of them. So it's harder to get that low variance as we could before. Yellow Tomato just building up the duelist board. We've talked about it off stream a little bit about how duelists have kind of risen to prominence with Lee Sin as that primary carry. So maybe angling for that early on.
Yeah, multiple ways of playing this, and Yellow Tomato is playing CFT much like I play every single adventure game over encumbered.
Yes. Picking up that augment early on. Sorry, my brain just fell out of my ears again. Yellow Tomato, though, is one of the players that we have seen throughout Rising Legends for set after set after set. And it's exciting to see him on screen once again. You know, we have had so many players coming in from Greece over the past couple of sets. Notably, we have Og, and we've had even Golden Spatula Cup winners come out. So it's exciting to see them continue to be a prominent presence in the scene.
Yeah, and think about back to like when we really got to know Yellow Tomato properly, right? Back in set 9, when he had that incredible day 2, didn't make it to the top cut at the Rising Legends Finals, but still really showcased the ability that he had to go down this route, right? Of being an incredibly strong player here. And someone that has an incredibly strong coaching career, Matt, it's astonishing.
Yes. Picking up one of my favorite compositions that nobody else likes because it kind of sucks, but sitting there on that early form of the Cogball reroll, definitely not keeping with it, but the early mythic with that emblem is going to be helpful. What it's actually going to turn into, though, more than likely, is Lilia, who I've got great news, Wita. Lilia is finally a unit again. So we can celebrate that. She's been seen in quite a few mythic and sage compositions recently.
Oh, here we have the first encounter of the day here, and this is going to be offering up some direction potentially. Astonishing could go for that Jewel Gauntlet, get some extra damage, could also go for the Steadfast Heart here. The biggest issue for him, right, is the fact he already has the anti-heal slam, something like the Sunfire Cape here. It's not an auto pick for the tempo aspects of the game. And with the fact that he has the Mythic Ember Slam, he could go back into something like the traditional Ash board that we aren't going to be seeing a lot of this patch, but we'll be seeing a lot of next patch once Warden and False Sniper is brought back down a little bit here. So I like the fact that we're going to take the Steadfast Heart. Very good catch-all frontline item.
Yeah, very flexible as well, because some of those items, like if you pick up a Rage Blade, you are a little bit pigeonholed into a few compositions. Like, there's no way you're putting Rage Blade on a Lilia, unless there's some dark secret tech that I'm not aware of. So that Steadfast Heart is going to go a long way and give a lot of board strength immediately, as we're seeing that frontline Cho'Gath just staying alive for far longer than he should.
Yeah, and for Astonishing here, right, obviously it's not necessarily about winning every single fight here. He is kind of waiting for that Mythic to kind of come into play. So if you can get these 1-unit losses all throughout, that's going to be an absolutely huge bonus. But depending on the timing here, he will get it, I think. Severe.
No.
Nope. Gets to make 10 gold, doesn't get to keep the loss streak here. That not the end of the world. Pretty solid spot here. But I kind of want to talk a little bit more about Astonishing in the sense, right? Because there are 2 high rollers teams in TFT. Other people would argue that there's way more, but there's 2 teams called high rollers, right? There is the Latam version of it, and then there's the dark centered one, right? And Astonishing is actually the coach of the Latam version of the Latam edition of High Rollers, right? But I think it's pretty interesting because he's a player that is obviously Spanish, right? There's a lot of crossover there, but doesn't really put a lot of time into playing. Has been more focused on the more coaching aspects of it, much like someone like Chrono back in the day in the Italian space, right? So like very interesting that he's now finally in a GSC. Can't wait to see like how far he actually will get.
Yeah, and it's interesting in the context of TFT, the gulf between coach and player is maybe a little bit smaller than in other games, because TFT is so much about that strategy, is so much about burden of knowledge. So I'm interested to see, what the difference is between that coach level and that player level, as we see Leo just slamming item after item here.
Yeah, going for a tempo-centric open here around the Duelist with that Keepers. The Keepers, one of the strongest silver augments in the game. Just like that, a sheer amount of shield is so powerful and can be so difficult to chew through in the early parts of the game. And you can kind of build different clusters as you do end up going towards the back half of the game here. But again, like, Kiana is one of the different lines we haven't spoken too much about for the Duelist aspect, right? Because there are so many different ways of kind of going in and out of Duelists at the moment. You have the Lee Sin, and you're talking about as him, just like fast 8 strategy. You play around that as your main carry. And then you have the line where you go for like Kiana reroll, which is a very strong aspect of the composition, but not necessarily the most consistent one, not one you want to be on, because, well, you don't want to stay on level 6. Most of the time you don't even want to stay on level 7 to roll here unless you're already going down the route of just on a Volibear dual carry setup, right? So that's one of the biggest things to keep in mind with the Duelist at the moment.
We'll keep an eye on it as that develops, as we see. I don't want to say my least favorite encounter, but it is super high variance where it's just like, have some Radiant items, see what happens, man. So maybe this will break Horo's streak, sitting there at the top on a 100% win streak, tied with Leo, who we just came off the board of. Opting for this early Story Weaver composition. A lot of strength early from just having that additional unit, and Zyra, just an incredible item carrier.
Yeah, but there's also the whole Zyra composition, Matt, coming into the mix here, and I think that Caretaker's ally for Horo is actually the Zyra here, right? Which is why the Zyra is 2-star already. And it's like such a powerful unit, such a powerful composition, especially when you're able to play it from ahead here as well. So the Ghostly Zyra board we're going to be seeing coming into the mix here further down the road is going to be super interesting, right? Already has the Zoe online, like it has the Starweaver into the mix here. You can see the indication of him being able to lean down that route with the blue Kale already also being chosen here. So super interesting spots to play from our two top streakers here in Leo and Horo.
Yeah, I have not seen that composition before, so I am thrilled. You were like, Ghostly Zyra. I'm like, oh, damn, okay, all right, we're cooking. So Zyra, one of those units that I have been just such a fan of because she has that consistent early damage. And of course, we saw that Nasher Slam that gives her so much uptime on her plants, just keep her firing away. So we see Leo on this board. Would be interested in seeing if he does commit down that Kiana route, Wida, that you were talking about earlier. Got 30 gold on that 5-win streak. At least in shop. That might change things a little.
At home. But we don't have anything to tell right now. We're a different trade here for this next fight if he wants to pop the tone anytime soon. That's a big thing to kind of keep in mind here. But meanwhile, Rebanav says he doesn't care, finds that Invoker emblem here with Morello Slammed already could go down the route of something like those that we were talking about. But his item choices right there were a little bit interesting to look at, I will say.
We're going all in on emblems. You were talking about it in the pre-show, Wida, actually, about one of the players feeling that this is kind of reminiscent of Earth, where spatulas are just so incredibly strong on this patch.
Would you believe that there's particular players in this game at the top currently streaking? As a professional commentator for the last 4 years, I've just stolen my takes from every single player. They don't call me Weeter for nothing. Oh, that was a really bad pirate R, but I killed it. Delivery has not been my strong suit. That's why I always worked the desk at the pizzeria, never was delivering the pizzas. So
I hate you. Bruiser's coming out here from Fabulotus. I am expecting this full Kaisa committal, and of course we do see her already on the board. So a couple early forecasts coming in that enhance the direction of these compositions, as we see Yellow Tomato has so many components. My God.
Yeah, but it's a combination of over-encumbered plus the grab back, right? And now has to make a decision here which emblem that they are going to be picking up here. And a very interesting thing that's also kind of on the rise in China last patch was the Umbrella Loon setup, right? That we have seen come into the mix much more on this patch. One of the ways of playing around the umbrals. So I think that if we get to see an emblem for someone like Yellow Tomato here, he's in a very good spot to kind of capitalize on that, has his cane items already to work with. So there is a lot of really interesting things that he could go down here with this opener. So I'm just excited to see where he ends up here, Matt.
Yeah, and this duelist, I think it's worth noting at the beginning of pretty much every day of play that early game, this Darius just does so much with so little. You can see he was pretty much carrying that front line and putting out tons of damage for Yellow Tomato. So a lot of stability off just that 2-star 1 cost, and it's going to allow him to save up and try and hit those breakpoints faster. He can sit here at above 50 gold and feel fairly confident that he's going to be okay. All right, Leo, what you cooking? I see a Sage emblem. Not what I was expecting, but all right.
But it's one of those traits that's just very strong catch-all, right? Because the thing is that if we are going to go down the duelist route, you're going to be playing something like the Diana most of the time anyways. You really want to play Wukong further down the road if you can find it to put that into the slot as well. So going to that free Sage very effectively here is going to be a nice bonus for the duelist board. Get extra Omnivamp into the mix.
Yeah, Omnivamp not too shabby on a board that requires everyone to be in the front line constantly. So we see a second Sterix slammed here by Leo, just doing anything he can to keep this win streak alive. And of course, Sterix is pretty strong in this duelist composition. You have a bunch of people who scale with AD. You have a bunch of people who sit in the front line, need that shield, and can make use of it very effectively. So interested in following that along as we move over to Chuzven's board, who's been going for an early committal into Sniper.
Yeah, that's not a surprise, man. It's one of the strongest boards in this patch, right? Again, we've seen that the rise of the Force Sniper Ash board, and again, being able to play a better unit with the Sniper Emblem than something like the Center, right? It doesn't really give you anything in terms of the traits that she offers, right? You don't really want to play Ink Shadow on the board. You can play some other stronger splash traits in there, so really good flexibility to kind of work with in that spot.
So I'm sitting here, Vita, and I'm watching this, and I'm crunching the numbers in my head. How many players don't have an emblem at this point? I know at least 3 or 4 players do. Balotelli just picked up a spatula. This truly is Earth once more.
I would find that we're playing TFT, Matt.
Oh, yeah, no. The cool
Earth also not bad for you. Like my wrist also hurt when I play Earth. I don't know if you can relate.
Yeah, too much spamming there. I simply spam D in TFT. It's nice and ergonomic. You can use the motion of the arm, kind of use it as a lever to hit those rerolls, get none of the carries that you need, and go fast 8th. So it's also a great time saver. So I feel like it's much better ergonomically.
It's also worth noting, Matt, that we are playing loot subscription. That's why we saw the term come through on the starter stage 3 for every single one, and that's also why all the players at this point in time already do have these emblems we're talking about here. Horo's win streak is broken right now, but again, he can't really afford to go to level 7 because look at his bench right now. He's going to try to ride this out on level 6. He is 2 copies away from the Syra, and then he can kind of start adding in the levels here, go up, find something like that Galio to get that stronger bruiser in the front line to potentially replace the Ribbon, depending on which route he kind of takes in navigating this position. But also with
I really like the augment pickup as well of this healing orb. It's one of my favorite augments because as long as you are pumping out damage, as long as you are getting kills, your front line will stay up. And for a composition that relies solely on this backline unit to keep it going, having that front line surviving a little bit longer gives so much value, especially for Nico, who if you give her just a few more seconds, heals herself. So it just makes her so much stronger by comparison, and we can see even setting her in the front line to guarantee that she's the one who gets the heals.
Yeah, interesting thing here that kind of was alluding to right before that is the fact that Horo has gone for the Altruist emblem off that initial tome they got, right? So this means that the Ribbon now goes up in priority. Could start looking towards a potential 5 Story Weaver angle. Could also just look towards an angle where you try to, like when you hit your board, go level 8, level 9, try to put that Rakan into the mix, for example. Right? You have plenty of options now with that emblem. Generally speaking, Altruist emblems is just a very powerful combination because it also opens up something like going into other Dragon Lords. If you get the Dragon Lords, and you can get the Janna in, you can get the Diana in for say, like there are so many different things that this Altruist emblem actually enables.
Do you ever invest in the Riven itself, like try and go for the 3-star from this position since you're already rolling for 2 stars, or just like if it happens, it happens, doesn't matter beyond that?
I think that at this point in time, we're looking at Horror Spot. I think that there's no reason not to kind of hold on to them. I think that there were early renditions of reroll boards akin to this with the likes of the Janna reroll that you also can still play, where investing into Riven Free as like the primary carry for a while was the thing to do. I think that you have better pure frontline options right now. You can also see that's one of the reasons why Horror is prioritizing the Nico for now as well. She just provides more power in that aspect of the game.
All right, here we
Another
go.
foam, though.
Oh my god!
Wait, do you go for Sage or go for Story? Okay, go for the Sage emblem here right now. Just got to push those upper echelons here, and he already knows now.
Oh my god. 4 Sage at 4-1, Jesus.
Yeah. Something we also forgot, Matt, is the fact that he has Catsega's ally with a Syra in it, so he can just go level 8, push the tempo, and then he's going to get the guaranteed Syra free from the spot.
What a setup from Horo. Great navigation of this game as well. Getting that Zyra early on and being like, all right, that's my direction, and expertly piloting it so far through there. As we go back to Yellow Tomato, who has picked up a second Invoker emblem since we saw him last, with 4 Umbral, that Alune composition you alluded to earlier, Wida.
Yeah, I was alluding to it.
I was going to leave it there, but you know what? I respect the hustle. You got to capitalize.
Yeah, so another thing also worth noting here is the fact that another thing also is the fact, like when you think about these carries most of the time, you're like, okay, I need to kind of have a mana regeneration item on this Alune, right? And sure, because of the fact that Yellow Tomato now has 2 emblems, you could have 3. Do you want a third? Do we get like a prismatic emblem or something from this?
Well, I'm looking across the lobby and I'm looking at Astonishing right now, who has 3 mythic emblems in a row. It's just This is a disgusting game, and I am absolutely all for it.
And the funniest thing as well, right, is that there was a chat between the players in like the Discord before like the lobbies were drafted and anything like that. And then like there was like an argument about like why would people stand on something like vendor sentinels, for example, like these like high variance portals in a competitive environment.
And here they are, the hypocrites.
And Sven was just in there like this guy doesn't know tomfoolery, and then like my man just goes, I don't think I want to know him.
We can see Astonishing capitalizing on being a knower. He's got the 6 mythic already on the board and trying to cap out, finding those later units. Still carrying the Kog'Maw this late into the game. Gotta respect the hustle, man.
Yeah, but also the fact he hasn't found something like the Lilia to kind of put items onto right now, right? That's the big issue here as well. It's going to limit his damage output. And 10 Mythic is one of the highest caps in the game, but he doesn't have something like the Sentinel, right? That gives it to you for free. He doesn't have a way to extend his board, right? Didn't get the one with the extra bench slot, right? Boss slot. Yeah. It's like there is no Tactician's Crown. There's nothing here right now, which means that for him to get to that 10 mythic point, yeah, he has so many of these spatulas right now to work with, but he needs to be stable enough to the point where he can get to level 10 to put it in. And right now, when he's like missing this hard on the Lilias, that is not going to be a stabilization point present for him at this very moment in time.
Able to hit at least 7 mythic though, so maybe it's enough stability as we see the common theme of this game, which is 3 absolutely identical emblems coming out from Balotelli. Ghostly 8, which is a rare sight indeed, but gives you so much bonus damage. It is disgusting.
As our resident Balotelli knower on the broadcast, Matt, do you think this classifies as a Balotelli classic?
I don't see enough rerolls for it to be a Balotelli classic, nor do I see anything that could be described as a blender. But I do think that committing heavily to a composition starting early, that's very Balotelli core.
Counterpoint, would you not argue that Kane's ability is kind of a blender? It has like the blending motion.
You know what? That's a good point. I can see it. Italian Blender Mafia lives on. Balotelli has had that as his fun fact since Rising Legends started. So, you know, you gotta respect the hustle. Man's consistent. Man knows what he wants, knows what he's about.
The CEO of the Italian Blender Mafia.
That's right.
Are you a CEO of a mafia? You're like more of a mob. Like, what is like, you're the head of the family kind of thing.
The father, right? Yeah. Or no one's ever called them the grandfather, but that's really the position. I guess it's not cool enough, you know?
Only the best of Balotelli.
Instead of Don, it's Grandpa. Grandpa Corleone. That's Balo. Interested to see what he's going to pick up from here and how these emblems are going to shape into the later stages of the game. Horo finally hitting that Zyra. Not sure what his final item is going to be on her, though.
Most likely going to be that Spear Showdown that he has on the bench right now. And as we were talking about it, when we were alluding to, the fact that he had that in the bank meant he could play a more tempo-centric game plan, but the fact that as soon as he gets those specific amount of combos he knows, he can just hold on to the economy, push levels, and then have a very strong spike he can play around that level 8 mark here. We can see here Sven going down with the Pausing Crest and the Sniper Crest here. Has good items for the Ashe as well, but still lacking that Ashe 2. He's paired on the bench, doesn't have the Amuma 2. If this board hits, it's one of the strongest boards in the game.
Yeah, and the problem is, like you said, having to hit, he's out of gold completely, but the 4 Porcelain, 4 Warden is buying time for that Ashe enough to get some kills there, so not going to take too heavy of a loss, and he's pretty high in the HP totals as well, so he's safe for time.
Yeah, so Ashe 1 is a very good unit right now.
So I guess you could just win. That works too.
It tends to work, but also it's the fact that Leo's board right now in this position he's in is not necessarily at a point where he's like fully investing into being at maximum power at this moment in time here, but we are going to be seeing some of these new artifacts come through. And Sven has already put full items onto this Ashe now. Has to remove her if he wants to put the Sniper's Focus onto her as well, and that is going to be the case.
Yeah, every time that augment comes up, I know for myself, I'm pulling up my absolute favorite. He just hit. All right.
Well, he was paired, right? To be fair, so it is relatively likely. And another thing as well here, this board is kind of in a bit of a valley in terms of like it's not at the full power just yet. Still needs to find that set to get the free faded online to get that strongest Warden unit in the game. And that set unit in of itself is a standalone carry once itemized.
Yeah, incredibly strong, is able to put out a lot of AoE as well, so giving you a little bit of access to some of those slipperier carries. So we can see this Luna board with the Mana Zane just absolutely pumping out damage with Yone there to finish off the lower health carries. But I think Sven's new Ash 2 might just be a little too much here for Yellow Tomato.
Yeah, and the same thing here right now. It's going to be a race to the bottom for Astonishing and Yellow Tomato. Again, not what you want to see when you are playing in a GSE. But again, keep in mind, these players are playing for a top 50% cut. So 1/8 won't put you out of any sort of recognition. And also, there are going to be qualifier points all the way through each single placement in the GSC. So that's another huge thing about like the mental aspect of competing in a Golden Spatula Cup in a game like TFT. There is a lot of variance here, and especially when you get a loot subscription as your first game, there is so much variance in what you get offered, what you get from those initial tomes as well, right? So you can kind of like put this one off a little bit and then take a look from there. A huge amount of gold influx coming through here for someone like Astonishing now gives him a ton of resources to work with on this roll down.
Pair of Wukongs would be a pretty strong pickup for him to get a little bit of extra power on that board, swapping in that Ornn that he's been waiting for the entire game. Sitting on 6 Mythic, probably looking for something a little bit more value than what he's got on the bench, but no dice on trying to find a way. Oh, there it is. I just had to speak it into existence. The inverse caster curse.
Yeah, the caster blessing here. Will we get that 7 Mythic active onto the Ornn here as well? But such a powerful frontliner. Also have double reforger here in case he needed to reforge any of these components now. But we'll be working with this Sage in the Morgana and the Honest here on the likes of Wei. As the primary damage options, we do see on the side of our screens here, Yellow Tomato, first player to get removed from a game of TFT in this GSC.
It looks like Astonishing will almost be the second there. Of course, we did see Yellow Tomato's board and how relatively unstable it was, but Astonishing, I think, has a better chance here trying to clone out that Lilia to get any chance of finding it as a secondary carry, but no dice so far. Wondering where this investment is going to go. Couple units on the bench that he could swap in, but absolutely no gold to work with.
Yeah, this is kind of the thing where Wei, especially at Wei 1, is not a huge damage spike. Like, you really need that Lilia to be your main damage provider in a situation like this here. Obviously not ideal for Astonishing here. Now also has to take out that 2-star frontliner in the Tom Kench. So facing up against Rebanab, who's also been struggling a little bit this game, even with all of the Umbral support coming through for the French player. This is such an incredibly important fight for the aspects of that 6th placement here, because if Astonishing wins this, he will be pushing down Rebanab really fine to the mix, but he is out of 3 Mythic Emblems with too many, Matt. That's
I want to point out what Rebanab was running there as well. We were talking about the artifacts. One of the few artifacts that I do know the application of is that Vampiric Scepter there, which gives you 50% bonus AD, but removes your ability. Turns out Aurelia's auto attacks hitting the entire board with a Runons, with Umbral Execute, pretty good. Don't really need that ability anyways. So she's just putting out massive amounts of damage.
And the funny thing is, when you look at the stats for the Corrupt Vampiric Scepter, it's the only unit in the entire game where it doesn't like hurt your placements pretty much.
Yeah, I can see that, Luna, because I've seen a couple players in my games play it, and every single time it's not on an Aurelia, I'm like, oh, Chief, that ain't it. That Gnar might sound good in theory, but it is really not working for you.
No, but when you see here, the explosiveness of these executes here is very important aspect of this conversation you're talking about. You can kind of see that without the emblem here, Revenant would have been struggling just a little bit, but now we also get a look here going into the Stage 5 carousel. We can kind of see the boards that we have presented in front of us, and they just look strong across the board here, right? Horror also now on that 3-star Lilia. No, not Lilia, Nico. 3-star Nico, man. 3-star Lilia would be kind of crazy. That would be pulled absolutely out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm sad we don't have Pop Blossom for the 3-star Lilia. Or, you got me doing it. You got me on it. It's a Nico, not a Lilia. Keeping it straight in my head.
To be fair, Nico just copied Lilia, no? It's true. It is phonetically accurate.
We're getting deep into the TFT lore. So you see, Leo, this board we were watching him build out earlier in the game has moved on to a little bit of a soupy board, as 2Sven here has pushed to level 9. Absolutely no gold whatsoever to work with, and trying to find that Aphelios 3. We'll find instead the incredible power spike, Wita, of a Kog'Maw 2 at stage 5.
Let's go! The huge spike coming out here for an important fight we need to keep an eye out for here as well. Right, Leo, he has kind of been going away from the duelist, now going into the Sage-centric board here. The two players that were streaking at the top of the lobby at the start of the game here, but you look at the HP totals, it's very clear that Horo has had the better game plan, the more clearly laid out game plan for him all throughout the game. And Leo, well, he got stuck in the kitchen, and now he gets stuck in 6th place.
Yeah, after such a strong early game as well, just not able to make it come together in the very end, as we see Horo, as you mentioned, pulling together that Zyra composition. We're seeing the power of that. It's Balotelli, lowest health in the lobby. We are down to our last 5 players. Curious to see what this ghostly board can do.
Yeah, that's the real big thing here, right? Because he's on a 2 loss streak right now. The other only quote-unquote weak player in the lobby, it seems just from the win streaks alone on the right side of the screen here, is Sven, and that is one of the players in Balotelli's matchup pool right now, right, Matt? So if he gets that matchup, which he will not do, he's instead going to hit Rebanav's absolutely incredible board. It's just been upgraded with a Silas too.
Yeah, that is a rough pull. This huge, huge Umbral board just going to start tearing through that front line. Ghostly popping on to Rebanav's front line, and with the damage from Morgana, able to just shred through it. Rebanav, after that incredible Aurelia setup, coming down in 5th place. Didn't see that one coming, Wita. I'm going to be honest.
I'm going to be completely honest, I did not either here. Fabulotus now also being put down into the mix where he is within like one bad fight from being removed here, right? Being eliminated, right? So Balotelli here finds his way into a top 4, and, well, there's a chance he could find himself even further up the standings here in just a second. I think Horo is just in a spot where he got his game plan all laid out for him at the start of the game, and that's the biggest power thing about something like the Caretaker's ally right now, Matt, is the fact that if you get one of these incredibly powerful 2 costs, you just play around it as a carry here, because again, you only have to find 6-7 copies, and you can just like start turbo leveling and just get the natural spike of your 3-star carry, as well as the natural spike of matching the lobby tempo on something like level 8.
Yeah, and you can see the downstream effect of that here for Horo. You can see just absolutely ridiculous amounts of gold compared to everyone else in the lobby. As we see Sven finally picking up that 3-star Aphelios. And Horo is starting to spend down that gold, is pushed all the way to level 9. Level 10, in fact. So going to be able to hit those insane legendary rates, 25% chance to roll one. But not picking up too much just yet. Just wants to pop in that Ghostly for now.
Yeah, now we see like 2 incredibly stacked bonds facing up against each other here. Balotelli did get a stay of execution just before, but it does feel like on paper, this board from Horo X will be his demise.
Yeah, you're looking at that Zyra 3 in the backline, got that 5 Sage buff, so much AP coming in for her, completely uncontested. The dive was not successful from Balotelli's carries, and those plants are just shredding around. And Balotelli, unfortunately, the ghosts will be put to rest in 4th place.
Just about, though, I will say, all right, that was a 1-unit loss there towards the back end, really showcasing the power of a unit like Morgana. Like, she is such a, she's like, I feel like she's a little bit underrated right now, but it could just be me, like, not really like having her super overrated in the past. Like, she's like such a strong utility unit. She has incredible traits, especially in a game where you have access to so many emblems, right? Getting 2 ghosts in, getting those like vertical Sage powers in is such a powerful tool. But we have another level 10 in the lobby in Fabulotus, Matt.
Fabulotus now going to be working off that Aurelia backline carry, once again off the back of an artifact. But I'm going to be looking more at this set, the damage he's going to be able to put out, and the pressure onto that Ashe in the backline of 2Sven's board. We can see Aurelia 1 not really doing a whole ton just yet. Hui keeping the front line alive, but Ashe in danger soon. No! Set Insim runs directly away from that Ashe, so she's getting to just free fire away. Unfortunately, her front line is not long for this world, and it will just be the Annie versus Ashe. Somehow, she survives.
It's just the power of 6 snipers, man. I don't know. This Asher is just not. I guess it's such a powerful spot right now. The combination of 6 sniper, the incredibly tanky 4 front, like the 4 porcelain, 4 warden front line now is gonna come into the mix here potentially. And you can kind of see like the fact that Sven is kind of weighing out every single option here. What is going to be best for the upcoming fight here? Because there's just a singular point of HP between him and Fabulotus, and they're probably both going to be facing up against Horo's board, right? So every single small detail here will matter to the most immense of characters.
And Horo here going to get the chance to even further cap his board. He's got that Wukong ready to go, but we'll see as Fabulotus as against that board, like you said, on the left-hand side, the Aurelia uncontested, but Horo Zyra still looking mighty healthy in the backline there, starting to shred through the units on the right-hand side. We can see Horo easily dispatching the board of Sven. That is going to be Sven going down. Fabulotus on his last legs survives and beats Horo's ghosts. We'll see after the carousel if he can do it against the real thing.
Do you want more emblems, Matt? We have Umbral and a Mythic emblem here. I don't think either of them are really going to be that enticing, right? The real enticing thing here would have been that Gunblade on that Saya Rakan here. But we're going to go for the Static Shift, the only other really completed item on the carousel here. But that 2-star Wukong will be such a massive spike here coming out from Horo X, and I have a hard time really figuring out like where this is going to go, especially with Fabulotus whiffing on that Aurelia 2 for this upcoming fight here. Has to repurpose some elements off his board here, find some replacement for the Galio. That is going to be big here. Might even want to move that Stoneblade onto the Silas as he does in this very moment here. And that could have been the mix here that ends up winning this fight for Fabulotus and winning the game.
Huge spike here for Fabulotus, not as much for Horo with just that Wukong 2 upgrade, but we'll see how it does. Look at that set in the front line for Fabulotus, going to be able to put out a ton of pressure, get that AoE damage down early, slams into the middle, does some damage to the Zyra, but now running away from it. Zyra just is not pumping out the damage fast enough. That Aurelia in the backline threatening everyone. No healing to be found for the Zyra. Finally going to start chewing through that Annie, but it is too little too late as Aurelia takes down the Zyra. It is just the Rakan alone against 3 units on Fabulotus's board. Not quite confident in his ability to take this one, but we'll see him do his best.
But the big thing here as well is the fact that we are still stage 6. Horo still has 2 more fights in him to kind of mix and match, figure out where he can put under pressure, what can he do in terms of positioning, what can he do in terms of optimizing some of the extra slots, some of the trades on his board, right? So that's a big thing to keep in mind here. It's far from over, even though Fabulotus took the first fight here.
Yeah, the gold difference leaves a little bit of potential for shifting around the units. Horo, no upgrades. Fabulotus will be holding on to that Galio upgrade if he survives the round, uses that Econ to get a little bit better frontline, but we'll see if Horo's repositioning is going to win him the day. Zyra in the backline, still the person to watch for Horo's board as that set hasn't found the ultimate yet. The Mana Reave, great timing there. Zyra uncontested in the backline, now going to try and fire away at that set. He jumps back. It's just one frontline unit, and it's only the Wukong, and that Zonia's nearly gets Zyra killed. It does in the end, because that frontline unit no longer able to tank anything. Wukong goes down to Hui, and for one more round, Fabulotus survives, and this is into the PvE round. Wida, we're going to stage 7. This could be the very last fight at 7-1.
It most likely will be, and the important thing you're noting out here as well, Matt, is the fact that we're going to the PvE round. Look at how the items are distributed on each board right now, right? The fact that Fabulotus stuck that Negatron Cloak onto the Silas here means that there is like that's not a good spot for that potential third item there, right? He has the Galio, but that's going to be split items in terms of complete items. Meanwhile, Horo X has a wide variety of items you can use. Third item for the Wukong, third item for the Rakan. This is going to be a bigger bonus, I believe, for Horo than it will be for Fabulotus. But again, it's going to depend on which items are going to come out of these anvils here. And also the loot subscription coming through as well. Another artifact to add into the mix.
Oh boy. All right. Let's see what the choices are here for both of our players. Vampiric Scepter available for both, but neither have a great use for it. What is Horo going to go for here? The Wit's End on the Rakan. Not what I would have expected, but going to be able to make use of that AP as well.
I will say Wit's End Rakan.
It's going to be a Wukong 3. Like, we don't have the gold for it, but it's looking good.
Could you imagine? We'll say this later on the road here because we are going to get into the potential last fight here of the game. This time around, Cyrus starting up here on the left side of the field. The additional boosts from both of these 2-star 5 costs have proven pretty well here so far.
Yeah, set huge first ultimate there, and we can see the Rakan doing his best with this Wit's End. Actually not too shabby. I was a little bit underestimating it, as we can see here, but it's just going to be the Rakan in the end. This final fight, 3-unit loss for Horo. And it will be a game loss as well. Fabulotus taking the first game of the day.
Yeah, and a great showcasing of like how much skill expression there is at that level 10 mark. Just like how incredibly interesting and how many small nooks and crannies there are when you get into something like the loot subscription, right? There's so much variety, so many resources you have to manage all throughout here. And great play from both Horo as well as Fabulotus.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite thing watching this level of play this whole set has been how that late game evolves, because there are so many tools this time around. There are so many options for our players to go down depending on, what they hit, what they don't, what items they have. And yeah, I just said things that are technically true every set, but I feel like the flexibility in the latest stages has been so much more interesting this set for me. So we'll see a little bit of that breakdown from the analyst desk after a quick break and an interview with Sven.
Hello, my name is Sven. I'm from Croatia. My usual in-game name is Sven, and also you can know me as Sven on Twitch. Set 11 is very fun, and I like the new encounter mechanic, but there is some changes I would make. Some of them are very, very toxic for the high rollers, and some of them are very, very cool. But overall, there is a lot of changes to be done, and I would keep them as a new mechanic, but there's a lot of changes that need to be done. I love the new events, the new LAN events that you have been starting to do, and I would love to participate in them, but I just don't live as close to the regions. And currently, as I'm a university student, I just don't have the funds to get there. But if I ever had the funds, I would go there instantly. I would love to meet the new players. I've always loved competing in anything, and especially in esports games. I want to try to be a League of Legends competitive player, but I failed because I inted a 500 LP in one day, and then the dream died. But the main goal was to make it to GSC for the first time ever. And now the goal is just make it through to day 2, make it through to day 3, and then go as far as I can. Shout out Alan ZQ and his chat. Shout out Leduc for giving me all the tech earlier than anybody else. And shout out my family for letting me even play the game, because some people I know that they don't even get to play the game. And shout out all my friends in real life.
Well, you see, the last time I personally played a game that had loot subscription as a portal, a person in my game got 4 fortune emblems and a set 3 delivered while everyone else was still level 7. Thankfully, didn't turn out like this one just here now, but definitely a lot of emblems to go around.
Yes, I mean, I've got a question for David here. I know we've had a lot of them already, but I'm wondering, do you have an emblem in your attic? Because to me, that game was emblematic of how high the game-to-game variance will be over this one, and how much our players will be tested on their play at the extreme ends of TFT if they want to get those firsts and seconds.
Thank you, Peter, for filling the quota of 1 bad joke per segment. Luckily for the rest of our viewers, there'll be some high-level TFT analysis for the rest of this analyst desk. And I think a lot of analysis has to come down, Peter and Makes, because it was a very, very different game with all the different emblems added in. And one of the and Tomato, both kind of contesting the Invoker and a Loon line, neither playing hitting a Loon 3, both in the bot 4, for example, whereas Balotelli and Flowders, both on Ghostly, found ways to make it work, or Horror rather. Although Horror, I think, also augment dependent, the caretaker's ally with the early Zyras, so impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. I personally, I always get excited when I see the Zyra, but we also have to talk about the board right in front of us here. Fabulotus just really assembling the absolute soup of legendaries on his board. They're making sure that if it had 5 numbers to their name, it was going to go onto the board and win this one for him.
And what's kind of interesting for me of this one is, we saw so many potentially massively impactful points come in. For the player to win it all, to be the one who was using the Brawler emblems, you're going for the bruises rather than going for anything like the Mythic, and just kind of putting together the legendary soup. I found that really interesting.
I think the biggest thing is the fact that it's just frontline. It's just meat shields all across the board, and then you can really flex around what you're hitting. So it's a very consistent comp because you're not looking for one specific forecast. We saw it was kind of a trick shot angle with Teemo early on, and then you move into legendaries. So for the player with the skill cap of Fabulotus, who's proven it in so many tournaments before, I think it's really a game plan that worked really, really well. For Sven, similar concept, played a very boring game of TFT considering it was just an Ashe snipers with a +1, but he played it very cleanly. He was uncontested on what is one of the stronger forecast lines in the game right now. So overall, a very strong top 3 for the Croatian player, who I think we talk about a little bit on top of the show, is someone that I think can definitely pop off in this tournament and surprise a lot of viewers.
Yeah, me too. I also kind of want to take back what I said. I was saying hopefully we don't see the Ashe, variant where Aphelios 3-star comes into play. If we're talking 6 sniper, I will accept that. That one was definitely out there and cooking. But we do have more and more news coming up. As we teased in the pre-show already, there is something that we want to share with all of you today because we have the news on the Tactician's crown coming through. The last couple of sets, we were in Berlin. This time around, we're traveling through EMEA. We're going to be arriving in Madrid, which I think for summer is probably a pretty good choice. German summer is not very nice, and we already have all of these co-streamers confirmed to be there at the Arena Esports in Madrid, and you can go there as well.
And Madrid is a city that doesn't have ocean in the summer, but it has a whole lot of cultural events, so why not also a TFT co-stream of the Tactician's Crown with a great roster of co-streamers, but also I think just a great audience, the Spanish community. We've had a lot of kind of GSC watch parties in the past as well, where players were kind of boot camping and able to play together in the same arena in Madrid. And there was always a huge turnout, even from players from Barcelona and from other cities in Spain would come down to Madrid. Very, very fun. But if you do end up going, do not accept any nighttime excursions to bars or other events with these players, especially if you're competing. Don't do it, please. Save yourself.
Okay, I agree. If you're a player, don't do it. I think someone here is speaking from experience, but we won't go too far into it. If you want to go to Madrid, if you want to hang out with all the cool kids and cheer on for our EMEA players at the World Championship in person, then you can write !arena into chat and secure your tickets right now. Have all of that ready, as it's not too far out, so definitely make sure you have that on your calendar and ready to go. I personally am really excited that, we're having this hub kind of move around the continent, but yeah, it's going to be really great.
Yeah, from what I saw from what happened in Berlin, it was absolutely crazy. Can only hope Madrid is just as good.
Yeah, speaking of just as good, we have our next game already ready for us to go. Our casters are ready, and Iberia and Wida are here for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Banks and Wida. It's time to roll up the sleeves. It's time to get serious. Oh, you've already got your sleeves rolled up. I guess you were serious during game 1 anyway, so we're good. We're set. I'm really excited to see a little bit more gameplay. I'm hoping we get maybe fewer emblems this time. See a little bit more of maybe representative games of what the meta is like. But who knows? Maybe we're just swimming in a sea of spatulas.
Yeah, we are definitely swimming in a sea of good players here, and we had someone in AK1. Last game we had Astonishing, who does the crossover between the time and Spain. Right now, AK Wonder is physically in the crossover right now, as he's currently in Lima. So he's playing, you see, on 160 ping. I gotta respect that. AK Wonder, a great person. Again, one of the people responsible for the Wild Rumble ladder race that we have at the start of every single set currently at the moment in the US, right? So a great person for the scene for sure. But again, like just this entire lobby, Matt. We have LAN champions, we have World Championship representatives, we have everything in this lobby.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is one of the few lobbies we've had where it's just like every single name has been on this broadcast before. Every single name has had those games that we've seen from them. Of course, Travis, we talk about quite a bit, mostly to call him Travis Cat Meow Meow, but for good reason. And Zbrojson as well, who is one of our standout players early on in Rising Legends. Hasn't quite hit that same peak since, but I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to bring in this game.
Also, the fact is, like, I believe it's him that on his like competitive experience just has you know what it is.
Yes,
it was just written in. You know what? I rate that attitude. I respect that attitude so much. The confidence that shows. That just radiates. That's fantastic. Someone that's also physically been on the broadcast before is Talal, who was when we had the Super Bowl, where we had a ton of we started kind of tried out the team format for the first time. We had a bunch of guests come in. He was one kind of like the more focused on like the MENA region, like, and knows a lot in the scene, and a part of the CST team, as we talked about before as well, with the likes of Asu, the likes of Brex, right? A very strong Tunisian practice group / team.
Yeah, something I just want to flag about that's been really interesting to me upon reflection. We have 3 Tunisian players at a very high level, which is been really impressive to me, because it's not a country I think of as having like a huge esports scene, but Talel, Arzu, and Brix have all had some standout performances. It reminds me of like where Greece is at generally in TFT, where it's like, yeah, they'll pop up and they'll be able to hit those top echelons. So it's nice to see a flag other than France every now and again.
We have 2 French flags in the lobby. We also have the Swiss flag. The Swiss flag, so that's a big plus.
Oh, hate you. The fun fact for everyone at home: the proportion of French players in this game is the proportion of French players in this tournament. 1/4 of all of our players come from France, so very reminiscent of the olden days, where it was just French flags abound.
Audible, Casey Double, Casey Canvas.
The classics.
Lires.
Play back the hits.
Oh well. Luffy with his 3-star Siamat.
Good times. We see Matelas, perhaps unsurprisingly, picking up that Invoker emblem we saw last game. How strong, but also how flexible it is, just giving that extra mana across the board. And there are several Invokers that are just generally strong units, so you can generally at least get that 2 into a composition with that emblem.
Yeah, we saw like the flex with the Umbral line in the last game. Again, also we can see like the fact you can play around something like Jennifer now. She can hold that Nash's Tooth until you can kind of go in towards something like the Lily or some of those other lines, right? You have so many different options with the Invokers, and I think that is the biggest strength that you're alluding to.
Yeah, and we're going to see quite the power coming out here from that Janna as well. The only time I'll say this, Caitlyn actually looks good with Invoker, because she can actually cast her ultimates. So baby steps for that unit that maybe has not been quite the standout. Looking across the augments, Wida, Clémoulahagra going for everyone's favorite. Oh, we've got a Garen.
We got a Garen indeed. And this is like one of the really interesting augments in the game because it is such a powerful augment in the sense that it's like Garen is just a warden. So you can just like do whatever you want with him once you get to the point where you have him free start. Do you want to play Ashe? Sure, go ahead and play Ashe. You know, like you can do so many different things with this. And also the fact that Garen makes use of a lot of different items. Like you see the very rare combination of BT plus Archangels be a thing from him from time to time. You can also like carry Titan's resolves. Like if you get like a Genji resolve offered, there are plenty of options here. And that's one of the reasons why Garen is so strong.
Yeah, that consistent front line, we've seen it be used with several backline carries, like you were talking about the Ashe, but also the Kai'Sa. You know, just generally good for those carries that need their time to ramp up and need to stay uncontested for the most part. So we see Clémou taking a loss, but not surprising. We'll be looking for that roll down towards the beginning of stage 3 to try and hit that Garen 3 before hitting level 5. Nothing too exciting coming on this round. Fun fact, he's still looking for units that are either Wardens or Storyweaver. Putting in that second Garen as well. We can see some leveling up across the board. Travis hitting level 5. Nettlemage over here with an early Umbral setup, but looks like an angle towards that duelist holding the Volibear, Kiana, and the Nico as well.
Yeah, but also has that. It also has the Umbral augment here, right, with Wrath of the Moon. So I think that ultimately his late game plan here, as we do see it being brought up here, thank you, production. And it's like that like continuous scaling into the fight is such a powerful tool for some of these units, right? So it is it's something that we are going to be seeing in here as well. And again, the duels are just being held because it's a nice, easy holdover point with something like the Darius Asher early game carry, right? So super powerful thing to do here. And also we can see Travis now on that epoch here. It means he's level 5 already and just playing around with a strong tempo line around that tattoo with the Sun Up.
Yeah, one of the best tattoos right there for that early game spike. Gives you quite a bit for that Senna. Feels like a full item, unlike a couple other of the tattoos that are less useful. But we can see Talel as well picking up that duelist angle very strongly. So probably for the best that the other angle was going for Umbral, or that would be quite the contest.
Yeah, it definitely is, and still, even though that Talel is like very hard leaning into it, he still has to kind of figure out at what point will we see Nettlemage kind of dive out of holding on to some of those units, right? Because especially if you're trying to play around the 3-star centric version of the composition, someone in the game having a 2-star Tristan and a 2-star Volibear as item holders can just be a massive hindrance to a game plan.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that as the game evolves. Heading over to Travis's board with that tattoo, the early Ink Shadow. Not a whole lot of items that are being slammed here. He doesn't really have that many components. Not going to go for the Heart Steel, of course. He has that Crit Glove on there. The Jax, I really like that he is leaning into the win streak with that Even Shroud. Does very well in the later stages of the game because always nice to get rid of some resistances.
Yeah, I think it would be pretty impressive if he went for Heart Steel, Matt. That would be just like he's just playing a set 10 game, while the one is playing a set 11 game.
Oh yeah, I forgot Steadfast.
Yeah,
it's got heart in it, you know.
The funny thing, we talked about we had like this exact conversation about like item names between TFT and League of Legends yesterday during rehearsal as well.
Everfrost, Eternal Winter, just the Seeker's Arm Guard being an artifact being very confusing as someone coming from League of Legends.
Could you imagine if you like just by mistake you dig up like Cyber composition, like Cyber items or something like that, right? And you just get brought to like a
Spear of Shojin.
Spear of Shojin, Rageblade, something like that, right? And it's like, am I on ultimate bravery right now? Or like what's going on here, right? That's honestly like
I'm sure there are
like
at least one or two content creators for League of Legends jotting down this idea right now.
Yeah, I was about to say this is something like you just like take TFT item builds, but you play them in League of Legends as ultimate bravery.
We're giving this to you guys for free. So we see Zbrojson picking up, trying to angle towards this Fortune. Only has 2 of the 3 units, but happy to take these losses here. Full streaking 50 gold already, tied with Clémou on that econ.
Yeah, and again, like having to prioritize getting the loss streak rolling, but I must admit that with like Fortune being kind of scaled back a little bit and stuff like that, I'm not really sure whether or not this is a good spot to play Fortune from, right? Because we know for the fact that like the most common way to play Fortune when you cash out is to go in towards something like the Kaiser line, which you benefit massively from being uncontested, pretty much guaranteed every single game that you play it, right? So, Matelas can do the funniest thing here, by the way.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
The funniest thing, I just pick and be like, hey, this is a guarantee. I didn't have any guarantee.
And he can make econ with it. Sell that Kog'Maw, sell the Nico, buy out the Garen. You've got 40 gold.
That's like a certified hater moment, though, man. Like you don't want to grief your own game plan that hard of selling your Nico pair.
It reminds me of when we had hero augments, and that Yasuo augment was so strong that during Super Brawl, entire teams would just pick a player to sack in order to deny the Yasuos from.
Yep, it was amazing. You know, those are the days.
Oh God, love Super Brawl so much. Clémoulahagra still looking for that Garen. Not had great success. Still 2 off, but this is the roll down that we were talking about. Going to go all the way down on this turn to try and pick it up. Having to decide what to sacrifice, what to keep. There's the Garen 3 with 30 gold to spare. So you're going to be able to just level up there quite happily.
Yeah, and he hits it at the magical 33 gold point, right? Because this is the point where you can start naturally rebuilding your economy. And Garen, goes for levels, but he can level go to 30 and then can rebuild from there, right? Slams out Morello here to get some combat power, because the issue for Clémoulahagra right now, he has like half the components of like a bunch of really good items. He has 2 bows, right? That's half of a Titan's each. He has that. He has a belt, he has the cloak, he just lacks the swords and the chain vest to really start making those Garen items. So the Garen is not in a spot where it's automatically winning fights by itself just yet, so he needs additional help from the backline to secure fights like this.
Yeah, and it will be enough for this fight, of course, that Teemo... the weakness of Teemo is how long he takes to do damage.
Oh, Matt, you might have spoken too soon. Never mind.
I got it. I've been practicing with that TFT thing that Peter showed us. Ooh. Nah, there's no way he goes for not today. Combat caster might be interesting there to just give a little bit more.
Could you imagine being a combat caster, by the way, Matt? So you should like
in the middle of the gladiators arena.
No, as in like you're play-by-play commentating yourself in a fight.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it. Because you get one punch in the jaw and then you can't do the commentary part anymore. You know, it's just over.
We did it, Matt. We almost reinvented chess boxing. You know.
Yeah. Slowly but surely. Kind of like how so many things have evolved into a crab shape over the years. All sports evolve into chess boxing. AK Wonder here, picking up the. I always forget the name of the augment. Not today. There it is.
It's not into the night, Matt. It's not today.
Yeah. Every single time something changes, it takes me so long to catch up with it. But of course, we have this Kiana. We saw earlier today in the previous game just how strong she can be as a carry this early on. Angling towards that duelist, it still seems, but that Keeper's augment is going to go a long way in making that composition powerful. It is probably the best comp for that augment that's already pretty strong on its own.
Yeah, and also it's worth noting that with the way the items panned out there for AK Wonder, he also has the option to go for something like the Lee Sin Kane Heavenly board if he wants to go down that route, right? Which again, we saw be very dominant at the last GSC, and obviously it's not as good without something like the Heavenly Emblem, but he already has something akin to Biscayne, for example, with that item setup on that Kiana. So interesting thing to kind of look out for which route he'll be going down. And the same thing can be said for Matelas here, right? Because he could be going for something like the reroll Janna version of the composition as well here with the Invokers we're talking about earlier on here, in a very non-committal spot in terms of which reroll he'll be going down the route of here.
Yeah, and there's a couple of overlapping rerolls. I've been a fan of several versions of this composition over the set because you get so many choices. Diana as a frontliner is so incredible that just getting her 3-star alone gives you a ton of board strength. But you've got options for the Soraka as the primary carry versus the Janna. There's quite a bit of flexibility depending on what you hit so that you're just not stuck rolling forever at 7. So one of my favorite reroll compositions has fallen off of late, but I'm excited to see the potential of it coming back here for Matelas. Haven't checked the deer list to see where Fin Tao thinks it ranks, but it's always rank 1 in my heart, so I don't really care.
I mean, last time I heard Vincent Top was stuck deep in the Kabuki reroll hole, even without the augment. So
respect. Oh man, I tried that early on and it was awful. So if he's making it work, more power to him.
To be fair though, right, the actual augment itself is super powerful. I think we were seeing a lot of people almost snap pick it if they get the option to over the course of the weekend. So there's a very high likelihood that we actually will get to see some of that Kabuki reroll action come through at some point during the weekend.
It's definitely my favorite augment. Like even before it was actually good, it was my favorite just because that unit's really fun and there's a nice interplay between Fortune wanting you to lose to get that gold versus Kabuki giving you gold for getting those kills. So kind of balancing those two levers of economy is a really fun interplay. So I hope we get to see it later today as we see Zbrojson has finally started slamming those items. This Zoe as an AP carry early, quite powerful, especially once she starts getting those bounces.
Yeah, she's a very powerful unit. Like, it kind of just comes creeping up on you as you're talking about, right, Matt? Because when those bounces start coming, all of a sudden you look over and it's like, my opponent Zoe 2 did 13k damage this fight, and I'm like,
yes. But if she doesn't get the first kill, she's useless. So like there really is a fine line to play. Positioning is very important. Having something to support that damage and get the timings on the kills is very important. So Zbrojson, heading into this encounter, we've got the Tom Kench. This is always interesting to me. How much the players metagame it. Wonder, not participating whatsoever. Because depending on where you are in the game, maybe you don't want everyone else to get any items.
I think that's boring, man. Why would we play to the best of our abilities if we can play to have fun, you know?
Dude, I'm with you. You know me. I am with you every step of the way. But like, I understand why Wonder's doing what he's doing. But unfortunately for him, it literally doesn't matter. So...
Also, like, another small thing to note here, right? Notice how Matala and Nettlemich, I believe, were aware of like which side of the board that they were on and being able to pick up that earlier gold up here, which means that they most likely have made an additional economic breakpoint by doing that via the interest.
Yeah. Really heads up play from them. And of course, we're going back to AKA Wonder's board to see how this is evolving. Still sitting on those duelists. Doesn't look like he's particularly keen on doing the Kiana reroll we kind of alluded to earlier, just having that one extra Kiana to transfer the items in the later stages.
Also, lol, man. I feel like we just see him 2 fights in a row now, and I'm pretty sure that AK Wonder's board is still just ridiculously strong here. I don't think there's been a reasonable scale in power for the likes of the lol here. And this Kiana 2 is just such a crank. Like, she just pumps out so much damage here. And when you have something like the Volleyball 2 in the mix as well, it's just so tanky, and with just all the power that there is in the keepers in that not today attack speed, like, it is very difficult to find a unit that matches that power output.
Yeah. Bad time for Talel, especially being contested on all of those units. But we're back on Clémo's board, seeing what's going on here. Has picked up that Morello for the healing reduction on the Zyra, and getting quite a few units for this Story Weaver.
Yeah, but you can also see that fact he's gone for the green rivet, the green Kale here, right? So which means that for me at least indicates the fact he probably won't be sticking to it. Yeah. Would be my guess, at least. But he does have something like the Galio on the bench here, right? So he has plenty of options. Could play around the 5-star Weaver temporarily until he gets to something like the Lux, potentially if you want to go down that route with the 6 Warden plus the Portal in that aspect and some other Arcanists, right? So there are some... That's the thing about the fact that, like, with the Warden frontline and with just how strong Warden is right now, you are so flexible in, like, how you apply that frontline.
Yeah, and Clémoulahagra, we saw picked up the components for Bloodthirster, so very likely that's going to be slotted in. And Zbrojson is just getting absolutely nutty rolls, picking up an Azir, Ornn, and Aurelia on the same turn as he's trying to build out his composition. Looks like he's angling towards that Lilia, but perhaps the rolls will change his mind. Never mind, he got a Lilia too. I think he's pretty comfortable committing to that.
Yeah, and this is kind of an indicative way of like how Zbrojson's always liked to play TFT, right? Think back to all the way back in set 6, set 7, when he came back into the mix here. Those like really huge 3-5 roll downs were like what was like the definite part of his gameplay, which like set him apart, was like his skill in navigating those situations here. And yes, he's been in a pretty poor position overall this game due to the fact he didn't get that fortune online as you were banking on, but he's still going to be able to be a player that can navigate through these spots here and just still try to maximize the output of them. But obviously, when you hit this Kiana, you are going to be in a bunch of hurt.
Or Dryad available for Zbrojson as well. Maybe he's going to be angling towards Vetazir as a more prominent unit on the board. But given that it's one cost, we've got Prismatics, Wida.
And we do, and there are different ways for Zbrojson to kind of prioritize the scaling of the board state here, and he will be going with that Invoker emblem instead, right? So, as you're talking about, there's so much power in this Azir as a unit right now that being able to fit in that 4 Dryad, maybe alongside 4 Invoker, for example, is a very powerful tool, but someone like AK Wonder here has a tiny bit deadly, just a run-of-the-mill, very good combat augment, but both Blinding Speed and Unleash Arcana also has some level of priority in terms of like managing your item economy.
Yeah, I mean, Blinding Speed, especially if you're going for that duelist setup, gives you some pretty friendly items.
Oh no.
Oh.
Rip.
All right. I was hoping. Wonder feels like the kind of person who'd be comfortable going for the egg. Especially at 93 HP, like, there's spots from which it's definitely not usable. This is one where you could make an argument. I'm not saying it'd be a great argument, but you could.
Yeah, I mean, but also the fact that when you look at the overall scale of it, the macro picture of the tournament so far, AK Wonder finished 7th in the event. Also, keep in mind, he's playing at 160 ping, right? So if he has to go for these huge plays, like on the cash with, like, I guess, like 100 gold or whatever, like he's going to be in a worse spot in terms of navigating that spot than he would normally be at home. And also, when you have the chance to pick a strong combat augment for this route that you're going down right now, I think that is just the most natural way to kind of approach the situation. Just try to, like, not let go of the gas at all. Try to just outrun the entirety of the lobby.
Good point. Right on Wonder's heels, Clémoulahagra with this Garen composition did finally get that 3-item Garen, and like you suspected, has not gone further into the Story Weaver. We're just hitting the vertical Warden and leaving it up to Zyra and Garen.
Yeah, and also, again, we haven't really spoken about this, but Clémoulahagra is already qualified to the Rising Legends Finals at the end of the set, right? Because of the fact that he won the event at Cactus in Leipzig that we had at the start of set 11 here, right? So it's a player that already has found great success on this patch here, in this set so far, right?
Yeah, incredible play coming out from him throughout the set, and looking like it's going to continue at this point. Talel, we saw earlier on, was angling towards that duelist. That is still the case, having a little bit more success at this point as the stuns are coming in hard and fast on that Garen. May actually be able to take him out with just one unit left. It's looking a little rough, but I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, we have it, right?
We're good. We're good. I was so worried. My heart rate was increasing with every second of that fight. I'm like, I can't be wrong on this again.
Yeah, but another thing that's kind of worth noting here, like kind of the dynamic of the duelist compositions, right? It's the fact that Talel gets the extended play, starts with the 2 stacks, get that additional omnivamp on all these characters, right? And then alongside that now has access to that duelist emblem, meaning he can push 6 or 8 duelists much more effectively, getting access to that damage reduction. And that also means that you can try lean heavily into something like the Dragon Lords, which I think statistically is actually the stronger peak if you go into the point where you can get the stun online, which again, being able to not run one less bad duelist, for example, could be the defining factor for something like that.
Going across the board, seeing various game states. Matelas going to be, working on this Lilia. Just 1 stars on the carries. This is a little concerning for me. If I'm Matelas, I am not feeling good about this. 0 gold, 6 loss streak. Maybe going out.
Imagine the Stand United value that the top board would provide, though, Matt. Look at the left side of the screen. But a big thing that's worth noting here as well is the fact that Matelas does have access to that Exalted, right? So there's a little bit of a damage output by the nature of that, but a cool application of that tattoo bombardment we were talking about earlier on in the game from Travis here, Matt.
Yeah, going to be picking it up on that Ashe, so doing plenty of spread damage with it. Will not be enough for the time being, but I'm interested in seeing how this evolves. We very rarely, in my experience at least, see Ashe with Ink Shadow, mostly because we don't usually really see Ink Shadow.
Also, one raid boss takes down another here. The Garen takes down aka Wonder here, meaning we don't have anyone on any explosive win streaks anymore, but he still has that 15 HP point gap to work with here between him and the rest of the lobby. And also keep in mind that Clémoulahagra is probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest player in the lobby, depending on the matchup here. So not an indicative loss for aka Wonder at this point anyways. Keep in mind, looking at the economy, looking at what he's holding on to, he has one goal in mind right now, and that's going to be level 9.
Yeah, I was going to say at this point, it's no longer about win or loss for Wonder. It's about minimizing the health he loses, because he is going for that level 9, and nothing in between matters as long as he doesn't die. Like, you've just got to keep that economy up so that you can make a roll down at that stage, get that later stage composition, and move these items off this Qiyana into something that's going to keep you going through stages 5 and 6. Although, this Qiyana might be that unit looking at this fight.
She is her, she is her right now. And I think this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, why this loss may or may not have been indicative, right? Because Nettlemich double set up here when Orkman-wise committed towards that Umbral setup, right? Breath of the Moon plus the Crown, all these good stuff here. 0 gold, fully invested. AK Wonder has barely upgraded a unit since stage 3, right? Like, he's rolling with a 2-star volley set for the entirety of the game, 2-star Qiyana, still 1-star Lee Sin. Like, he hasn't invested anything in there. And so now he's signed up to pre-prom the XP because he knows that at this point in time, the rest of the lobby now is starting to catch up to him, and then he's going to have to go in.
Venusaur as well going for that Umbral setup as we move over to Travis's board with the best friend's new recruit. Clémo just going to be sticking on the same board for the time being as well. Probably on a similar strategy of going to push level 9. There's not a whole lot else that he's looking for with the units on his board. And here comes Wonder.
Decides to make Tristana, right? So might be staying in the duelist tree for now here. And again, with the not today, he will be going into the night here with a pretty strong board, I believe. So there's definitely going to be options here. You can commit to that. I mean, Matt, what if we just play Qiyana reroll on level 9?
Yeah, or Tristana at this point got 2-2-stars and looks like still rolling for it. Probably wouldn't be my first prediction of what he was choosing here, but clearly has an idea of where he wants to go as we see him pick up another 2-star Qiyana. Zbrojson, in the meantime, has picked up items for this Azir. We'll see just how strong it is going against Clémoulahagra's Garen. On the left-hand side of the screen, we can see Matela fighting for his life. Just has that Lilia and that Morgana, but the damage from Nettlemage is just too high. The Umbral executes coming in. Meanwhile, Zbrojson's board up against that unkillable raid boss Garen. Down goes Azir. Down goes the front line. And it's just this poor little Janna and Kog'Maw firing away, working his absolute heart out, and it is too little too late. Zbrojson takes the loss for the round and the game. Rough.
It's rough for sure, right? But again, I think that with the way Zbrojson's game kind of panned out here, him going 7th is actually a bit of a high road, right? The fact, like, you're so deep, you're so committed to the fortune, already at the start of stage 3, you still haven't found it, and they're like, oh, well, I guess I have to find a way out of it. And, well, he did negate a little bit of the damage done here, but this board from the Element is really interesting. Again, this is kind of the thing we were talking about before when I was alluding to the fact that this comp was being played in China even before the patch came out here. There is going to be no mana region item on the Alune here. The idea is the fact that she scales better with the Archangel instead, and once she gets her casts off, that is going to be all that matters.
Worth noting as well here that because of the useful Exalted, you've got the Lilia as one of the options, so you can get that Invoker in, as well as an incredibly powerful late game trait like that Exalted, which just gives you flat bonus damage. Nettlemage, unfortunately, taking a pretty decent loss, so the percentage might not be working out in his favor just yet. So we see Clémo has leveled to level 9, but not hit everything that he's been wishing for. And Travis, in a similar position, is actually angling towards that Ashe 3 and is only 2 away. 1 off because of that duplicator. Good catch.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting point to kind of figure out here, right? Because how aware is the lobby of this, right? Again, he's now have them next to each other here, but there are not really that many other people really angling towards that Ashe line from what I can recall, right? So
yeah,
That is a really interesting point here, but Travis is also on a 4-loss streak, 18 HP here, so it's not like he has a lot of time to work with. Needs to find this Ashe very soon.
On the left-hand side, we can see Nettlemage doing his best with that Umbral composition once again against the storied champion Garen, who is just popping off. Right-hand side for a second, we can see Travis relying on that Ashe, firing away into the backline against the Alune, against the Lilia. Doesn't have the health. Travis takes the loss, but survives. Nettlemage on the left-hand side, the entire team against Garen. The raid boss still alive, but the team's got the strategies. Surely they will take him down. One more ult from Alune will do it. Both players survive.
Yeah, and again, a really interesting dynamic in that matchup specifically, right, is the fact that the Umbral Execute really comes in and does a ton of work here. But look at these emblems, Matt. Umbral, Faded, and the Invoker, right? There are a ton of really good, flexible emblems here in the mix for some of the players that might have been looking towards those board states. But Travis says, you know what? I would very much like to get that Udyr as well as the Bloodthirster.
Yeah, I was just even looking at the Ink Shadow emblem if you wanted to flex back into that with his cheeky little tattoo of bombardment from earlier working so well with the Ashe.
It's actually huge, by the way. It's like such a big spike to the board here because he gets to play the set here. He gets to get a little bit more power into the Syndra as well. So nice little bonus here for the Polish player, but he is still looking to find that last copy of the Ashe free. There she goes. And with that, Travis now put himself into a strong position to make it back towards the top end of the lobby here, finding one of the premier freestyle forecasts of this patch.
I would say of the set, especially. I mean, she has been so strong. And against this board, not a ton of backline access here for Talel, who has finally hit that duelist composition. So we see Travis on the right-hand side, but I'm going to be paying more attention to Nettlemage's Umbral board, a lot more fragile, trying to push through this front line. Kane gets taken down by the Alune Executes, doing so much damage. Alune versus Alune into the backline. The ultimate takes down the entire field. Then it's Silas versus Alune. One more ultimate from both. Silas takes the win. Nettlemage falls, and Travis survives. 6th place for Nettlemage, and Travis on the way up from 5th. Sana really doing her best there. She thought she tricked him.
It's so funny as a player as well, like, 'cause I play a lot of duelists, right? Like, just like the amount of times you're like, okay, surely I can believe in Tristana to like clutch up the fight, but the way like the damage works and stuff like that, she still like gets hit when she's like gets up close to them, and like, okay, never mind. No clutches were happening. But also, like, if you're Talel, right, you're like, okay, Travis just hit the freestyle forecast, and then I have to face him as well, right? And he is currently the player that's going to be next on the chopping block quite naturally. Unable to find that 2-star Irelia, which may or may not have been the saving grace for the sports state, right? Because on paper, this is a relatively capped out version of the duelist build.
Yeah, but against the other people in the lobby who are in much more capped out, we have such strong hits from people like Travis, but this board seems like it might be a decent matchup for Talel. Has that Aurelia still safe in the backline, enough frontline to at least keep the Alune at bay for a little bit longer, but the damage just doesn't seem to be there for the Aurelia. Needs one more ultimate, but by the time she gets it, the rest of her team is dead, and so is Talel.
The Travis fight isn't over just okay. Now it's over. I was like, okay, is there hope? Is there hope? Like when you see the fight still going on there, because there are definitely some worlds where some random thing can happen. There's just too many things on the board for Ashe to kill. But you can see Jejuso right now. We have. I don't think I've said his name once this game, which is insane considering like how good this player is on ladder. Like this guy is absolutely cracked and is like been touted as one of the next players in line in the French space for such a long time.
And we're seeing how here, staying incredibly stable throughout this game when there have been so many drastic lobby shifts, like staying stable through Travis's pickup of that 3-star Ashe. So I'm interested in seeing how that matchup goes the next time it happens. I'm sure it's coming up soon. So we see a Morgana 2 on the chopping block here for Clémou, should he so choose.
And it's also kind of crazy
to swap out.
Just to kind of like pivot back to the Jejuso point, right? This is a guy who was at the championship in the most recent set as well, right? This is a guy that's competed at the global stage. It's like held down rank 1. But it's because like this lobby has been so hectic and we have so many big names in the lobby, we're just now finally getting back to him.
Yeah, we'll see. This storied champion board has been lasting forever as we see AK Wonder going up against Travis's board with that Ashe 3. I'm going to predict she's still doing great, especially with that guard breaker into those shields. She's just gotten a huge damage bonus and is going to pretty easily clean house here.
Yeah, Kiana's doing her
still on a
best.
Kiana too.
I think because he hasn't found like the ways to kind of get out of it, he's also one copy off here, and I think he believes that the spike of the Kiana 2 is much stronger than any other potential spike that would present itself to him right now. But the issue for Wonder is the fact that the only other person on the chopping block right now is going to be Travis with that Ash free, and we sure know that that is not going to be something that will take him out of the mix. So AK Wonder on the 4 loss here. Kind of did what he was supposed to do this game by bleeding out to a top 4 placement, and would have probably bled to like a third or a second had it not been for the fact Travis found that Ash free.
Oh, selling out. We'll be able to find a Wukong too, something to put those items on. But I don't know if it's better than the setup he had before. We'll see. Definitely better than being stuck on a 2-star Kiana, having to sell when he's 1 off to run into Clémou's board. So we'll see if that power spike was enough for Wonder as we see that Garen start to fire away, uncontested, unstunned, most importantly. Will finally get some CC onto him, but he's starting to walk into that backline. The Edge of Night on the Wukong will save him for a little bit longer. Half health onto the Garen, but the ultimate brings him back up to 3/4. He is just absolutely unstoppable. The knockup stalls for a little bit longer, but there's just no damage to take him down, and Wonder, unfortunately, will be taken out in 4th place.
Does Chijo survive on 1, or is it going to be delayed damage? Chijo, he survives on the 1 HP here, so that is going to be a big one here for Jetusaur as well. Staying in the game here, getting to a chance to fight against Clémou's board here from the look of things. So dodging the Ash free for another round is going to be a massive bonus here for the French player.
Well, and I'm going to be honest here, Wida, as well. If you ask me how strong this particular board is in this lobby, I would not have guessed it was a top 3. But great play from Jetusaur, able to find a composition that can keep him stable even into the boards like the hypercapped ones we're seeing right now. We'll see if it lasts one more round, though.
Yeah, now the Ash free, you can look into the bottom left, we see for the first time in a while here, going up against Clémou's actual board. So for Jetusaur here, this is a big bonus in the fact he gets the ghost board as well.
Yeah, we can see that Ash doing so much damage. On the right-hand side, we can see Jetusaur that Lune is doing quite a bit of damage, able to take down everyone except for that Garen, but the execute we talked about earlier is going to come in huge. Takes down the Garen, and Jetusaur will survive one more round, as does Travis. And it means this next round is probably the end of the game.
I would believe so as well here. And again, a big thing to note for Jetusaur's overall tournament so far, did take the first in the first game, right? So already now is almost halfway to getting towards day 2 already on points alone, right? And that's like such a big thing for your mental state. Yeah, you might be a little bit upset about the fact that this game was stolen away from you by the fact that Travis finds that 3-star Ash. But again, when you compare this level of tournaments in TFT, it's all about like how does it affect your overall tournament life, right? You need to think about that. You need to reassess that after every single game, so you know like what to play, what can you mentally kind of accept when you go into a game here. And for now, for Travis and Jetusaur, like for Jetusaur specifically, sorry, like he's in such a good spot now with the general outcome of this game as well.
Yeah, picking up a 2-star Wukong as well, so we'll see Clémou. Last fight of the game, going to be running up against that Jetusaur build we were talking about before. The Sylas in the front line going to have to stall for the Lilia and the Alune in the back. Meanwhile, for Clémou, you are looking at that Garen in the middle of the fray. Just popped off, killed a frontliner. The Morgana in the backline almost taken down, but the set saves her for the time being. And it's just Garen versus the world. Or ultimate from Alune might do it. Has to stop the heals from coming out. Galio doing a great job of stalling out, but the ultimate, not enough. Alune doesn't get the execute, and Garen comes in. 1, 2, 3, takes down the board. Jetusaur is down, but Clémou and Travis survive for one more round.
And that is so big as well with the execute, right? The fact that the Garen then goes directly onto the Alune afterwards, removing that to even be coming out as a chance here towards the end of that fight. So a big one for sure here. I do have my doubts. I do think Travis should just win this straight up here, but we never quite know with something like this story champion Garen.
Yeah, it really depends on how quickly he can get that access to the backline, because that is what you're going to be looking for. Maybe the set to put in some AoE damage, clear the front line for him. So all comes down to positioning if there is a chance for Clémou, which is why Travis, last second, swapped around that Ash. Going to be in the top left-hand side of the screen there, directly targeting the Garen, so not what Clémou was looking for, but the Garen going to be able to stay alive. As he gets closer to the Ashe as well, the damage he is taking from her gets decreased. Yeah, he's walking away. Garen, wrong direction, buddy. And now the Ashe is going to be able to fairly cleanly clean up this board. Clémou takes a second place. Travis's 3-star Ashe brings him to a victory in round 2.
Look at those eyes.
Just stuck on it, staring into my soul.
But that's the face of someone who doesn't want to see Story champion ever again. He's like, you pick this pathetic augment to get your 3-star easier to get it powered.
That was a spite win for Morgana.
Yeah, you know, like Ashe free all the way. What a surprise, Matt, right? Ashe free wins a game of TFT this match.
Well, yeah, that obviously, like, not shocked. The fact that he was able to get it is what kind of surprised me. He was not in a spot where I was like, oh, this man is clearly rolling for a 3-star 4 cost. That's in the cards. Never in a million years would have thought he was going for it. And by the reactions to the other players in the lobby, they didn't either.
Now, also just the fact that, like, well, there was no other sniper player in the lobby, right? Like, he was not contested on Ashe, which is like, that is like a super rare occurrence, it feels like, on this patch as well, with that being like one of the strongest comps, but there was so much focus on these AP comps.
Yeah, heavy focus. Lune made several appearances in that. So, really interesting game. Far cry from the first one. Almost no emblem. So, quite the change. We'll have the analyst desk to break it down in a little bit. But before that, we're going to head to a break and an interview with Clémou.
Okay, so hey everyone, I'm Clémou. I'm 21 years old from France, and I've been playing TFT since set 5 and competitively since set 7. So set 11, I really love this set because I really disliked set 10, and since the start of set, so I kind of took a break in set 10, and since the start of set 11, I've been playing a lot and enjoying the new mechanic a lot, and I've been doing well in tournaments as well. So I think the EMEA system is very good, probably the best in the world, because TRCs are a lot of fun to play in. The LAN was very cool. I think it's a good thing to introduce one LAN, and yeah, it feels very good to play. You have a lot of ways to qualify to GSCs, and yeah, it feels very good to play. My goal is to make Worlds for sure. I don't really want to be a pro player, like I'm studying as well on the side, but I just want to make Worlds and maybe win Worlds. It's my dream. Big shout out to the group of French players that I train with. I think we are a lot of very good players that can do well. A group of like new French players that I think can do as well as the old ones. So big shout out to Goboster, Pensac, Yaroy, Vomendes, Rebanav, and yeah, big shout out.
You know, at the start of the show, I promised the people there were not going to be any epic 3-star units, or at least not as many. Now, Game 2 has just ended, and we saw an Ashe 3 win this lobby. Now, it is Travis Cat Meow Meow that took this lobby here for himself. We're going to have a look at this winning comp there, but David, how did they let him get away with this? Like, isn't that where you kind of say, oh, he has, you know, Ashe 2 and 1 copy, a second Ashe 2, maybe I should start buying those? How did that happen?
A good question, especially considering this comp is one of the strongest in the game right now. It's the second game in a row on broadcast where we see a player playing uncontested Ashe and just having a very easy time finding the upgrade. We saw Sven in game 1, which is the comp that I think should be most contested. A lot of the players in this game 2 were just contesting each other on more subpar lines, like Duelist in this case, with both players not really managing a great result, not finding that Aurelia early, for example. We had the double Invoker, 7th and 8th in the end. So the player that's able to play into either the Ashe, mostly in the Kaisa as well, from that ghostly start, and uncontested means they're gonna have a very easy time. Travis, as you mentioned, makes it maybe a little bit too easy. Ashe 3 was not on my bingo sheet. This is not GSC 1. We had a lot of changes to stop exactly this from happening, but players do have to maybe scout a bit more, as you mentioned.
I think the thing that starts to me is because remember from GSC 1, people would go out of their way to make sure you didn't notice this was happening by moving their units around and hiding them. But Travis played both Ashe 2s on the board next to each other just to shove it in people's faces. Oh, by the way, you're already in major trouble. But I think if we hadn't had that whole thing going on, that was Clémo's lobby by an absolute mile. We were promised we'd see Garen come through, do some amazing stuff. And it absolutely did. I think the thing that stood out for me, David, with that one was trying to figure out where the itemization was going to be for the additional units to go with the Garen, because we know it can be AD, it can be AP.
And really, it's about more Sages or Irelia, and it really comes down to your items. If you have a lot of great AP items for Morgana, for example, great fit. We saw here why she adds that extra bit of utility where Garen can do almost everything by himself, but she makes sure whatever weakness he has, she can help him not get stuck on a tank for too long.
Yeah, I mean, kind of coming back to what you just said, Peter, sometimes you just have to be offensive enough and how obvious you're making it so that people actually miss it, because they're like scout the bench. They're like, where is anyone holding any additionals? And so if you hide it on the board, that is actually a tactic that can work. We'll take a look at our post-game screen here, Peter.
I think they call it the refuge in audacity. But yeah, as you can see here, very, very strong across the board. I think particularly the one thing that kind of stood out for me here was, you know, particularly the mythic side of things just didn't go well for our players in this game really at all.
Yeah, it's just a really hard comp to, I think, have a lot of stability in from the very start. Something like an Invoker emblem at 2-1, I think, is just not very effective. It's just not going to do much for your board, not going to add much combat power compared to other augments in the game. And in the end, I think we're seeing there a 0-1, late Lilia 2s for both of the players. So it just means that it was very, very difficult to hit, especially with players that have very, very strong starts, like Aka Wonder, who had the Keepers into Duelists into just almost 100 HP going to stage 4, despite then later on really falling a bit in the standings, had 50 gold level 9, and took so long to find Irelia, had items still on Kiana 2 for so long. So despite having a very strong early game, it was not quite the top 2 that Aka Wonder, I think, was expecting from that start.
And mentioning those Lilia boards, of course, we also want to talk about Zbrojson. And kind of, Peter, you and I, we were going back and forth on this board as we saw it early on, playing that Zoe to kind of play strongest unit, play strongest board, leading into that Lilia comp. And I think maybe for me, where the tragedy started is with that Prismatic in the end, because I don't think he was too happy with his options there. You can go for the Invokers, but then you're missing out on some of the other units to kind of make this puzzle fit together, for lack of better terms, and didn't really work out. It was 7th in the end.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be pretty disappointing ultimately. I think you're right though. It was a pretty good illustration of what we've got, in store for our AP players overall though. You've got a lot of different compositions you can try for. Zyra, Zoe, we saw there. And still, if you can't find the reroll version of that competition, you're still totally fine to try for the Lilia long term. I just think this lobby, even with the duelists being contested, still end up with a very rarefied air towards the end. And I think you needed, particularly with Garen in play, to have boards that can deal with him specifically.
One last comment on Garen, since we're seeing a whole lot of him in these highlights, and for good reason. One thing to note, maybe a lot of players don't really realize that Garen really works best on one of the sides. He works similarly to kind of Pentakill Olaf in last set, where he needs to be taking damage in the early game once he has his items and once he can start scaling, to have that scaling HP function go through, but also just to get more mana and cast more often. So if you're playing against the Garen and you want to try and win some of these fights, the key is to get away from the Garen and try and ignore it for most of the fight, and then hopefully gang up on him at the very end and maybe be able to outmatch his DPS. One of the last fights we saw Garen against the Ashe 3, and I really like the fact that you actually want to play the Garen into the Ashe 3 with a chance that you can maybe kill the tanks fast enough and get Garen onto the Ashe before she skills. Even if she's a 3-star, Garen can really outlast 2 or 3 of her ults, as we saw, but in the end, he passed towards the middle. So key thing with Garen is the positioning at all stages of the game.
Yeah, absolutely right. You want those first couple of casts to come through to really make him as tanky and beefy and chonky as he can be. That's why these items that we were mentioning earlier on, stuff like heavy hitters, Talisman of Ascension, just anything really that allows you to get all of that extra health and scaling in there and make him tanky, work out eventually. Now, I think after game 2, we do want to take a short breather and memorize what was going on in Golden Spatula Cup number 1. We have our winner spotlight ready with Lococo. Welcome back to the Golden Spatula Cup number 1 in Inkborn Fables.
All right, I'm watching this front line start melting, and I'm a little bit concerned with the Teemo still firing away, throwing those mushrooms into the back line. Kaisa gets taken out, and oh no, Lococo might not make it.
He's fine. It's
Messiah saves him.
Yeah, how can you doubt the ghost, Coco?
I need to do some meditation to stop having a heart attack here.
What are you feeling like right now?
I'm feeling amazing. It is good to finally win a JC. I've been here since the beginning of Rising Legend. So yeah, amazing.
I'm Lococo, I'm 25 years old, I'm living in France, I'm a TFT pro player for Gentleman. It was a friend of mine who told me, hey, look at this game, we were playing League of Legends at that time, and at the beginning I was like, not interested, and when I played it, I was like, oh my god, it's the best game ever, and I'm here now.
I've been asked to ask you about cats. What do you love about cats?
It's my favorite pet, and I have 5 cats at home, so yeah, I love cats.
You having 5 cats is saying enough by itself, honestly.
Sandra falls. Looks like that's going to be all she wrote. That Kane doing so much. And Volta, top of the lobby. This may be the end of the greatest friendship we've seen in TFT as the Aurelia is taking down that Edge of Night, like you said, David, doing so much, able to take down the backline, and double 61 takes the lobby.
You know, we're always excited about having more representation, but we kind of cannot ignore the French in the room being just absolutely dominant and everywhere once again.
I think our secret is we have an amazing esports scene, and we have a lot of study group. I work with Double 61, Candies, Lires, Hardball, Enzo. My job mostly is to gather data, bring us like what's the best optimization for this comp, what's best amount.
Welcome back to the Golden Spatula Cup Day 3.
It seems like a Lococo might just be out altogether here.
Lococo on 1 life. We're gonna see 1 more slam, but the Zonia holds true. Tartman hangs in there.
Silas absolutely unkillable in the front line, stunned up. Who cares? Lococo takes that round.
This will be our 8 players competing for the title here.
Oh no, Morthog, why?
This weekend we're getting Kane.
The last game I was like, oh man, I must go first on that last game, and when I saw Kane I was like, oh shit.
Lococo's still 100 HP, guys. This is looking maybe a little bit of a concern for the rest of the players in the lobby.
they need to start doing damage to him. A fully upgraded Kayn trying to move through these stages here. The healing maybe comes through, but it's not enough.
We can see that Dryad composition, and Lokoko even moved out his strongest board, just tossing the Udyrs in there, knowing that it was the last round of the game and there's no way he can be unseated.
Your current position is your final placement, and Lokoko taking that entire game.
It's our pleasure to formally announce you as the GSC 1 champion for Inkborn Fables.
I would like to thank, well, first of all, the TFT community, who is really amazing, my studio group, Gentlemates fans, and Gentlemates, of course, and of course, my family and my girlfriend who are supporting me since the beginning, so to them.
So just to give you an insight on how we are watching these videos, every time the Pengus come up, we take a screenshot because I think they're so cute and so amazing. And obviously big shout outs to Lokoko as well after that winner spotlight. Definitely a player that I feel like is the most deserving of finally taking a Golden Spatula Cup with all that history, all that prestige he has in the history of competitive TFT, not just Rising Legends. But of course, there is some news on the horizon on the format counterfeit, because for the longest time in Golden Spatula Cups, at the end of day one, there were a couple of players that mathematically were already out, but we found a way to deal with that.
Yes, that's very sinister sounding. It will be that after round 4, our bottom 16 players will be eliminated from the competition. As you said, at that point, they've got no way of being able to climb back into the competition, so they themselves will be potentially affecting the results. It's a good way to make sure that we keep the quality of our games as good as possible for a very important cut today too.
And to make sure that all lobbies have, players that are fully locked in, fully incentivized to try and do their absolute best to get GSC points on day 2 especially.
Yeah. It's just, players obviously always play to the best of their abilities, because at the end of the day, they get Golden Spatula Cup points, so every single placement matters, and so on and so on. I'm yapping, I know, but I do like this change. Makes it a little bit more spicy after game 4. We have something to talk about there, and we have something to talk about as well in terms of our World Championship. The Tactician's crown is coming around very, very soon, and if you want to have a lovely holiday in Spain and enjoy the best of EMEA and international TFT, you can write !arena in chat and secure your tickets to watch our EMEA players live in La Arena Esports in Madrid. Thank you, Panda. I see those raised eyebrows. I see that impressed face. I've been practicing.
Boy, who says I was impressed? Those eyebrows were saying a lot. I don't think you can pinpoint exactly what emotions I was feeling. It was a very good attempt, though. Better than my German, that's for sure.
Well, we have German casters in place and location, as well as all of these other faces live broadcasted by Manuta, Babyguana, and Snooty in Spanish for you. It's going to be the live broadcast there in the arena. And we also have Dokhy and Sean's from France and Asaica and Blackfire Eyes from Poland that are going to be joining us there for live broadcast for these communities from the location as well. So make sure you check that out.
I have one more fun fact, Makes, which I will share with the world. It's actually my birthday on the very first day of TFT World. And I'm turning 30. That's how much I love TFT. I made sure that the most important event of the set lines up with my most important birthday until now, for reasons.
That's very generous of you, David. Honestly, I can't believe it. I will as well say for anyone who's considering going there as well, with our players being there in person, it's such a rare thing to be able to be in a physical space playing with other TFT players, to have fans alongside cheering you. That can make all the difference when you're playing the most high-stress environment you could ever be hoping for in a World Championship. To have people there supporting you directly to turn to after a game is done, where maybe you hit the 8th and recover yourself, that can make all the difference.
Don't say that. Our players are not going to be hitting any 8s. We're sending EMEA's best. Surely this time is where we don't get any 8th places. Jinxing it now.
Deal.
We do have an interview ready with Zbrojson for you guys that we are going to be checking out. And then I promise games are going to be starting very soon, so don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Zbrojson. I'm from Poland. I am 22 this year, and I'm competing in Rising Legends and TFT competitive since maybe 2022, 21, I think, like 3 years already. Well, yeah, I'm enjoying the set. Definitely, it's maybe not like the best, but I think one of the best maybe or one of the top sets I've played. It cannot be boring. Like now with the encounters, there's really a same game happened. Well, that's a good question. I mean, I'm not rating myself too high. I lost a lot of confidence and maybe even skill throughout the last sets, like the set 10, set 9 were not too good for me. So yeah, I'm looking forward to get back on the top. Maybe this is the year. Yeah, of course. Shout out to my stream community, of course. I know lately I haven't been stream as much as I and you would like, but maybe I will do better in the future. Hope so. Yeah, shout out to my Discord friends, the ones I train with and play with. To my family, of course, and my girlfriend. Yeah, and all the viewers from anywhere. Greetings.
And if you ever wondered what players do while we are on, these little bit extended breaks because of lobby delays, I can tell you that one of our players is currently signing up for the sub-regional tournaments to make it into Golden Spatula Cup number 3 that is still out there. So definitely using the time wisely, while our production team was talking about Beans Counterfeit.
Well, of course, it's very important on a longer esports broadcast, and this is a 3-day tournament, to make sure that you keep up your energy, whether you're casting, producing, or playing. So make sure, much like, Doomsday Supplies, you've got a big pile of cans of various different kind of things, and you can make a meal, whatever circumstances arise.
Now, Peter, you're saying this is a 3-day tournament as if there aren't breaks between the days. This is not a Dakar rally marathon of TFT. There's time to eat a normal dinner.
It's awesome tournaments
that is not canned beans.
Wait, you guys get breaks?
Wait, Mex is just tuned in by herself in the production room. Where is everyone?
It's EMEA, then it's NA, then it's APAC, and then it's EMEA again. I don't know. I don't understand the question.
That's voluntary.
Well, we are getting ready here for game number 3, and I also have the pleasure to introduce ourselves as casters for game 3 and 4. But first, we're going to be having a look at our standings and how they look like right now. Keep in mind, we are going to be eliminating the bottom 16 after the next 2 games. So for anybody that's below this point right now, they really need to make sure that they get up into these current standings and get some better placements.
Yeah, no, see, Squirrel Pie, one of the players you mentioned before, and Shining Star. I mean, kind of as you'd expect after only 2 rounds, these are the players who've had the above average finishes, but I think we've had some very, very good finishes towards the top, David.
And a lot of big names here as well. We're seeing Loescher, we're seeing White Jungler, we're seeing Solo. So Doc, despite Megs maybe not having the numbers this time around, they definitely have the quality, which is not always the case. But in this case, I think all the all-star Doc players, including Kevin Parker, bouncing back from kind of a slow start to what he's used to, coming back into GSC and doing well. And as I'm speaking at the very, very top, Gluteus back-to-back firsts.
Well, you see, David, we might not be many this time around in the Golden Spatula Cup, but we sure are mighty. And that's exactly what the German players are going to be showing this time around. You can both give me that face. I don't care. I thought it was hilarious. And we do have, I believe, our lobby in preparation as well coming up soon.
One last shout out. We did see Kenobi in the top 3, fellow caster on some of our GSC tournaments in the past, so doing really, really well in this tournament. Hopefully that'll be enough to actually make it to the day 3 maybe this weekend.
Well, we mentioned before the cutoff towards the end of the day, what Max did before. The next lobby we've got coming up are players who are currently in that kind of position in the tournament with 3 points across the entire table. It means we're going to need to see, whichever player comes out of this next lobby in first place gets themselves the best chance of surviving to at least the end of the day.
Yeah, and I'm personally excited to see that, because with that in mind, this lobby is going to be doing what usually we start seeing in Game 5, Game 6, where players are going to be leaning more heavily towards risk play, towards all or nothing kind of situations, and that can be quite entertaining. Now, we did have already an Ash 3 and a loot subscription lobby on broadcast in Game 1 and 2, so I'm not sure what I'm speaking into existence right now, but it definitely is going to be very risky play from these players, what I'm expecting here.
Outside of just risky, I'm thinking they're going to just change their game plan altogether, because there are some times in TFT where you have a very good read on the meta, you're doing well on ladder, you're generally confident in your level of play, you come in and you just have 2 very unlucky games where just nothing goes right. But there's also times where you come into the tournaments and after 2 games, you start realizing that everyone else is playing in different ways and you maybe don't have the most accurate read on the meta, and you have to try and shift and adapt on the fly in Game 3. So I'm curious to see what that mix of players is going to look like for this game.
Well, I mean, to follow on to that, David, I think that's one of the things we've seen from the lobby so far is expectations versus reality here, that we're not seeing the same sniper comp we're expecting to be contested. I think because people are expecting that to happen coming in, that could well be the shift we see coming into, coming towards the mid part of the day here, that our players realize that maybe some of these more powerful lines are available if they're the first ones at least to get there.
And as we are looking at our lobby here, you can see what you were saying just now, Counterfeit, the 3 points across the board for all of these players, really meaning that they need to find those points. And they also need to find those augments. From what we can tell here, Lilia moving everything to random rounds. That could mean that they come right after each other, or it could mean that they're very spread out. But Panda, 2 Spanish players in this lobby.
2 Spanish players, Safo, clearly a caster curse, considering I think he's one of the strongest players in Spain, but not starting this tournament so hot. On the flip side, Nati, a newer player, she's qualifying to the GSC for the first time, representing Guasones, the team that Baby Guana and Manute are kind of the leaders of, with also very good players like Point GG, for example, and Tebi. And this is her first time in GSC. Really excited. Obviously not the best start right now, but I think this is where I think great players are formed. Being able to bounce back from a slow start and prove to yourself that you can make it. Because if you do end up making it, that just feels so much better where you know you have that clutch in you as well.
I mean, if we're talking about players that we're personally familiar with, Stormy, of course, from the UK, and all those players. Talked to him a little bit before the tournament started. He's, I think, struggling a little bit under a cloud coming in because he's, after multiple tournaments, he's not made it out of day one. We've kind of got that larger concern in place for our longer term players that if you start to build up that negative momentum, getting to GSC, it's great, but getting out of day one is really where you start to get into the rarefied air.
And Stormy, as well as a player who did really, really well at Vegas, and I think that brought him up to a level where he probably expected or thought that he was at a very, very good level of understanding of the game and expectations for the future. And when that doesn't start matching your expectations, your results rather, I think it feels extra demoralizing. So this tournament, I think, is especially important counterfeit for the reasons you're mentioning.
Well, speaking of players that have done great at TVO, we of course also have to mention Noel, who's in this lobby, made it into that very final lobby at TVO, and definitely a player that has finished on very, very high placements before, but not as consistent as some of the other players in EMEA. And we also have Kaspersky in here from Poland. I would say a player that doesn't finish as high as Noel, but is more consistent all throughout. So we're going to be seeing how this lobby is going to play out. And I spy with my little eye 2 augments coming right after each other there at the end of stage 2. That could be interesting.
We talked about this before, David. We've got some very high variance in this set, very high variance moments for our players. We pushed out of their normal line of play and into something a little bit more unusual. The injection of that much potential power into the game in a hurry means I think these early boards are going to be really significant in setting up our players for potentially 2 on-point augments that come slamming in and give them super strong boards.
It's also a setup where you have to apply a lot more critical thinking to your decisions. You can't really autopilot because an augment that is very strong at 2-1 might not be so strong at 2-5 because there's 4 rounds that you're losing of potential econ gain or potential, you have to really think about the augment. Something like over encumbered, for example, is the opposite, is incredibly strong because you only have that penalty for essentially 1 or 2 fights depending when you find it. And also the idea of having 2 back-to-back augments and what augments synergize with each other is also really, really important when you're picking. So it requires a lot more thinking. You can't just play, oh, this augment's good, I always pick this, I'll pick this now as well.
And we also don't know what it's going to be, right? For all we know, there might be 2 prismatics waiting back to back for us. Or even something like silvers or recombobulators coming through. There's lots and lots of options, and we can also see that an encounter is waiting at the carousel there. So really lots of action that is coming soon. So with that in mind, we're seeing something from the players here that I think is smart, is interesting, not slamming those items, waiting it out, saying, I do not want to lock myself in with how much variety is coming in the next couple of stages. I'd much rather lose a little bit more, much rather have a little bit of a weaker board and have the flexibility still there.
I think that's that's an overall to continue that conversation. I think it's an overall skill test for our players in the set. It's that you can find these augments and these kind of lines of play that you can lock into early on, but just with encounters and and all the puzzles and things, I think there's a lot to be rewarded with keeping yourself flexible and saying, if I get an encounter that doesn't work for the kind of board I'm playing, that's a big problem. But if I keep myself flexible, I can lean into what the game's giving me.
On the flip side, I think econ will be a bit problematic for some players in this game because you are so flexible, because you are trying to keep so many options open for what could be your potential augments at the end of stage 2. It means you're losing those econ thresholds, especially 10 gold on this round potentially for some of the players. So we'll see how that affects stage 3 and 4, and if overall the cap of the lobby is a little bit lower because of it.
Looking at Shinshire here, you might be, inclined to think that we're playing Cluttered Mind or something along the lines of that. No, we're holding units just for the sheer option of things. What we're specifically holding is that Garen in case the story champion comes through. Similar to Kabuko, if a lot of players find a lot of Kabuko early on, that could also be an option to go into the Lucky Pause. But we will be seeing our second encounter. That is going to be extra components come through. I think out of the options that we had, I like this one the best. Not artifacts, not something entirely crazy like duplicators. I would say this is the lowest Orions of the higher Orions that we can get.
And I think this is the turning point for the game. Again, as you mentioned, we've got the carousel, with the enhanced carousel here, the 2 augments coming in. So I think it's interesting to have this carousel come in now before our players are necessarily fully committed into which comp they're going to be playing, because their choices here are going to limit those options before the augments even arrive.
Oh, over encumbered for Sappho. Could be an easy pickup in terms of you're not really paying much for the huge benefits. And it's one of the, I think, augments that a lot of pro players have been complaining about in terms of it not being kind of tailored or different when it comes to Lilia because of how beneficial it is to find later on.
Rolls it away, says, okay, with 2 augments coming up here, I might want to use my bench space. I might want to hold on to different options here, and instead is going to go for buried treasures. But if you're looking across the board on the right-hand side, you're seeing a lot of the same, and that is options that can go for a lot of different comps. Still players holding back, saying, I am not going to pick up anything that might lock me in here.
Well, the one that jumps out to me from there, because I think you're absolutely right, the Titans and the Buried Treasures, is seeing the Fine Vintage being picked up by Kaspersky, which we certainly seem to be very, very popular in duelist compositions, but certainly does at least narrow down the kind of play you're going to be doing for the rest of the game.
I think 5 Vintage Duelist is really one of the augments that enables Duelist to be one of those top 1 contenders if you know the right setup, if you know how to play into this line, if you have the tempo for it especially. It does elevate Duelist, something kind of like an emblem as well, with an 8 Duelist, into that territory where it's not just a top 4 comp, it can actually win lobbies outright.
And we are going to be seeing a second set of augments right back. Ethereal Blades could be an interesting choice for Sappho here. We've seen it do well throughout the tournament thus far. Hero augments generally on the up and coming, but Sappho says, no, my setup is not right for that. I don't want it. And we are seeing the Lucky Pause on Matla.
And not just Lucky Pause, it is a Kabuko 3. 2-6.
Wow.
With maybe a lot of gold. So one player is going to be very, very happy right now.
That's absolutely wild. Remember, of course, Kabuko will print gold every time he gets a kill in. Having him this early on, where he's very likely to be the last unit standing in a round, just walking around cleaning up fights, and also a Dragon's Claw as well. Matelas is in a great position.
Yeah, I know a caster that is currently not on desk that would absolutely jump out of joy if he saw this. I'm sure Nibiria smiling right now as we are looking upon this very tinky Kabuko. Now, I'm curious on everything else, because for this one, game plan is very clear. Matla is just going to streak for as long as possible on the base of this Kabuko, even though he only has 1 item right now. He's doing so much healing, should have a very, very easy path throughout these games here, and will farm lots of money while doing so as well.
I mean, that was 4 gold in a round coming in, and David, I mean, this feels very similar to what we saw from the Garen board, that we've got the options here for Tellus to have a backline that's still relatively flexible. I mean, I know we've got the Morellos already put in there, but we could be looking at Aurelia, we could be looking at more AP-centric. The world is Tellus' oyster.
It's going to be very similar to Fabulotus in game 1. We saw he had the 6 Bruiser and it just flex around different backlines, although in this case you have the extra head start where you have Lucky Paws and you have a Kabuko 3 on stage 2 already, with one of his best items, D-Claw, already slammed. So I think going to be a relatively easy game for Matelas, a great bounce back game in this game 3. And again, probably will end up on something like a Hui, Irelia pairing at the very end of the game, but has so many different stepping stones to actually make it to that point later on.
Okay, but I do want to point out, we are playing best friends, so let's play best friends. Realizing this right now, he is going to be moving into a little bit of a different positioning here, as lots and lots of upgrades are found across the board from these players. And you can see the first player also hitting level 6 here on Noel. Checking in with Nati. I thought this was something interesting early on, trying to go for the Ink Shadow, playing the Tattoo when you don't want to slam any items, so at least you have some extra power in the early game, but doesn't seem to have preserved too much for her here.
No, I'm kind of curious to see where this one goes long term, since the Force Tattoo isn't generally one which was going to be very particularly highly prized, but we've definitely got very heavy AD itemization already for Nati. With the slamming being in place from stage 2 means that she's got a lot of chance to move up and get towards some of these higher tier units ahead of the curve.
And units like Ashe, which are fairly contested, and I think this build's going to be going for Ashe. If you can find the Rage Blade especially, the great thing about this IE Lapis recombination is that it really works well into both Ashe and Kai'Sa. You can keep your options open while having, just the generic frontline, in this case the Amumu too early, is super impactful into leaning into that Warden frontline with the Ashe instead.
Yeah, I agree. It's just very nice and easy to go into, but it's not the only player here that had this idea. Of course, with how good Ashe is right now, you're seeing a lot of the same in terms of items being slammed. You're seeing those Warden front lines. You're seeing those Kates in the back line with any other sniper, really. Here for Stormy, I believe, our overlay is leading me in a different direction, but it should be Stormy's board. With the Aphelios in the background, on the other side, we saw the Senna as temporary item holder, really just going for any of the snipers that you can easily redo.
Now, keeping an eye out for Kaspersky on the other side, just want to see if there's how long we are away from the fine vintage come in. It does look like the duelist composition, as you predicted, David, will be the one on the cards, and the vintage is starting to pay out as well, so the duelist will be getting potentially quite a lot stronger.
Very strong augment combination here by Kaspersky, though, or very strange, rather. Fine Vintage and Idealism. One wants you to sacrifice your items for support items. The other wants you to keep onto your items to just get extra benefit from them. Ideally, with Fine Vintage, you get just more generic combat strength augments that are not linked to items for your units, especially for duelists who you want to kind of buff the entire team. So very strange. I guess maybe going to hold on to only the Hodges, but the Hodges don't really add utility, which is the items you're usually holding out that are not support items with Fine Vintage. So we'll see if it works out, but a bit odd overall.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a strange choice. Now, we are getting our third augment choice come on through, and Matela, really, he just said yes to everything. What are those augment choices coming through their Lucky Paws, and then the Declaw augment coming right after, knowing that he already had it? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that Dragon Spirit is going to be absolutely crazy. Oh, it's
you're
putting
just
two of them
shaking hands.
Oh my lord.
You thought Story Champion Garen was a menace? I offer you double Declaw Kabuko Lucky Paws. This guy is going to be having an absolute field day in this lobby, and that does mean a little bit of bad news for everyone else in this lobby, right? With Matla suspectedly having a streak and dealing a lot of damage to all of the other players here, you're going to be bleeding more than what you would normally, and that could be bad news.
Yeah, well, David, I want to kind of bring up, since we've got the idea in play as our carousel starts to drop in the forecast, between what we've seen from Story Champion and the Kabuko, how different is this in terms of the effect on the lobby overall? Because we know Matelas is going to be ending up with a lot of items and a very, very strong frontliner, but presumably Kabuko won't be able to kill late game boards by himself.
I think that's the big thing, that a lot of the power of the comp is not so much on one singular unit. It's a bit more spread, especially as you go later into the game, because big impact units like Hui, like Irelia, big of the 5 cost come in as backline carries for Kabuko. So it makes it a little bit easier to spread out the power. And if your Kabuko gets stuck on a tank or just, not going to die early, obviously, but just doesn't do that much in the late game fights, there are other units that are picking up where he is slacking. So I think it's going to be, overall, I think it's a better comp if you hit the highest cap. One thing to mention, though, 2 players are heavily onto econ augments, Nati and Shinshire. I think they're going to have a lot of struggles coming back into this game in stage 4, trying to fight up against all these combat strength augment boards.
Yeah, I agree. I think specifically for Shinshire, I'm starting to worry a little bit. Looking on the right-hand side of our HP totals, you can see Shinshire already getting close to that 50 HP marker, while the rest of the lobby still seems fairly healthy. 7 losses down. At some point, you need to turn it around, and with all of these augments, thanks to Lilia and Kanda coming through so early, there's just so much extra power on all of the other boards that's going out right now, so the losses are going to be even harder if you are playing a weaker board due to how many units are surviving.
I suppose the only good news here for our players who are playing weaker towards the early going is at least we didn't end up with what we were maybe thinking we were going to have, which was prismatic augments coming in, because you're right, it's an enormous amount of power injected into lobby in stage 2 and stage 3. I think for our players who are playing more defensively, we can see Shinshai here, has been slamming it in the items to try and make these losses as minimal as possible, but this is a lot of gold. With Epoch as well, there's a potential to really pump up the levels and get towards the prime units before other players can.
The problem with double or triple econ augments in this meta, in my opinion, and also a similar problem with Fortune, is that no matter how much gold you have, no matter how upgraded your board is, some comps are just going to beat you outright stage 4, no matter what. With Garen, for example, if they have the right setup, with Kabuko similarly, if he has a 3-item Kabuko that's been stacking a ton of HP and just a generally good enough backline, no matter how good of an Ashe 2 and all frontline upgrades you get, it's not going to be enough if you don't have combat strength as well. So it's a little bit tough because you expect to win out when you have everything working for you with the econ, but it's not always the case.
And if you're looking at the bottom there, you can see the Exalted units that we have right now, and that tells you maybe a little bit more about what's going on here and why so many players are targeting in a direction that would favor Ashe as a carry. All of those Rage Blades that we are seeing, Last Whispers, DBs, IEs, what have you. Ashe being Exalted makes it an absolute option to play around this and trying to figure out an Exalted board with her, despite her already being such a strong unit. And I think that might be the idea that we're having for Shinshire here, to assemble something along the lines of that Exalted. We'll be seeing whether or not he can find something to put it together here, as we are approaching level 8 soon enough.
Well, to follow on to what you're saying, Megs, we talked a little bit before about the flexibility of the sniper comp to incorporate different kind of traits in. I think having the Thresh, which you can see on the board already, there is really going to incentivize our players to play more towards the Aphelios and the Thresh, to bring the snipers and the Fated together to get the maximum value by just smushing together all of the most powerful traits at once.
This is bold from Shinshire. Looks like he wants to stop rolling. He hits the Kane 2, which, it's a Kane 2, but it is Kane after a lot of nerfs and not really the best melee bruiser items for this Kane, and says, hey, if I'm stable enough with this board right now, I don't have to dig for Ashe or another better 4-cost carry with the AD items. I can just go 9 instead and try and play for a very high cap. If it doesn't work out, if he starts losing some fights in stage 4, he might be in trouble.
So I think the plan is to go for the Ashe despite, because we have her on board right now to kind of make those 4 snipers come online. And I think we'll just replace the Senna as soon as we have something like an Ashe 2. For now, the Senna 2 probably doing a little bit more heavier lifting on what is going on right now. And there is at least one win in favor of Shinshire right now, as we are going to be rolling just a little bit more to see maybe what can come around here. Finds a lot of legendary units, and finally finds that set as well to make the dream come together. So instead of the Syndra, we're now going for the Thresh. And you see the 4 snipers, you see the 3 Wardens due to having 1 missing right now, and you also see the Fated and the Exalted. I think this is a good idea.
Yeah, I really like it a lot. As we were talking about before, having Faith online as well is pretty darn good. I mean, right now, certainly we don't have the Aphelios being itemized, so just provide a little bit more beef up in the front line, because for the sniper compositions, as we see on both sides of the board here, Noel going for it as well, it's all about buying as much time as possible for your Ashe, or at least Ashe substitute, to scale up and do infinite damage.
Mentioned we were surprised seeing only 1 player on Ashe the last 2 games on broadcast. Travis being an Ashe 3 out of nowhere. This is much more like what you're seeing now in high GM challenger lobbies. In U West, a lot of players angling towards Ashe as a comfort comp because she was very strong in the last month really of TFT, and also because it's just very consistent. And we're seeing now 3 different players contesting each other on Ashe, with 2 or maybe 1 other player trying to move into Kai'Sa instead as a plan B to not have this absolute fiesta. And this is where hero augments really shine, not just their strength, but their fact that they open up a new path for you to top 4, maybe even win the game with. We'll have you enter this lottery of AD carries.
Yeah, absolutely true. Just quickly checking in with Matla, who's now on 8 wins as the rest of the lobby is scrambling to try and save themselves a little bit. Udyr giving everyone 2 extra components. Allows you to maybe target what was missing. And on Sappho's board, we're seeing exactly what you were saying, David. Goes for something that's a little bit more tried and tested, the Bruiser Kaisa, and has the Zaya on board already. So this could be a good option. Still missing some upgrades, though.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we know that this isn't quite the dominating composition we saw from before, but I like that we've actually got the Teemo in there as well, because while we've got the Zaya as the promise of late-game power for Sappho, I think having the second trick shot online when you're running trick shot 4 feels like it's really essential just to do enough damage to keep you going and pull Sappho back from what's a rather bleak economic situation.
Key 5 costs coming onto Carousel Wukong for his traits more than anything. Lysandra used to be insta-pick for absolutely everyone. Not so much the case now. You have to be a bit more specific with actually wanting her traits in, not just her as a, do-it-all kind of unit like she was in this, big CC in the melee bruiser meta, especially with Kayn and Lee Sin running rampant.
Yeah, I think for now, Lysandra, to me at least, is in a spot where if you find her early and you can field her, you just put her in so she can give you a little bit of extra resources, if that is something you're looking for, but not as strong as actual menace on the board, for lack of better terms. Checking in with Shinshire here, has lost 1 round again, did pick up the Lysandra early on, and Matla now finding a potential Kaisa too, but does not want it, says no. I'm playing on the Ashe.
Yeah, I was kind of curious to see. Certainly, with the 6 Bruiser in place already, we'd expect that to be pretty reasonably decent. But we got contested on the Ashe, we got contested on the Kaiser as well. And I think that's maybe why we might start to see some more players doing, as Stormy is doing here, what you alluded to much earlier on in the broadcast makes, that Phaedos is still a pretty reasonable carry, even if only temporarily.
Kaspersky's here. I wish I could say I'm surprised. Does finally win a round, but that was a 6 loss streak before this. 35 HP now. Simply because I think the pairing of the augments were just not ideal. I wonder what his other options were in the second pick. I think they must have just not really been pickable at all for him to go down the idealism route, having already picked Fine Vintage.
Yeah, you were talking about this earlier on. At least Kaspersky put in Fortune to maybe get something out of these losses here that were happening before now, the cash out, as well as the treasure armory coming up at the same time. And there is Radiance in there, so we're looking for something that can work 10 times. You can reroll the copy of what used to be a ferocious dragon. This time around, only Lee Sin.
This is such a fascinating setup. I know, David, you were talking about before about the Fine Vintage, being the way to cap out the duelist composition, but I personally haven't tried putting in the Fortune to take advantage, to cope with the fact that it takes a while for these Fine Vintage, items to come through and actually give you that power on the board.
It's also not very intuitive because duelists usually want to be strong at the start of a fight, or at the start of the game rather, so just 2 and 3, and then kind of fall out a little bit as they get their upgrades with Lee Sin, especially at the end of stage 4. So playing Fortune doesn't make that much sense early game, but with Fine Vintage it does a little bit more. And I think just Kaspersky knew he would be weak most of stage 3 anyway, so might as well. And now we'll see if this mix of artifact and support items will be able to do it. Couldn't get the locket on in time. We'll see the next few fights he's going to be a bit stronger.
Yeah, a little bit slow on the order of actions. They are, of course, you want to roll first, then you want to make sure that everything is in correct position, and then you want to slam those items. So a little bit late on the items there. Maybe would have made a difference to this fight with the extra shielding on that front line due to the Solari. But for now, we're going to be getting a little bit of extra resources all across the board. We're also seeing our first couple of players approaching that 20 HP marker, and from there on out, it's 2 losses, and you are going to be eliminated out of this round. Definitely not a good spot.
No, and honestly, Kaspersky and Stormy, who are the 2 players down there with Shinshar barely above, I kind of prefer to be in Stormy's position, where at least you've got the loss streak. But Kaspersky, going to have to win every single round from this point onwards to stay alive. When you've got players like Nati above on the table who, David, you noted that this board isn't going to be missing the combat augment power. The 2 stars are still in place at the moment to make for, at least temporarily, a very, very effective board.
I do want to know one very big surprise. Can you both believe that Matelas is win streaking, 11 win streak? Who would have thought?
Oh, what?
After finding
Really?
a late stage 2
I'm
Kabuko
so
3
surprised.
double declaw? No.
No, really? Strange. How did that happen? Hasn't Irelia in the background now as well? 2 items on her. She's being an absolute menace there, trying to get through those units, but it seems like Kabuko has fallen. This could be the turning point.
This is what we were talking about earlier on, is that Kabuko, unlike the Garen, is he's a very good tank, and he's definitely printing components for Matelas, but he can't get the job done by himself. The Galio did join the front line as well, but I think with players like Stormy, Stormy particularly, who needs to spend absolutely everything to stay alive, that will hopefully, for Matelas, mean that the lobby will become volatile enough that he can build enough other carries to keep him going long term.
And honestly, just looking at this board, it makes you feel sad. You're still missing those upgrades on the front line. You're sitting on so many items. Sell something quick, make the Galio. Does it? Last second there. Now the tank items come out, but you still need to slam so much to at least have a second carry in the backline playing 2 trick shots. And on the left-hand side, you're seeing on how much you're missing out on. 2 out of 3 Exalted, 2 out of 3 Fortune, 2 out of 3 Ink Shadow, 2 out of 3 Story Weaver. Really nothing is fitting the puzzle just right. And that front line, despite the Galio 2, just absolutely gets annihilated from Nati's board from the other side, and unfortunately, Stormy is going to be the first player out and in a really bad position for the post-game 4 elimination.
I do remember, everyone, we are in lobby 16, as you can see at the top of the screen right now, which are players who need desperately to have a strong finish. With Stormy, that's going to be a real heartbreaker that may well spell the end of the tournament for him in this particular game. The players like Shinshan and Kaspersky, you can see the HP totals from 3rd place down are all pretty similar to each other, so we've still got a lot of volatility as to how this one ends.
Silver lining for Kaspersky, did find the Lee Sin too, so some of the big upgrades finally coming through. This could be, despite not really getting so much value from Fine Vintage, could still be a turnaround moment with how strong duelists are generally when you have the right setup, and Lee Sin 2 is a big part of that setup.
Absolutely is. Still missing that Irelia to maybe come online, but you're seeing in the background a collection of teddy bears getting assembled as well to maybe get another power spike onto the board where possible. So Kaspersky, despite not having much gold to work with, is holding on to different outs here, and there is a duelist emblem on this carousel.
No longer first pick though, but I don't think anyone else is trying to go for the duelist emblem, so not going to be punished for it. Big upgrade now, opening up some very high cap variants of his board.
Interesting to see that we're getting the Arcanist one being picked up as well, but options do start to shrink, of course, towards the top. Matelas and Sappho will have to make do. Looks like at least they'll be able to end out the carousel with at least some items to choose from. Matelas, I think, just making that choice between what's going to be enough to build out some kind of late game carry to support our friend Kabuko.
I absolutely love when you see, something that a player wants and their little legend starts moving before the little circle stops, and you just know that they're right-clicking furiously trying to get to that item as fast as possible. Lots of upgrades coming through now, and we are going to be checking in with our representative from Turkey, Venri here, assembling that Mythic Invoker board on the Lilia. Still missing 2 stacks on her to get the full power of the Mythics, but it might be enough against the Ghost board.
I love as well that we've got the Azir in here fully itemized, even with the Radiant Guard Breaker as well. But yeah, you're right, it's not the full power version of the board, but I think up against Ghost boards, it's going to be enough to hold on. As I mentioned before, we're 1 or 2 rounds away from potentially seeing multiple eliminations coming through. But I speak too soon. Even the Ghost version is a little bit too tough, and that's got to be disappointing, as you said, on the brink of something better. One more shot.
Man, Azir is MVPing this round, throwing in these sand soldiers to distract from his very little HP, and Venri hangs in the ropes of making it into next round. There is one more round between him and getting up extra upgrades from the dragon. We'll be seeing whether or not he will take it. But in the meantime, 2 players getting eliminated there. We have Nati and Shinshire go out as Noel finds that Ash 2 finally on the back of those players getting eliminated. We might be seeing some item shenanigans soon.
And both players eliminated both players that went heavily into econ augments. As I mentioned earlier, there's some that no matter how strong you get, how strong your board is, how much gold you have to work with, you're just not going to beat out boards like Kaspersky's Duelist board with Fine Vintage or Matelas Kabuka board in stage 4 and 5, and that's the price you pay at the end. You end up bleeding out the bot 4.
And one thing which we were pointing out before, David, was the idealism augment being picked up for Kaspersky here as kind of having a negative interaction with the Fine Vintage, but we're seeing a lot of carries coming through here, and certainly towards the tail end of the fight. That Lee Sin with the Radiant Edge of Night getting multiple lives in the round. I think holding on to those idealisms seems to have worked out pretty well.
Noel hanging in there, does get a loss, but with 4 HP survives. Venray unfortunately not able to do the same thing and win by a margin, gets a 5th place here. And those are our top 4 players right now, Matla, Sappho, Kaspersky, and Noel, as they are going to be getting extra upgrades from this dragon here. You can see that Noel has taken a page out of Travis's book and is thinking about whether or not somebody will let him get away with duplicating this Ash a couple of times. I don't think that will be the case with how many players are playing it, but maybe it's just a security copy as well, saying, don't you dare.
Well, I mean, I think this is what you were pointing out from before in the previous ones. It doesn't take an enormous investment to just push people out of getting the strongest boards. I mean, Noel, of course, needs to get everything online immediately. Does get the, let's see, so we've got most of our backline itemized. We've got a somewhat awkward semi-frontline item coming in with the Sterax. So Noel is on the loss streak right now, needs to start getting the wins, and it's going to be up against a level 10 Matelas board who has so many items, so many carries.
And I'll just say, Sniper Nautilus is very wokage. Watch this unit go the Sterax as well. The AD surely very helpful for Nautilus.
Here comes the ult.
We'll see if the 6th Sniper will do enough. One of these fights he'll solo, but Noel being on 1 life, not going to be realistic. Unfortunately, a 4th place.
There was a dream, there was an idea, there was an execution, but sometimes, somewhere, we get lost along the way. Sniper Nautilus not being the carry that we ought to have. Sappho making it into the top 3 together with Kaspersky and Matla. Is there anyone that can put a stop to this Lucky Paws Kabuka board? We were talking about it early in the game, and we kind of just left the little bear standing in the room for the rest of it, knowing that the menace was there. But Matla upgrading as we go, finds the Aurelia too as well in the backline. That's a huge upgrade, and it might be enough to go against Sappho here.
And for Sappho, I think he knows he's outmatched when it comes to the game plan. He knows the comps that he's playing against are going to be just much, much stronger. Trying to find a Kai'Sa 3 game plan. Has 50 gold to roll with, has right now 5 copies of Kai'Sa. We do see one being held from Mantela as well. So overall, that's the only chance Sappho has to try and get a top 2 or first even in this game.
I mean, certainly we saw in our previous games that the Duelist board was one of the ones who was able to take down Garen just by sheer volume of, focused single target fire, especially the Lee Sin with the silence as well to cut down some of the costs coming through. So I don't know, I think Kaspersky has got a decent chance here. I mean, this board couldn't get too much better. We're still waiting on a little bit of Aurelia itemization, but everything else, including that Kiana 3, is looking real good.
I mean, Kiana 3, Voli 3, the fully upgraded Radiant item Lee Sin. You have the extra Fine Vintage items on the Tristana. There's so many things that are going right for this Duelist board, and it will be Sappho that's on the receiving end of it, coming through here now, and I think that might be Old Chief Road going to be a very, very tough enemy to beat. Do have the Wukong going down here, and in the background, that is going to be the Kai'Sa as well. Sappho taking the 3rd place. Matla losing to a ghost board. I can only imagine which one that was.
Any more Duelist emblems? Not the case. I have to say for Kaspersky, despite the weird start with the augments, everything else has panned out in his favor. Radiant Edge of Night, fantastic item on Lee Sin, finding a duelist element to fit in 8 duelists as well, has a duelist element of Wukong as well, has, you know, not just a Lee Sin 2 game plan for duelists, but kind of has the best of both worlds with also a Tristana 3 and a Volley 3, so there's not really a more high cap version of duelist in this one.
I personally loved how both of them were kind of standing in front of the item that they wanted, but not picking it in case something would be better last second running in there. And that is going to be the Rage Blade for the Irelia as well, as you just mentioned, David. Such a big upgrade for that unit in the background there. The only thing that would make Kaspersky even stronger is that Irelia 2. We are going to be seeing the showdown one more time. The ghost copy beat Matelas counterfeit, but is the real one going to do that as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you're absolutely on the money there with the Irelia. There's so many different carriers to have to deal with, honestly, on both sides of the board. But you see Kiana, Barry Bannon predicted, and it's working out pretty damn well. She's standing in the center, surviving so much damage, and we will see Matelas taking another L there. I don't know how far away we are from seeing some more items getting printed, or more item components getting printed, but Kaspersky now on, and maintains the 9-round win streak, and has a chance to get even stronger.
And not just that, but after this next PvE round as well, there's still an item slot open on this Irelia, and you could still find an Irelia 2 for Kaspersky, so he still has a little bit of extra power to add onto this board.
Both players, you know, looking for those upgrades. You can see if Wukong 2 come online on the left-hand side for Matelas is going to be moving in. I think it was the Diana that moved out for it, that we will now be seeing whether or not this Wukong might be the change that was needed to deal with the duelist, but I think it's going to be a very, very hard board to deal with due to what you were saying, Counterfeit. There's so many carries, there's so much damage, but looks like that was it. Kaspersky taking a loss here, as we are going to be moving into the Herald. Both of these players are really, you know, just taking turns in dealing blows.
I mean, David, for you, we've got two boards here absolutely laden with carries, laden with all of the items you could ask for here. For you, what feels like the swing points in these rounds? What's, you know, actually turning it one way or the other?
Making sure the Kabuko is getting stunned by Lee Sin and Volley. The Kiana having good angles. Kiana's DPS output, depending on how you position her, is just massive early game, but also late game. She can be a real menace with all the buffs she got recently. And more than that, just making sure all your units are kept alive, your DPS dealers, like the Tristana, and you have something like a Volibear with Eternal Winter soaking up a lot of the damage, but also chilling as many units as possible. And this last item could also be very relevant for the Irelia, as well as the upgrade, but we're not finding it just yet.
Yeah, Kaspersky really unlucky on these rolls. In the end, not able to find it. Away from the Wukong 2, away from the Irelia 2. One more loss for Kaspersky is going to lock in his placement. Will be a second place if he cannot beat Matelas' board here. Previous round, he lost, but is there a change in positioning that can maybe turn the tide?
Yeah, we'll do exactly what David said and keep our eye out on if that Kabuko is getting taken out of the situation very early. See Kiana getting taken to pieces and getting ripped apart, which means the line is starting to collapse. We're coming down to the very tail end of this one. We can see Tristana, of course, not built as the carry. As the Swiss Superman, Matelas comes through, gets a huge win. Bear in mind, he came into this round with just 2 points. That's 2/8 so far. Round 3, he gets the first and maybe salvages his tournament.
Kind of, you know, takes me back to the interview that we had not too long ago where he was like, you know, I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'll try. And it worked out. That's how you play the game. Congratulations, first place. That Kabuko really going strong. But for now, we're going to be going to a quick break. We have an interview ready with Nati, who was in this lobby as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
My name is Janet, but everyone knows me as Nati. I'm 29 years old. I was born in Cuba, but I'm living in Spain since I was 6 years old. and I'm playing TFT casually since set 1, but I'm taking it seriously since the past set, and now I'm playing for the Guasones TFT Academy, and I'm very glad to be here. I'm the first girl in Spain who make it to Golden Spatula Cup. I would like to have like a constant level. For now, I never hit Challenger. Firstly, I would like to hit Challenger and maybe qualify for other Golden Spatula Cups by ladder. That will be a big achievement for me. I think offline competitions can approach more people to play TFT, because as now most of the competitions are online, we don't have the opportunity to meet each other. So I think offline competitions are very important, and I would like to see more. I think miracles can happen, and I would really like that any of myself or my other teammates in Spain can make it to the win in Golden Spatula Cup. I think Spain this set is trying really hard. We have a lot of players who are in the first ranking in ladder and are performing so well. First, I would like to thank my mother and my father, because they are my big supporters. And then I want to thank you a lot for Guasones to trust in me, and for my community, because they are in every stream supporting me. I want to thank a lot for the people who believe in me even when I didn't believe in myself.
Well, Wita, my cat is screaming at the top of her lungs and sprinting up and down the stairs with excitement at that incredible game. One of the things that I want to pull out just to start it, you and I talked about Kiana 3 for a full 7 minutes earlier today, and we finally got to see it. She might be good, turns out. I don't know.
Yeah, just ever so slightly with that extra attack speed coming through from not today. Got it right, Matt. We got it right. We didn't call it tonight.
We had a full game of practice. We're on it.
Yeah. Even if some of the argument combinations as Dave was alluding to was a little bit out of the ordinary, especially again we'll round back to that later, but with the Lilia encounter, right, just throwing these arguments into very rapid succession means that you want a ton to kind of stabilize your game plan map. But you were talking about this board again, this is a very strong position to come in at.
Yeah, and Matelas, I really love this pickup. I am a vocal supporter of hero augments because I actually enjoy the way they've warped the game. They take these units that are generally, to put it kindly, absolute garbage, and they make them something that's worth playing around, and suddenly your game plan's changed. And I think Lucky Paws is one of the more exciting ones because it takes the opportunity to either capitalize on fortune or turn it into more of a win streak method, which is what Matelas went for. Got that early Dragon's Claw slam, and then picked up the augment to get a second Dragon Claw and get some more gold whenever you heal it. So that Kabuko became that economic engine as he worked into the later stages, allowing him to cap with this incredible 5 Dragon Lord board by the end of the game.
Yeah, playing a 1-cost reroll fast 10 composition is a little bit of an interesting dynamic to have in TFT, right? But you also kind of saw like a lot of other people kind of paying the price of the Exalted combination this game with a lot more Ashe leaning that we have been seeing in the first couple of games of the day, as they was alluding to, right? This is what you kind of expect to see in a game at the highest of levels here. And I think someone like Stormy, right, ended up going with the Tiny Titans to start with, and then try to go into a late Fortune cash out. Didn't really benefit from that in the same way that someone like Kaspersky did with his a little bit later.
Yeah, I mean, it's night and day between the games we saw earlier in this game. You know, we had even mentioned the analyst desk from game number 2 is like, it's surprising to not see some Ashes. And the players were like, don't worry, we've got you covered. 4 people, I think it was, contesting on that sniper line, and most of them ended up falling out to the point where we see something that we actually see pretty decently frequently in competitive, where you have all of the players going for the most contested comp. The one who does the best ends up like 4th, and then you have someone with like some fringe comp that's like okay, make it into that top 3, and that was Safo in this game, going for the trick shot. And I know Kais is good. I know she's good with trick shot. That board survived for way longer than it had any right to in a lobby that stacked at the top, but because all those Ashe players were cannibalizing each other, Safo was just chilling. It's like, all I gotta do is wait. And all of y'all are going to fall by the wayside, get absolutely murdered, and then I'm good to go.
Do you think Kaiser's good at YY ladder stalls, Matt?
It's the most out-of-pocket question you have asked me all day. I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to think that over. I'm going to have the casters take over from here while I process as they bring us into game number 4. Impetuous Panda makes and counterfeit. Take it away.
Thank you guys so much. I personally am going to choose to ignore what was just said and move on as if it had never happened. We do have game number 4 ready in just a couple seconds. Now, in the last one, thank you, Lilia, we had augments all over the place. In this one, we're looking at these guys here, and I'm honestly a little bit shocked to see names like Padebol, Experion, Lecoco, Mamen, you know, all of our French heroes at the bottom of the leaderboard, more or less.
Yeah, that's absolutely astonishing. I think we've seen it in previous ones as well. But, oh, wait a sec, what are you saying?
Prismatic Party and Scuttle Puddle as options in a game where players want to go for high risk, high reward. Okay, I'll take it.
I will say as well, for anyone that doesn't have the best eyesight, we do have a player in this lobby whose name is Going. This is not Ging. Ging is not having the strongest start of the set in this set 11 Inkborn Fables. This is a different player altogether, just in case someone had some confusion.
I honestly, yeah, I think there's a rebranding opportunity if Ging ever retires from TFT. Just be like, I'll just move in, I'll take your spot. But yeah, we're going to be in champion delivery, so makes we don't get quite the same level of hilarity we might have gotten from from more prismatic augments, but it is still a very high impact portal on the game, with our players getting themselves champions across the course of the game. Potentially we'll get some incredibly strong champions by the time the game is done.
Yeah, for sure. You kind of just have the more or less secured option of saying, I'll get a 5 cost delivered to my doorstep. Only problem is it's not always the one you want. So we'll see who is going to be on the Mordog end of it and who's going to be on the Mordog end of it by the time that those come around.
I do want to give some extra narrative exposure onto the Turkish scene as well. I mentioned Ging a little while ago, but also the G5 Scrim Group. It's a team that kind of formed together at the end of the last set. Let's say some challenger level players from Turkey that were kind of challenging this, power at the top, with Ging and Chinar being the 2 standout players for so many sets now. They got together, started prepping together, and really putting a lot more extra time to try and break through. Darkest almost won the entire thing in GSC 1, and Tenet is part of that same scrim group. So I'm really looking forward to see what these G5 players do in this GSC 2.
Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely paying off. And hey, makes you wished it into existence.
I didn't.
We've got champion delivery. We've got prismatic. I honestly, what else are we going to see for the rest of the lobby, makes?
I didn't want this. I don't know why you're putting the blame on me. I did not say I wanted prismatics. For once, I did not say it, and I got it nonetheless. And we're definitely getting some spicy pickups there. My men going for the Wandering Trainer right off the bat. Some of the other players taking a little bit longer to choose Arat as well before locking in that sniper, but we are going to be checking in with Mamen and what this one has to offer. Could be interesting if you're looking on the ghostly side of things, you know, the Zyra, Zoe, definitely not too shabby.
Yeah, Ghostly, Behemoth, Altruist. Certainly, I mean, yeah, we've got some good combinations in place there. I mean, you know, I think David talked about in the previous lobby, we are in lobby 13, so as was mentioned before, we're cutting away the bottom portion of our players, but even if you manage to get in ahead of that cutoff, when you're in lobby 13, you're still hoping for a big finish that can help bring you across the midline to get into day 2.
And we're going to see a big finish maybe from this Volibear. Might be unkillable. We'll see if the amount of burst coming in from Caitlyn's ult will be enough, or if Volibear can actually chase her down in time. I think it's not going to quite be the case. The ult does just barely kill the Volibear before he ults again.
The dream team, Cupcake and Ari, helping us, but it is going to be a quick and easy Ashe encounter, letting players know who they're fighting every single game, and that can be quite worthy if you have that information to position for these boards. Depending on what units you're running, a good chance that those Caitlyn's are going to be moved around in the early stages for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and talking about that long term as well, you know, we certainly know that Lilia is extremely dependent on being able to land her shots onto the backline carries. You know, knowing that you've got the Lilia matchup coming up against you feels like it's going to make a pretty big difference. But as we check in with Going, you'll see that we've got ourselves a starter kit.
And the 2 units that we are getting from the starter kit are going to be Kayn and Caitlyn, and that means we have a free 2 Ghostly already on the up. Items for the Caitlyn are looking a little bit sussy. This is not what we're going to be going for in the late game. This is not a potential sniper, you know, like those Rage Blades we're seeing. We're going for the AP line, and the Kayn is just going to be in the front line supporting this board.
I'd be very surprised if Going gets a good result from this game. Overall, starter kit I think is a very risky augment because a lot of its power comes from, hey, here's a 4 cost, try and find the 2-star version of it early and try and win early. And if you don't, or if you don't have items for the 4 cost that you're given, like in the case here, you're gonna have a very bad time because you lose streak most of the stage 2 and 3, and then you don't really have any power in stage 4. So very curious to see what Going does from this spot because it's looking pretty grim from my perspective.
I think Arat's ended up with a much better choice here. I mean, the sniper emblem, of course, we've seen how powerful 6 sniper can be longer term. I mean, this early balls allow for a solid win streak as well, especially with having a little bit more beef on the front line. With players like Going who are fumbling a little bit in the early going, I think this can punish them extremely well.
Yeah, I'm really curious for the final board from Arat, but of course we need to get there first. For now, that's looking pretty good. 100 HP and still going. Currently 3 players on it. Should change after this round. The Coco still fighting. None of them faced each other from what it looks like. Could be that they still are on 100 as we move on through, and that is going to be the case as the carousel comes around. Any interesting pickups for our players here, as well as a small little check-in. Potable, Rage Blade. We saw the Rage Blade on Arat as well. Both of these players might be leaning into snipers.
Oh yeah, we haven't seen too much of Potable so far, but you know, currently Le Coco, the only one of the 4 French players in the lobby who's managed to maintain a streak. I do expect we'll be seeing the French players really coming back in force, particularly Potable. You know, given that he's gone for the caretakers, he's going to be looking to play the long game and eventually get paid off big time, which I think is pretty much, you know, the way we should like to see him play.
I need some really strong 3-cost units already in this stage 2 as well. It was really helping the Coco find this win streak. The Mumu now, the Stoneplate, the Zoe, the AP kill, giving that Zoe a little bit of extra oomph to make sure the ricochets land, and also just Soraka pair potentially if he finds the gold and wants to hold a second Soraka.
I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel like the Zeeks is an artifact I just hate seeing at the current time and place. The only time it is somewhat good is if you're on the sniper line and you can actually buff up the Ashe, but more than often, if you are getting those support turrets, you're also getting tank items, so you want it on the front line. It's just, every time I see it, I'm like, no, I'm playing Kale. Why are you giving me this?
Well, that's why you see all of those posts on Twitter for people being like, "Why have you done this to me, Mortdog? Why are the frontline items and backline items in the same place?" But still, Coco had been making it work up until that point. And if there's any player we trust to be able to find a way to make it still a good pick, no matter how it turned out randomly, it's him.
I love seeing when these encounters come online, how quick some of these players are to spend their gold. The animation isn't even finished and the first amount of gold on the right-hand side is already dropping as players look for upgrades. Most of them on a level 5, I think. Oh, on level 6. Maybe not. Maybe my eyes fooled me there, but players looking for those 2 cost, 1 cost. Potentially a 3 cost that might come around here.
Talking about min-maxing encounters, makes I have some bad news for you and the art team. Some players with the encounter carousels, they literally just click the top left little pink encounter button to see what encounter it is. They just read 3 words as fast as possible and then just start scouting people's boards and don't even wait for the encounter to load in. So the min-maxing at the high level where you're trying to make use of your time is very apparent with some of the encounters that take a little bit too long to load in.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got to take every edge you can. We did have our producer threaten.
Players are min-maxing. Such a surprise.
There's only so many times you can see set get bigger, where you don't no longer want to tune in.
We do not talk about Sivir and set. I don't care. Forbidden topic.
One must always go large with success. Taking a look at the lobby overall, though, as we come to the end of stage 2, Tenet. Along with Arat, the players from Turkey both doing very, very well. Tenet managing to keep the streak alive, managing to find a very, very early Alloon 2 and a Behemoth emblem, which is extremely unusual, to keep the streak alive.
We're once again seeing what you were talking about earlier, Panda. That Kayn really not doing the heavy lifting you were expecting it to. A little bit on the back of the HP nerf to the 4 cost as well, where you're just not as easily survive in those early rounds, and then the combination of not having the items you would want on him. Very, very unlucky spot here. Found a lot of losses despite having that starter kit. Could be in a dire situation. Now we're seeing first player on level 6 though.
A lot of big upgrades as well. Ornn, Annie on the bench, like Yone 2 here as well, just to add a little bit of extra HP with the shielding from Umbral to allow the Caitlyn to maybe solo with her ults. Overall, very early Ashe here for Putable. I think a lot of players already indicating clear direction. 2 players are very much going to be angling and playing towards Lee Sin. Experian being one of them, loading in here. And I think Putable, similar case with this Ashe being a very, very clear game plan.
The itemization here looking absolutely fantastic. Frontline pretty decent as well. We noted, of course, the Moo before winning one of those 3 cost tanks. You can do a decent amount of work and buy time for Ashe to stack up that Rage Blade. In this case, though, our favourite bear friend is back from before. I don't think this time he's got quite enough beef behind him to stand up in the face of the Ashe with infinite scaling.
Augments coming up. First one was prismatic. Second one is going to be gold augments. Check in with the lobby. See where we're headed for these choices. Potable quickly re-rolling 2 as options and then going for the first one. Harm assist. Easy. Flexible pickup. Something many players like. And okay. This one is not what it seems to be.
Yes. I just try to bait us there.
Tenet thinking about whether or not that is a DB or a Gargantuan's result.
Maybe it's both. That's what it's trying to tell us. But David, I wanted to raise this for you. The Behemoth emblem, again, something which we don't see very often at all, but Behemoth being put together with Umbral. I mean, we talked right back at the beginning of the show about some different options being opened up defensively. How would we compare this kind of board to, say, a more regular Umbral board?
Behemoth hasn't really been played much in a vertical way outside of Shen hero augments, really. It was played a little bit as a very cheap version of Yone Kayn duo carry with 4 Behemoth. in some patches ago, but overall hasn't been explored too much. I'm not a big fan of Behemoth Emblem or getting Behemoth Emblem from Wandering Trainer. I always kind of get very dizzy and don't really know what to build towards, so I don't think I have first-hand experience. We'll have to see how it pans out, but overall it has not been very strong most of this set, whereas something like Warden Vertical is just that much stronger. Especially when you have the unit quality, I think is much better.
Just just find that Udyr and flex that in. Usually the best choice, if you can get it. But we do have 2 players on the Umbral line for now. At least we saw them go up against each other there. 1 10 1 going. Both of these players currently itemizing that Alloon and trying to get something going with it. Not sure I like that too much. We'll see who hangs in there and who pivots out. Whether or not that is going to be the case. Hopping over to Mamen, who is running the Ghostlies right now on the back of this Wandering Trainer.
We've got Epoch in there as well for a little bit more XP, a little bit more re-rolling, but I think we're seeing a pretty good use of at least 2 out of the 3 emblems so far. We don't see the Altruist being put to good use as of yet, but I'm assuming that, if you're picking up the Prismatic Wandering Trainer, getting 2 emblems which are at least doing something for you is a success case.
Carousel coming up next. Mamen and Experian, yes, are going to be priority picks. And we're getting 3 forecasts as choices here.
And Experian so unlucky to have spawned on the north side of this carousel, not able to pick up a Lee Sin with a BF sword as well would have been absolutely fantastic for his comp. Mamen, I think playing an AD line, playing for the Kai'Sa, equally wants to get this BF sword online.
Yeah, it's going to be disappointing, but taking a look on the right-hand side, just to check in on our sort of HP and streaks as well. Strongest up there with the Duelist board is still doing incredibly well. It's been itemizing very heavily to make sure that streak stays in place. Experian down at the bottom end of it, of course, as well, because we've not got a very streak-heavy lobby overall.
I can't believe you missed out on the wordplay with the strongestest being the strongestest in this lobby here. Come on.
My brain rebelled against me when I was trying to read it. I was like, am I misreading that one? Or is it just the fact that they've given us a name that's hard to pass?
We're going to be looking at Ratsport here going up against the Alloon one more time in the front line. The Gargantuan Resolve Behemoth. Yone, just Yone Wando. How much can you really do? He says, watch me stack up. And I got this.
So I suppose the thing we're going to be watching for here with presumably we're staying on the Behemoth line for the rest of this one, it's just that we don't really have the direct experience as David said with this one, but with the Behemoths sharing their defensive stats with each other and combining that with the double Titans enhanced by Gargantuan Resolve, you do end up with one unit that, at least for a decent period of the end part of a round, is more or less unkillable.
It kind of seems like a Behemoth raid boss game plan without having raid boss as an augment. Just trying to make sure the Gargantuan kind of substitutes that in terms of having an unkillable Behemoth at the very end, which I haven't had much success with in the past. But we'll see what unit will be the holder of these Gargantuan. I think it's not going to be Yone until the very end. And if you stick to this Umbral shell to try and enable this Behemoth as well, that's one big question I have.
Yeah, I'm also worried a little bit about this Umbral. I think I said it before with another player on the line. Is it really that smart to hold on to it? Additionally, with that value just kind of falling off a little bit in the later game that the Umbral provides. But hopping over to Experian, missed out in the carousel, did not get the Lee Sin. That would have been a really great pickup for the Duelist board. Is going to go up against Going. And if I saw correctly, that's a big Umbral board.
Yeah, no kidding. We've even got the Silas online. We can see that Alloon, she's doing absolute work, even against a board that isn't necessarily relying on sticking everything in a line, which would make them vulnerable otherwise. The executes are pretty good, but maybe not quite good enough. We're seeing something of a throwback in terms of the approach to Duelist. Having the fully itemized Duelist Tristan and the Volibear, at least temporarily, even without them getting to 3-star, they're proving their worth.
Also having the utility of the Eternal Flame in the back, making sure that wound that burns being applied to all these units, which is something that duelists want to have at some point, usually with Brent buff on Irelia, because he's just such a good holder for it. But in the end, this will be kind of that thing adding utility to the board.
Yeah, really good new artifact to put on your backline carries, make sure it survives as long as possible and gives you, like you said, that extra damage all throughout. But after this, we will
rolls
have...
down. Oh, she just gets the Lee Sin from the champion delivery.
That's
right?
strongest though. That's not experience.
Oh, I've been tricked. Okay.
So bear in mind, we're in the, Mike, you pointed out before, we're in the champion delivery. We're not in champion conference. This is not a catered unit that's coming through. Strong just managed to get exactly what he was looking for.
It does look like it might be. Well, some players getting a little bit luckier than others, it seems like, as we are going to be moving through. We also have our third and last augment coming up right after this. We don't know what it's going to be. Prismatic Gold, and then the third one soon. On the other side, Arat, now playing on the Ash line, has found the Ash, still Ash 1, but should be enough to maybe deal with the Saloon. Yes.
I think you see, a little bit of a problem there with the loom boards, as it will be gold, says Ennis out here. We do have ourselves... Yeah, I mean, Going knows exactly where he's going.
Into the darkness that Umbral offers?
Yes, mate.
Wait, is that was the lobby? I just didn't notice.
Mamen finds... Mamen finds a ghostly crest as well after that wandering trainer. This one's a spicy one too. Should be the 6 ghostly online.
Really, all players are starting to find the augments they really needed to try and amplify their comps and the potential of what the game plan looks like in this stage 4. For strongest, all items now switch onto the Lee Sin, so I think this is the more usual setup where you can eventually switch the items off of the Trana onto the Irelia once you do find her in stage 5.
Right, check in with Pardabol, who's been sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard for pretty much the entire game. Picking up Marta as a final all coming in, and we're going to see the Radiant Quicksilver on the backline for Ash, trying to make sure she doesn't get stunned up by all of that incidental crowd control, particularly the Northless crowd control, letting her scale up through the round. And we might see it be able to be outgoing here. The front line is still a little... no, I was saying, looking like maybe a little bit dicey, but actually Pardabol with a solid win.
This is really bad for Going. Finds that Umbral vertical online, gets the full board ablaze, but still not enough to find those wins. And against players that are not as high in the current leaderboard, against players that are in similar positions to him, it's really who you would want to beat right now. I don't know if the Alune 3 is still on the table for Going.
For Pardabol, despite that win there, also a very scary spot though. Only has 1 Ash, no pair, no gold level 8. There's more players playing for Ash, has an Alawi with 2 items, and it's only Alawi 1, and we're in stage 4 already. So the board is not looking too stabilized right now for Pardabol. If he doesn't find the upgrades in the next few rounds, he might be in big trouble.
We can see, of course, one of our staple compositions for the competition, or 2 of our staple compositions going up against each other, the Lilia and the Ash. Of course, seeing Lilia in the opposite corner is usually extremely good news, but I think just having a little bit of extra healing from the harm assist goes a long way to making sure that Lilia doesn't take out the Ash early on.
Checking in with Going. Can he beat this board? Should be, as we are going to be moving into the carousel one more time. Lakoko down to 20 HP, like you were saying, David. A board that is not at its potential just yet, is looking for those upgrades, is looking for something to actually align and get together here. We'll see him walk all the way to this Wukong.
Oh boy. I wasn't expecting to see the Azir getting just left out to dry there. But I mean, that's big for Tenet. Remember, Tenet was one of our players who was playing the Umbral line around the Alune. Being able to slot the Azir into the composition as well is going to be massive for him.
Experian finds the Lee Sin, but already has Lee Sin too, so not really for the unit itself, and he just wants to cloak to find a few more upgrades for his board, and can just go 8 or level 9 actually. Looking now, the Behemoth and the Titans have been moved onto the Annie now. This could have been the game plan all along for Tenet, and he has this mix and match of Lilia alongside King, which is an unusual pairing. We'll see how it fares in these next few fights.
Yeah, I was going to flame that both Going and Tenet are still on the Umbral line, still carrying that Alune, not a comp that can support 2 boards, and Tenet, just with that, says, I'm outie. Do not want to go for the vertical umbrals anymore. I have found my Lilia too. I have found the Azir with the Shojin nonetheless. And hopefully from here on out, I'll also find those wins. Goes up against Lakoko. We were speaking about this board before. It doesn't look too strong just yet. A lot of duplicates on the bench there. And I'm not sure it's going to be enough. The Azir will put up yet another soldier. And the Eep will finish it out.
And that's Coco, the GSC 1 champion, who's in some major trouble here. Again, remember, we are in lobby 13. We're looking for our cut after round 4, dropping our bottom players, and then, of course, dropping the bottom half of our players heading into round 7, or day 2 of the competition itself. Coco's in a really tough spot here, and honestly, I don't think we're seeing the turnaround that we were hoping for.
This is not just any strong player doing poorly. This is a player who's won, obviously, the first GSC, but also has done really well in the Hex League TRC as well. We mentioned, or Dokhy mentioned at the very start of the show today in the interview we had with the French Coke streamer. So really surprising to see Coco have this slump. It is 4 games of TFT, it can happen, but it would be very sad to not see him defending his title potentially this day 3.
Yeah, I agree. Although I feel like if you're already qualified, you might just be trying some stuff as well. For now, Lakoko will definitely try one more round as he hangs in, beats out countrymate Mamen on the other side and moves into Raptors. Checking in with Arat, though, will take a loss from the Lilia board. On the other side, 9 HP on Lakoko, 16 on Going, and both of these players with basically 0 gold right now.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to commit in everything, and you can see much further up the table, with the exception of Strongest Set, everyone else is actually managing in our top 4 to hold on to a decent amount of gold to give them a lot more future in this lobby than just trying to survive through the next 3 rounds.
Upgrade for Going in the store there. Finds that Silas 2 at least. Maybe get that secondary carry online. Was not able to go for the Alone 3 on the back of that hand holding, so is now going to rely on some other units as we're checking in with Strongest Hut. And that is not something Experian will be happy to see. The Aurelia coming online. 1 copy away from the Triss 3 as well, but still missing the Lee Sin.
Was it Strongest Hut we saw getting the Lee Sin drop before, now getting the Aurelia dropped as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I was trying to ignore it, but you're right. It's a little bit...
All right, Coco, you've got one more chance to try and stay in the lobby here, and you can see that the Umbral board, I think it's going to be a pretty tough nut to crack. But the front line is actually staying up pretty damn well, and I mean, Coco's still got quite a long way to climb, but he's not, whatever happens, he's not going to be last because Going is gone.
Asking a player that picked up that starter kit very early in stage 2. I said it at that point in time, the spot did not look good. I think the combination of the components he had slammed, the items he had built, plus the cane was really not ideal. So very unfortunately, wasn't able to turn that game around. I think he was close. He had the 6 Umbral online. It was looking like a pretty okay board for stage 4, but stage 5 just couldn't find the right ways to upgrade the board.
Would you say Going went?
I personally wouldn't, but I'm sure Peter would if he's given the opportunity.
What are you trying to say, David?
That's up to you to infer.
Sorry, I had
the
to
meaning.
get this one out. I'm sorry. Okay.
It took everything in me not to say Going, gone. So, yeah. I'm glad to have contributed to the discourse. 10 out here, though, I mean, in a similar position to what we've seen from Coco and others, as you said, Mace, everything being committed in here is really kind of out of gas. We change across to Mamen because we need to see ourselves more ghosts. And we've seen the Ghostly board. We didn't see it do so well before, but in this game, it's looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's playing around the Ash carry still, but you have the extra power of 4 Ghostly or even 6 Ghostly. We'll need to check in with him on the other side. He definitely has 2 emblems online as well as some additional units. So lots and lots of options back there. Lakoko able to find yet another win on the back of those upgrades. And speaking of, Tenet also getting that upgrade here on the back of the Annie too. This is going to help the sport so much to buy some time, and it just doesn't stop at this. A second Aurelia coming there for Strongest Hut. You're also getting that Lee Sin too. It's just upgrades all across the boards.
I mean, Strong is absolutely here for it. I do want to point out, just before we move on though, Pardabol was the only player who had gold towards the bottom of the lobby and just hit an Ash 2 and a Nautilus 2 on the same round. This is what we promised before. Pardabol is swinging for the fences in this game. He's just found the bat to do it with.
Lakoko up against Experian. We'll see what the Zhonya's can do, especially to keep the Lilia alive once the duelists converge onto her, but it looks like they aren't even doing so. The frontline hanging on for so long. The board finally looks like it's turning things around for Lakoko. He could potentially claw his way back up into the top 4 as everyone else starts faltering and the HP totals are equaling more and more.
Yeah, especially at the bottom there. Potable on 2, Lakoko on 9, and we're getting an array of emblems in this carousel as well, but not necessarily the ones most players are looking for.
More than that, the Aurelia for Experian is really big.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, with the duelist building up there as well. I did just want to point out though, with the next rounds coming up, we saw Coco, of course, notorious for winning out the previous GSC while maintaining an almost completely untouched game, now barely holding on. Pardabol has pumped everything into putting his ball strength online. It seems like those two Frenchmen are have got to get past each other to try and get into the top 4.
Really awkward spot here for Strongest. Can find Volibear 3, can find Tristana 3, has a Wukong in over the Rakan, which with 4 Dragonlord possibilities, I'm not sure it's correct. I think it has to be correct because Wukong is just so strong for it. He's really thinking about it because it is a big difference. The emblem does change things a tiny bit, does swap back to the Rakan, and now we'll see if he can last for at least one more fight before he finds these big upgrades.
At least for Strongest, you have those 20 HP to fall back on. It's not all over just yet, so he can allow himself to hold on to these. Say, maybe if I am losing, the loss isn't as harsh as it might be, and I will take this one more round, but it is going to be a loss nonetheless. Potable able to hang on. Lakoko, unfortunately, isn't. Our previous Golden Spatula Cup winner out in 7th place.
Do bear in mind, of course, anyone who's who's a little newer to the scene. Lakoko did not have to play in this tournament. He literally just came back here for the thrill of more competition and more practice. He has a guaranteed spot at the EMEA regional finals already, but it's a testament to how strong the competition is here. As Strongest will be looking for that Tristana 3. This is incredible of a board. 6 duelists, 4 Dragonlord, Volibear, and Tristana 3. Lee Sin up to 2-star. This is astonishing.
And a sad upgrade for Experian to see because he really wanted Strongest to maybe get eliminated in this next fight and then have a chance to really continue upgrading his board with all these duels coming back into the pool. Not going to be the case for Experian, who's at 21 HP, but for Tenet, he's on his last life mix, only 13 HP to work with.
Yeah, it is a very rough fight between the two of them here in the backline. You're seeing that Udyr just softly knocking out the Aphelios. Good for him that he did not go for the Ash, but the Giant Annie will try and fail. Tenet down to 1 HP, but we do have another knockout in the lobby here. My men taking 6th place, and everyone is fighting to make it into the top 4. They are 9 HP and 2-2 on Experian, Tenet, and Potable. All of these players are looking at that dragon saying, you give me something right now to help me out here.
It's going to need to be something impressive as well, because coming into this last part of the game with so many players on low HP, as you mentioned, there is one player who's standing out. We saw from before, Pardabol has 50 gold in the bank on so little HP. Again, he is playing the really, really risky game here, but it could easily pay off in a first place. Arat up at the top, his main competition at this moment.
Very surprising that Arat is still win streaking. It shows the power of 6 Sniper, really, considering that I think he's still on Ash 1, if I'm not mistaken, and has 4 win streak on at end of stage 5, especially where we're seeing these incredibly strong boards like the Duelist board come up. So very, very surprising. Kokma 2 is a power spike. Maybe not the one he was looking for, but maybe enough to hold a win streak.
Speaking of surprising, I'm not sure if that's official luck or not, but Strongest holding on to 30 gold despite all of the upgrades that were still outstanding on this board. Definitely a curious choice to me, but we are going to be seeing the side-by-side fight from these players. Left side is Tenet fighting for survival. Right side is Potable. Potable going to be able to do just that. On the left-hand side, the story is looking pretty similar. I mean, we had Kabuko Lucky Paws, but this is one giga giant bear from the Annie.
I'm so happy to see that Tenet's border is working, because we had our questions come in here, but the answers have been pretty eye-opening. I didn't even have it in any kind of expectation we'd be seeing Giant Annie as a concern in this tournament.
And Potable, props to him for turning his spot around. I was really wanting to hate on this Radiant QSS. I haven't played myself, but I can't imagine it was going to be that good on Ashe, but it seems to be so clutch in these fights where she gets all this extra attack speed. She can just win out that 1v5 we saw earlier on. And it was an Ashe 1 with no gold to work with at the end of stage 4. It looked pretty grim, but somehow he's found a way to make it back up into the top 4, maybe top 3.
I think this Quicksilver is super clutch here, because we're seeing it would be getting... Ashe would be getting stunned by the Tunnel Winter, she would be getting stunned by the Nautilus as well, but she gets the free fire the entire round through.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say the same thing. With so many stuns that land in backlines these days, definitely something you're happy about. I'm sorry, I just have to say it once again. Tibbers has never looked this gigantonormous as of right now on the side of Tenet, and that is yet another elimination. Experian went out in the previous round, Strongest going right after him. Both of the duelist players not being able to make it into the top 3 here, and it is going to be Potable, Tenet, and Arat, who are all basically on 1 or 2 HP.
That's not even the first game today when we've seen duelist players contest each other the 4th and 5th on stream.
And they were both very strong boards. I mean, these are players, it's not players that, just barely hit their board. That was a 3-star Volibear, 3-star Tristana, the Lee Sin, the Irelia, great augments for Experian with the keepers as well. So just, it goes to show the power of this lobby and the boards that players have been able to cook up.
And out on the left-hand side,
looking at what could be a final fight here. We are going to be seeing Arat on the right-hand side. Can he take down the backline from the Ashe? Is able to do just that. Left-hand side, Tibbers has gone down. But Tenet's board may be able to do it regardless. The answer is going to be no. We had a dream, but it was not good enough.
All right. Well, that'll do us, I suppose. Gosh, with the combination of things towards the tail end there, I wasn't quite sure how it all played out, but ultimately, we got our answer of the where are the snipers, as was addressed in the analyst test before. Apparently, their train was maybe a little bit delayed on the early rounds, but now they're here in force.
One thing I do want to note, both Turkish players, great performance from both Tenet and Arat. So I think continuing what we saw in GSC 1, where Turkey is not just Ging and Chinar, and when these players maybe stepped on a tiny bit, there are a lot of fantastic players to fill in those shoes and still perform really well.
Arat taking that first place there with nothing short of an Ashe 1. Definitely not something we see all the time.
So, I mean...
Curious to see this one come together, but well played to Turkey for sure. We have an interview ready for you guys before our analyst desk is going to tell you all about that game. We'll see who is going to get eliminated, the bottom 16. We have an interview with Chibi ready, one of our Italian players, so don't go anywhere.
Okay, so my name is Chibi. I'm from Italy. I'm 21. I was working into a tour operator in Pompeii, so working with sites and other stuff. I think this set is one of my best sets ever. I think I've constantly been challenger, unlike other sets where I also was challenger, but like was in the edge between grandmaster and challenger, dropping, going up. I think the strongest region right now is Poland. I think the second best is France. They're really good. They have a lot of players, but I think overall best players, I think Poland is one of the best regions. I think one of the players that impressed me the most was Lelouch. I think Lelouch is one of my favorite players. I think LAN events are one of the best things ever because I think the TFT community, I can speak for the Italian one especially, we really do miss a LAN event because we are a really loving community. We know each other so well, and the community is really amazing. My reason to compete is that Italy as a country, we have one objective as a group together. We want to go worlds, and I'm here for it. I got a shot to go to European finals, and I'm gonna give my best to reach that goal. So I want to shout out all of my friends in Italy, to my family, and to the fans in Italy that are gonna support us. And hopefully I have some more fans in Europe that enjoy my playstyle. That's it. Let's go, man.
So, Wita, there's this hip new thing all the kids are trying. I heard it's pretty cool. It's called snipers. Arad, of course, the coolest kid on the block, able to take that to a first place off a sniper crown opener. Wasn't expecting it to go that far that successfully.
No, I mean, that is definitely something that you're looking to play. And it's one of the things we were talking about, right? Going back to what we've been alluding to when we spoke, but the thing we had when we had Horex in the first game, like I was talking about, like he was kind of comparing this to Set 9.5, right? In the same vein of the fact that like these crowns in the opening augments can be ever so powerful. And that is just the power of it. Also, for a while, right, even though Arad wasn't 1-star Ash for the most part, even, well, at the end.
He still is. According to the post-grave screen, he never hit.
That 2-star sniper set in the front line, absolutely incredible. Speaking of other incredible stuff going on here, Potterbolt's navigation of coming back into this game, Matt.
Oh yeah, it's the Potterbolt classic, Wita. We have been seeing it for sets, plural. Every single time Potterbolt has success in a game, it's after playing the riskiest stuff you could possibly imagine, going down to single-digit HP and just clutching it up. Because you look at this board, and it doesn't actually look that great. Like, we were talking about the Radiant Quicksilver on casts, and it was just like, yeah, I'm kind of with you. What? But it worked out with 2-star snipers, able to push his way to that second place. Just incredible, incredible piloting from him.
Yeah, and meanwhile, also like someone else that was kind of in a bit of a pickle, but somehow managed to find a way out of it, right? The strongest here, as you see on our screen right now.
Yeah.
Like his spot wasn't necessarily horrible, but he was in this contest with Experian, which meant that like he was struggling for a long time to kind of find these, even though it did seem like at times he was playing champion conference rather than champion delivery with those like deliveries coming through, right? Lee Sin here, a little bit of Irelia there, you know, but at the end of the day, it was only enough for that fourth place, but it could end up being an absolutely critical fourth.
Yeah, and I want to bring up the last player in the top four. There's a pattern showing up here. Tenet had a really fun path through this game. My very first note was, if he gets a new deer, it's over for these fools. And my very last note was, it's over for these fools. Never mind. It was close. It was really close. He was able to get to that third place off the back of a double Gargantuan Resolve Behemoth Annie, something that was nowhere on anyone's bingo card, I suspect, and was able to pivot that into a very strong late game Invoker composition, holding on with just an Azir 1 for ages, and then being able to use that Azir 2 to push his way solidly into that top 4.
Yeah, that was like one of the more creative games of TFT that I've seen being played out this set, right? You can, even David kind of alluded to it on the broadcast, the only time you really see vertical Behemoth come into play is when you have that Ethereal Blades with the Shen reroll, right? So really interesting way, and really like a strong understanding of how you have to be open to some of these lines here coming through from Tenet, and honestly, like, nice to see him rewarded with a top 3.
Yeah, and it also speaks, I think, to how flexible Gargantuan Resolve is. Most of the time we see it on melee carries because they can stack it up very easily. They get a couple of like glancing blows that help them stack it faster. But even on an AP-focused tank like Annie, it's going to give her so much more damage, so much more defenses once it fully stacks up. And with Gargantuan Resolve, it is just disgusting. So really cool to see someone demonstrate the flexibility of an item that's primarily just used on one type of unit.
Yeah, and I think that's really the big thing as well, right? Is the fact that when you are able to understand the ifs, like the small outs of this, right? A player like Volteric as well, really a player that really understands like these fine small margins, right? Like again, for the longest time in the previous set, he was one of the few players that had the really creative Mordekaiser reroll lines under his sleeve because he kind of knew how to navigate this and right. And again, like the ability to really understand a spot like this and understand that, okay, this is what I can do with this emblem is such a powerful tool to have as a TFT player in your skill set.
Yeah, we saw Mamen get pretty close with it as well, but unfortunately for him, not enough for a top 4. But incredible play from all of our players in round number 4. After this, we will be back on the cast with the second to last game of the day. In the meantime, enjoy this interview with Taplast, and we'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Taplast from Hungary. I am 22 years old and I am gonna be the Set 11 Golden Spatula Cup 2 winner. Inkborn Fables has been my favorite set probably. Close second is Set 6 and 6.5. Encounters have been pretty fun for most of it, but some of it should be deleted in my opinion. Yes, I am down to play in TFT offline events. I'm maybe going to the one in Poland this year as well. I was actually planning to go to the Cactus Land this year, but I couldn't make it unfortunately. For people who want to qualify for GSCs, I would recommend to participate in all the open qualifiers, including the TRCs, and don't get too nervous about qualifying from the ladder. My goal in competitive TFT is to win everything. Win GSC, win Rising Legends Finals, and then win Versus as well. Thanks for all the support I get from the Hungarian community and from my family and from Twitch chatters. I would like to shout out Brozilla and Stylet for making the Hungarian community happen. And I would also like to shout out to Sven, the guy I'm kind of practicing with, but it's usually just exchanging ideas on Discord.
We're back from the analyst desk, and now we're on the caster desk, joined here by the wonderful Counterfeit. Counterfeit, welcome.
I mean, it's wonderful to be here, with the Banner boys. I'm not quite sure what that makes me, though.
The band's a boomer, probably?
I think that works. Welcome regardless, It's important to have a boomer for the perspective, that wisdom and experience that comes with time. But guys, it's time to talk about something serious. Now, we love seeing all of our answers from our players, and one fact stood out to me that I think needs discussing. Left Overture, genius scientist, mentioned that a cloud weighs about 1 million tons. Now, I thought he was joking. I legitimately thought it was a meme. I looked it up. He's right. That's messed up. They're clouds. They're like up there. They're floating. How is that 1 million tons?
I don't know.
That's ridiculous.
I'm not the one currently studying anything like that's physics related. I don't know. I have no idea. I could tell you about critical discourse analysis, but
I'm trying to understand, Matt. Are you saying that us and perhaps the players and the audience themselves are all in danger right now with these behemoths floating above our heads threateningly?
I feel like 50s cartoons missed a trick. They're all, animated with like anvils falling on people's heads, pianos falling on people's heads. A cloud falls on someone's head. They're not just pancaked, they are through the sidewalk. I feel like they have missed visual comedy here. And we've left it on the table for decades, and clouds have been just getting away with it. We're all worried about our weight. What about the clouds? 100 million tons does not sound healthy. I'm looking at your BMI, Mr. Cumulonimbus, and you need to lose some weight. You're at risk to diabetes.
Matt, I will tolerate, threatening the entire world with cloud destruction, but I will not tolerate Cumulonimbus being body shamed. That's too outrageous for me.
That's fine.
Let's take a look at our players who are floating above the halfway mark, though.
Yeah, we are in danger on this page.
I mean, we have Yaroy, we have Volta, a couple of interesting names. We have Krona, who was kind of highlighted the style of the show. Salvi also in there, turning it around after that 8th in the first game of the day here. So Hubin also, another one of these Danish players that's kind of starting to pop up a little bit more now, has kind of been more consistent in getting to these GSCs. Kevin Parker also in the mix. I think a lot of really interesting names right now that are kind of going to be pretty happy with their performances so far. At least have a pretty achievable goal in terms of making it to day 2.
And honestly, Matt, I'm particularly intrigued to see, Kevin Parker, who, spoilers, who will be showing in the next lobby, see how he does, of course, after coming out with that amazing performance at Vegas. As we move towards the top here, of course, our players not just guaranteeing themselves a spot, or more or less guaranteeing themselves a spot in day 2, but getting the chance to demonstrate how dominant they can be.
One name that I'm really excited to see up there that we haven't seen in quite a while, Swellertiger, and my boy, my love, Shining Star, 9th place.
Yes!
I'm happy for one of my favorite interviews of all time, one of the sweetest men you will ever talk to. I am glad that so far things are going so well for him. As we take a look, a second Greek player in the top 32 there with Slark joining Og. Kind of like I mentioned at the beginning of the show, Greece has been disproportionately showing up now and really putting on a show with these GSCs for the last couple of sets.
I do want to rewind a second just to talk a little bit more about Shining Star, because of course I want to. It was noted on Twitter we've got a few master players playing in the tournament, and Shining Star is one of them. So to be doing this well here on day 1 is absolutely astonishing.
I mean, I think you look at the tournament experience, the Shining Star has been almost every single one. Like, you look at it all the way back to Super Brawl. I forget if it was Gizmos and Gadgets. I think it was the original Gizmos and Gadgets Super Brawl, where he made his first appearance on our show. And ever since then, he's been popping up in more and more GSCs, usually an open qualifier, but he's been making it through more and more. So I'm excited to see how this goes for him for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I think that's on its 11th GSC appearance or something like that, right? Which is pretty impressive, all things considered, right? So I think that's a big thing as well. Also, at the top of the standings, we had Petit, right? GSC champion in the previous set, coming back to show it's not just a fluke. And also, our boy Kenobi, a guy that has been on here commentating multiple GSCs in his own right, like at the top of the standings here towards day 1. So that's also incredibly interesting to kind of follow.
Yeah, he was in the chat, sounding very confused as to how things worked out the way that they did. But, I mean, I think, being that we're 2 games away from the end of day 1, it's worth kind of expanding the conversation a little bit because, as we mentioned, coming through to day 2 does give you a little bit of a tiebreaker if you manage to finish out the top, but you still need to take account of the tournament overall. You could, finish day 1 in first place and still not make it to day 3.
It's the arc of a tournament, right? Like that first day is all about consistency. You just want to get that top 4, and then you get to day number 2, and rubber starts hitting the road, and you really need to start playing for those top finishes. But we're seeing the success come from these players with consistency rather than the ones that are going 1st or 8th. But now that we're in round number 5, the shape of things is going to change just a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing as well to kind of keep in mind here is the fact that these players that we're going to be watching now, they have a very clear goal in mind. For a lot of them, it will be 1st or 2nd is the only thing that they can use in these final couple of games. Whereas for the likes of the players that we just looked at the top end of the standings, they can kind of relax a little bit. But again, you also want to guarantee yourself the maximum amount of points that you can going out day 1, because the first tiebreaker tomorrow to make it into day 3 will be that accumulated tournament points all throughout both days. So even though you're already through the day 2 and you can kind of relax a little bit, you still need to not fully let go of your performance.
So yes, I mean, looking at the scoreboard, or looking at previously as we were at the scoreboard right now, the current points for 64th, which are the top half of the players to make it through, are 19. The players we'll be seeing in just a few moments have around 20 to 21. So you're right, Wheater, they're in the position they want to be right now. But let's get into game and see which one of them will move into at least as much safety as possible for the final round.
Yeah, by the way, man, while we have some time to brief as we are going to be going into what looks like larger legends for the most part. I asked you a question a couple of analyst desks ago. You put it on to let's later today. I don't know if you know what a YY ladder stall is, Peter. To be completely honest with you.
I have no idea what you're talking about at all. I was hoping you wouldn't bring it up again, but you did.
I myself am aggressively Googling. Hold on. All right, it's the first result. Oh! All right, it's modern. It's a modern warfare clip. We're good. We're good.
Kaiser's a trick shotter.
I hate you.
We were all just pawns in this plan, very elaborate plan. Honestly, Wheater.
Looking forward to Kaiser's no scope montage set.
That's like a banger for Twitch, for Twitter though, right? That's like such a you get in the you're getting like one of the like really classic montage songs, like the clip where the world is ending clip, if you know you know, right? And you just like you just like do that same transition just into like
the
Kaiser
kills by 30 seconds to Mars.
You just like have the transition of like Kaiser clips from like the rifts. Like she like uses her ulti, just jumps across, but you like overlay it and green screen across like old Modern Warfare maps, 100% that's a banger out there.
There's something to this. These are free ideas we're giving out here on broadcast.
Yeah.
It's just one of the many services we provide.
Twitch chat, you know what you must do? Give us the reality that we just dream about right now.
Maybe don't give us Caitlyn 2s. They don't seem to be doing a whole lot so far this tournament.
I mean, they're very good at killing. So like, they're actually very good at killing specific units, right? And that's the thing as well about something like the Caitlyn in the early game. If you play around that with another sniper, for example, very often Caitlyn is a guaranteed unit kill. And if you could like have an ability to just like kill a unit in like stage 2, it's super strong in terms of mitigating loss streaks, all these types of things, right? So it's a very powerful unit to have upgraded against slots in very nicely with stuff like the Ghostly. So while she's not the most impactful unit in the grander schemes of things, she's really good at managing your HP.
All right, we're starting us off with gold augments here. Remember, of course, we are in larger legends, so everybody's got 15 more HP to play with. Matt, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see people trying to, go in more towards long-term prospects, taking advantage of the extra health.
Yeah, expect some fortune shenanigans from at least one player so far. Story champion coming in for Kesman. No surprises there, and Enzo going to be picking up that Umbral augment as well. So we've got a couple people calling their shots pretty aggressively so far.
Yeah, and I was actually looking out for whether or not Kevin was going to go for the Arcanist with Arcanist, because he gave you a Zoe, and he already has these things online. He does have the Zoe already, so in the shop at least, it doesn't really matter.
Ooh.
We'll be going for the Spirit Guardians here, right? Which means that he'll have a very strong Warden front line towards the back end of the game, but will just at this moment in time build up that Fortune stacks and then get that rolling.
Oh boy, I mean, Matt, you're talking about calling the shots though as Yeah, Kevin Parker's definitely taking the risky road for the lobby. You can see on the right-hand side, so many emblems coming in. Invoker emblem, Story Wave emblem, Mythic emblem we're seeing here, Warden emblem as well, and Kevin Parker picking up that little bit of extra Spirit Guardians protection on the front line. So it's looking like from the very beginning of a game, which is promising to be longer thanks to that extra HP, that our players are not keeping themselves flexible necessarily.
Yeah, and there's also a couple of strategies here, Matt, right, that kind of fall out of favor, right? Something like the very tempo-heavy duelist lines, for example, will go down in value just a little bit because everyone just has that much more HP to work with.
Yeah, you can't keep that pressure on the lobby. You can't keep pushing downward like that when everyone has so much more to play with. One of the things I wanted to shout out, though, one of our players has gone for Too Much Candy, which is an augment that I have literally never played, but has very interesting like tempo implications. For anyone who's unfamiliar with it, your rerolls start at 0 gold, and every 6 rerolls, the cost goes up by 1. But it resets at the beginning of the stage, so it gives you this nice free boost to your board at the beginning of every single stage. In the later stages, when you're hitting that level 8, level 9, and maybe rolling down 50 gold, you're kind of regretting it by that point, but it can give you that early tempo, which can be a blessing and a curse in this lobby, where, as you mentioned, Wida, doesn't do as much as a regular health total.
No, absolutely not here as well. It's interesting to see here that Kevin Parker's actually been able to manage some losses here, kills a unit. I think that is going to be a very solid thing to kind of keep in mind here. Also, interesting to see the Camus has gone for the AP KL here, with the Story emblem being into the mix here. So very clear indication that he's going to be going for something like the Story reroll, for example, or potentially leaning towards one of the Cyber lines.
I'm fascinated to see it, because certainly it's not one of the ones we've seen be very popular over the course of the day, but certainly emblems are going to let us cheat up a little bit further. For the time being, though, we'd imagine that Kevin Parker is just going to be trying to ride the line between wins and losses here and build up longer term. One thing I did want to bring up, since this is now the second time we've seen the Story champion on screen with a Garen reroll, is I was kind of expecting to see, with the stats this comp is getting, Matt, people more aggressively trying to deny this pick getting to 3-star.
I think it's just how much you have to sacrifice in order to deny. Yeah, it's a 1-cost unit, but this early in the game, your econ breakpoints are so important. And unless you have a good reason to hold the Garen, like maybe someone who has a Warden crest, for example, might be able to make a better argument for it, but it's just so much more worth playing your own game and trying to get that pressure in the late game. Because we've seen compositions that play well into it. You've got that Umbral that has the execute that can take it down, Duelist as well that can just gang. Yeah, pretty damn strong regardless.
And I think the most important thing that you're talking about here is the fact you're saying it's a 1-cost unit, right? There's just so many copies of it in the pool that you holding on to like 1 or 2 copies doesn't change the bigger picture that much in comparison to holding on to something like 2 Lee Sins, for example, right? So yeah. I think, as you're talking about, it's just not worth it, right? And I think that it is just such a power. And again, like it's not like an overpowering composition in that sense. So I think that's definitely something to keep in mind here. And I really enjoy the fact that we do get to see some of these augments as we've been talking about all throughout the day, Matt, right? But I think that's something to definitely keep in mind. Also, like, we already see right now in the lobby, Peter, so many players are already vying for that Ash Warden line.
Oh yeah, I mean, we know it's absolutely amazing, but I do want to take a time out just to talk about what was just brought up earlier on, the Too Much Candy board, Matt, you mentioned. We're seeing some of the implications here of getting those free rerolls in so early on in the game. You've got so much more ability to roll at low levels and pick up your 2-star units, which have allowed for Little Bit Pro to put together a very solid early win streak.
Yeah, even if the units are a little garbage, like Rek'Sai and Kabuko, it's like, whatever, man. But you're getting that board strength from just having any 2-star. Unfortunately, a fully itemized Lune may be a little bit too much. We see she has the chance to get one more ultimate. Tristana might beat her to it. Oh! Execute's not going to do it. So LBP kind of shut down in his tracks with just 10 gold. This is brutal.
I mean, it is not the end of the world, right? And I think that it's definitely not amazing, but he's in a pretty decent spot here. Someone has also an interesting spot. Canvas on the 5 Story Weaver line already got the early Ionic Spark from the early encounter that we got with the Treasure Armory. Holy moly, Armory is a very difficult word to say, you know.
Oh yeah,
We've all been there. I've been there like 7 times today. Don't you worry.
I mean, Cambit's being able to, much like our players with other emblems, be able to cheat his way up to getting the second version of Kale online this early, and having the Zoe itemized so strongly as well. We've seen in previous lobbies, if Zoe can get the early kill in particular, this combination of backliners, enhanced by Onyx Spark as well, have got so much punch.
Well, and this is one of those compositions that benefits incredibly heavily from having the emblem. 7 Storyweaver, if you want to go for that vertical, you're looking to itemize that Zoe, and you're looking to itemize Aurelia in the late game. But you can't get that 7 Storyweaver where that Kale really starts to shine without hitting that Aurelia, relying on a 5 cost that's pretty hotly contested. But having that Storyweaver emblem lets you kind of skip the line a little bit. You can hit it at level 7. You can hit it early on in level 8 without having all that pressure put on you.
We can also see here the item. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to open up the conversation a little bit about the Storyweaver, just because Hammers is doing so well with it at the moment, as we see Kevin Parker has kept the lost streak intact. You know, we don't see the Storyweaver being played as a vertical that often. But it is working very well in this lobby. How does it kind of measure up to the meta we've seen across the course of today in terms of where we should expect Cambits to finish?
I think it's just that it's so much more circumstantial than like a traditional Ash board, right? Like any of those boards, you have to make your commitment very early on. You have to lock yourself into a specific type of Kale instead of locking yourself into going for a more flexible line. There are a lot of things that makes it like there's lots of ifs and buts. But if those line up and you get the absolutes, then it's actually in a very, very powerful position here. You have a lot of flexibility in the item choices you're alluding to, with the fact that you can itemize the Aurelia when you get there further down the road. But also, so much of that hinges on you getting that Zoe upgraded in online earlier on, so you can get to those higher levels. You can get towards the point where the Aurelia becomes possible to find in your shops.
Kind of counterintuitively as well. There's this certain breakpoint where it's almost a better line when people are on it as well, because it's like, okay, I can kind of chill while they bleed out looking for Aurelia if they want to go for the vertical, and you're fine sitting on that Zoe 2-star until you can get them to pivot off. Like this storied champion, Kesman probably isn't going to be going for that Zoe 3, but in case he's looking for the Aurelia late, you've kind of softened the blow in advance. It's like, I can chill, especially if you're in Canvas's position, who's going for this full win streak early, which I think is just absolutely where you want to be with this composition.
And we'll see, I imagine that win streak will remain in place since we got silver augments coming in. As we see one of our players manage to find something that's absolutely perfect. We haven't talked about too much as of yet. The Invoker emblem we have been seeing creeping in a little bit over the course of the day. Hasn't had necessarily the best of success, but certainly we do know that Invokers, and Lilia in particular, are very powerful at the moment.
Okay, Kevin here getting some options here with the Heavenly Emblem, right? Again, he is playing for the Fortune right now, and that's something you gotta keep in mind here. But Heavenly is not necessarily a horrible option for him to get here. Looking at the items on the bench right now, you're looking at... Okay, never mind.
Oh!
Well, we're just going to do that instead. We're going to play Ash at some point in this game anyway. So we're just going to do this, right? We have the Amumu in shop, can get Paulson online. I had this entire thing going on about how you can still play Heavenly Kane plus Lee Sin. And you had the Edge of Night, he had a glove, he had another sword for the BT. You know what? It doesn't matter.
Well, bear in mind as well, we still got the Spirit Guardians in place for Kevin Parker as well, so re-rolling into a line that allows to play the Wardens is even better. But as we can see right now, the board is still not that fantastic because the Fortune is still in place. 29 at this point for Kevin Parker to try and swing around the sun and go for the big finish. I think so far so good. It seems like the pieces are coming together bit by bit.
Gambas, in the meantime, absolute island of stability, almost at 50 gold, hasn't taken a single loss yet, so doing really well, sitting stable at that 5 Storyweaver, which is where you spend most of the game, so the earlier you get it, the better.
Also, I want to point out the fact that Little Bit Pro has gone for Tiny Titans as well. Could you just imagine if like Ari's Kiss just comes through and Little Bit Pro just played this game with like 200 life.
Played it like a fiddle. Although I don't think he's going for fortune or anything, so he's just losing for fun.
I mean,
hasn't hit the full streak yet.
So there are some elements to it as well, which Tidings. It's just the fact if you don't necessarily need like a lot of item priority, it just buys you time, right? And especially when you're in a lobby like this, where you might just need to string together a 5th into a 4th to make it to day 2, where you don't necessarily like just trying to avoid like not going 8th is pretty much the objective for some of these players right now. Having this much extra HP to work with, I think is definitely something that you got to keep in mind as an option, just to try to avoid that position.
Good point.
A small update on one of our encounters just passed. We had the opportunity for our players to buy an artifact anvil for 22 gold. Most of our players turned it down. Only Cambit, of course, up at the top winning, and Enzo must take advantage of it.
Sorry, Peter, but Kevin Parker had first pick on an Ash on the carousel. You know, that is kind of like the thing about the fact that when you do go for these more loose streak heavy playstyles with the forecasts being a big part of the meta and also them being available on the stage 3 carousel, very often you'll be able to find yourself that ever so critical first copy of a unit like Ash that is so hyper contested, and we've seen how stable Ash 1 can be. So I think this is a great spot to be in for Kevin Parker.
Even better, pushing his luck, and it's going to be 2 rounds, so he's going to finish this up at 4-1. So he can level at that breakpoint at 4-2, post augment, and try and push and get the payout there. So really good timing here for Kevin Parker across the board.
Also, I know the fact that we are on the Warden augment, right? Which means that we aren't going to be seeing the traditional like Ash combos necessarily coming through, but him having that Annie here is going to be great for him to try to buy himself some HP, and I think that's great. She's such a powerful unit to have, and again, once you're waiting to get those proper Warden frontlines online, just having that power off the Tibbers in that frontline will be an absolute bonus to the board of Kevin.
All right, well, Kevin hoping to reduce the loss here by a little bit more. He said, man, couple of rounds away from getting the big power and potentially moving significantly ahead of the rest of the lobby just in terms of raw resources compared to everyone else. When you look above on the table, see the HP totals, of course, buoyed by the larger legends, have not dropped down so far. We are in for a long game here. I think just having that edge could be crucial.
All right.
That's a kind of a big if and oof for a lot of these players right now. Like they haven't tailored their boards, they haven't gone through like a 4-1 transition point or anything like that right now. Especially for someone like Kevin, who is trying to hold on for a little bit more HP now, has to make a decision about how he wants to manage this position here. It's going to be going for that best friend here as his augment here. And again, he didn't want this additional combat power. He still wants to lose one more fight. So that is not ideal, but again, he is 30 HP behind the rest of the lobby, so needs to kind of start picking up the pace, I suppose, anyways.
And that does explain why he's going and actually using the augment instead of just like inting the positioning, because you could move over that Annie, you can move over that Alawi and guarantee you lose.
Speaking of inting,
maybe he should have.
Well, it seems like Little Bit Pro has got into Fortune, regardless of how much we're talking about the fact that he was not going to use all this extra HP to play Fortune, Peter.
Wow. I mean, that's going to be a real kick in the teeth for Kevin Parker. I mean, he's got a lot of stacks already, but it does mean he doesn't get the extra stacks he would have gotten from this round. And he'll also lose, you see, going down to 46, a little bit of extra power. That's astonishing, especially because Little Bit Pro was playing so strong early on.
Oh, what is his decision here? I mean, he gets good cash out timing, right? The fact he gets to do this on a neutral round before stuff comes in, and again, it gets a lot of components to work with. Also, good management of how to make the cash out. Again, doesn't necessarily just walk over anything, so he doesn't get his bench accidentally filled up, stuff like that. And that type of management is very strong micro play that a lot of other players sometimes might not do at like a lower level. Obviously, at a GSC level, every single player pretty much is adept enough to do this, but it's something to kind of take and implement into your own games.
Absolutely, we can see Kevin fully itemizing that. That's a nice shot. Not for the competition he's going for.
Level 7 as well, you know? Like, way Wukong Ash level 7 shop. I mean, we can't complain too much about this.
All right, let's see this roll down as he tries to finish it up. Not able to find the upgrades he was probably looking for in that Ash 2 or any front line, as we see Kezban, storied champion, 3-star Zyra, 3-star Garen. Gross.
I think I did hear about other people running this particular approach before. Yeah, because normally you would expect to see the Garen kind of paired with a big late game unit, but I imagine that Zyra 3 will do a lot to make sure Little Bit Pro can keep on this current 5-round win streak, rather than relying on just spiking again later on with a 5 cost.
Yeah, but this is also kind of just down to the augment that he's kind of made, like his augmentation here, right? He just chose this augment to kind of cash in now, put out the tempos you're talking about here. Great use of like when heroic grabback actually comes in and has a lot of impact. And I think that sometimes a lot of people just like automatically default to something like heroic grabback because they are on one of these reroll lines, and it doesn't necessarily have the necessary impact that you could find from a combat augment here. But Kesman correctly identifies the spot here and goes for the more different line, the more story weaver centric line instead, and can now just like go level 7, level 8, and then he can then add in the warnings that he needs.
And this is potentially where I eat my words from earlier in the game, where I was like, Campus doesn't really have to worry about the contest. Because yeah, he's not going for Zyra, he's not going for Garen, but that Zoe that is being held by Kesman may be a concern for Canvas, because on that vertical, that Zoe is going to be your primary carry pre-Aurelia.
No, I'm with you there. That's a potential big avenue of power being cut, especially if you are going to be going for the 7-story Weaver and you're forced to play so many of the units. I mean, I think there's a good chance Kesman, is going to keep on trying to push power, because this win streak is, of course, very important to keep his economy afloat. And we can see Garen at this point is pretty much untouchable. The more damage he takes, the more he's ulting, and the harder he becomes to put down.
Gambaz is actually able to start reestablishing that win streak, it looks like. He did finally lose it either last round or the round beforehand. And as I say that, I realized that the graphic was not fully updated yet. So he has taken a loss. I'm curious to see when he starts to roll down. Still on 7, still plenty of gold to work with. Looks like he is starting to pump levels.
Yeah, it's definitely managing his economy there. It seemed like we can see it rapidly moving around here. Someone that did pump levels and is rolling down here is going to be Marwan, who is looking to find a way in towards this mythic line with the Lilia. Hasn't found a Lilia upgrade just yet. Doesn't have the Ornn into play either just yet either. I think that Ornn is something you want on the board. He wants to have that mythic emblem on him. But for now, the 2-star Lao is just a stronger frontliner.
I mean, certainly having the Exalted and Mythic together is an awful lot of punch. You can see getting even that one shot on to the Loon on the back line, almost, but not quite enough power to manage to get the 2-shot and deletion. But there's a lot of promise here for long term to giving Enzo a lot of trouble denying the Lilia kill, especially once he hits 2-star.
Now as we head up into the carousel, last one where you get components. So we'll see Enzo and Kevin Parker with a chance. And Kevin has some components available. We saw the state of his roll down. I'm curious what he's going to prioritize here, given that he wasn't able to find that Ash 2 on his massive cash out and roll down.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing as well now, is the fact that for Kevin here, if he finds that Ash 2, he should be somewhat stable. Especially also as over time we'll be able to kind of transition this board into a stronger frontline, right? Has to weigh and play right now to kind of farm a copy of a unit here. That could just be his route into the Ash 2 as well. It could just be that way, and then once that comes through, then the way gets transitioned into a stronger unit instead of just pure combat power.
All right, checking back in with Canvas, of course, who had the early success. As you noted before, we have seen the Zoe, I think, a little bit less powerful than she might be otherwise. I think it looks like Canvas might be trying to find a way to leverage power from other sources, being that Zoe 3, or even Zoe 2 in this case, might be off the cards for a while.
I'm surprised he hasn't hit the 2-star. I'm going to be honest. Surprised that he hasn't lost more on just a Zoe 1-star. So speaking to the power of the Kale in this composition, I think more than anything, because as long as that has the upgrades, you can see how much just one ult does, or could have if she didn't just get immediately mollywopped by Lilia and a Lune combo.
Yeah, I think that's something
that would have timed so perfectly if the Zoe and Kale hadn't died the instant I finished my sentence.
Trust.
Next time I'll get it.
Yeah, I believe in you, Matt. I believe in you.
I believe in you, champ.
Thanks, guys.
we're here to support each other, if not the players in kind of rough spot here. I think, Kevin Parker and Enzo towards the bottom, down in the 30s, along with Little Bit Pro. Little Bit Pro does have a big loss streak, as does Enzo, but it's only Pro from the bottom three right now who's got money in the bank to really make a recovery.
I also want to speak to Hubin's spot here, because I swear, like 3 rounds ago, time is fake, so it was definitely longer than that, Hubin was at 0 gold level 8, but seems to have found with this 6 Invoker exactly what he was looking for. You've got that Azir, who is finally useful since he's going to be ulting frequently enough to matter in this early stages, plus the Exalted at level 8, and you can see just how much combat power comes from those augments of Unified Resistance and Jeweled Lotus. So this board is gross and bad news for anyone who's looking to also run that Lilia Azir combo.
Also, keep in mind, he still doesn't have the Annie in the front line. He doesn't have the frontline Invoker online just yet. At the point in time, he'll be able to drop out what I assume is going to be the Janna will be dropped out from the sports state here, moved in, and then you can see just how it all ties together right now. You're looking at this Silas 2 as well now as a frontline upgrade here. I could see Hubin make a very, very good, strong charge even further up the standings here, kind of starting to more or less guarantee himself a spot in the top 4 should these last couple of upgrades come through, because as you're talking about, Matt, the Jeweled Lotus means it has the ability to just make another damage item on the Lily. It doesn't have to make a JG.
Going to be going for that red buff for the Lune, able to spread off that wound and burn across the entire opponent's backline. We have spoken at length on both previous broadcasts and this one about how important that healing denial can be, especially as we get into these later stages and the healing starts coming up, especially against Kesman's just absolutely disgusting Garen.
Oh boy, I mean, well, and so it's going to attack it this time round, but we are seeing that it looks like Cambiz has hit a big milestone. The 7-story Weaver is in place with a Morgana being put in on a utility duties. We can see just how powerful that double strike is, but Elune actually just deletes the kill immediately, and without having the really reliable power of the Zoe, this is going to be dicey, and it won't be the win for Cambiz.
Execution's just too strong.
The last-ditch effort here from Enzo seems to have paid off for now, but again, he's still lacking that 6th Umbra as you're talking about, right? Again, which will give him another strong unit to add to the board, but if you can find that set on level 8, there will be an absolutely huge spike, and now Little Bit Pro is making use of all of these too much candy rolls here. They will start going up in cost very shortly. But again, this is a big transitional point for him, and the more enemies he holds on to, the harder it will be for the other players in the lobby to find them.
Matt, one of the things that's jumping out to me here is the frontline choice for Little Bit Pro. I mean, Cambiz has been front and center with the Story Weaver board, but Little Bit Pro getting access to the Galio 2 ahead of Cambiz has got a smart.
Yeah, especially because now that frontline is so strong. We've seen 4 Bruiser be a consistent point for these Kaisa compositions. Little Bit Pro kind of skipping the line on that one by finding a Xayah, but nonetheless the principle holds, as we can see the Xayah pumping out quite a bit of damage, but nowhere near enough to challenge the Garen, so just going to minimize the amount by which he loses this round. It's enough for now.
Wait,
I'm looking at that 83 stack fortune.
Yep, I just realized as well that cash out is coming through right here, and that's a lot of duplicators. That's Irelia too, just being dropped in for fun here. So many options now with the too much candy rolls as well. Keep in mind he has a bunch more rolls that are going to come through at half the price, so we could.
I'm dizzy and I'm just watching.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing here as well now, the biggest question on the mind of Little Bit Pro is how do I best utilize these duplicators here? Prioritize the Udyr 2, can then start moving some items around, all these kind of things. He wants to do that and still has one in the bank to make that ever so important 2-star for another unit he wants further down the road.
Oh boy, that's such a good front line now. We're dropping down to 2 trick shot. We're making use of our friend Timo as well. But yeah, the 2-stars are in place. There's so much disruption there. But even with all of these fantastic units, it may not still be enough. I speak a moment too soon, but my heart stopped for a second there. If Little Bit Pro still couldn't have gotten that win against Cambiz, that would have been devastating. We have had our first elimination. Enzo is out of there.
Little Bit Pro could pick up a good unit or item for himself. Kind of short on items for his new legendaries is the one thing I was noticing. So going to shore up that front line, give a little bit more time for his carries in the back, that Xayah, to actually pump out damage. We saw once she gets going, quite a bit, but if the front line melts like it did one more time, it's probably going to spell the end of that board.
All right, Waiter, I want to put this to you here because we're seeing a familiar situation in this lobby. Kesman, the story champion, is on a massive win streak, 96 HP, a 13-round win streak. How does the rest of the lobby accommodate for this? Do you just say, I can't beat him, I'm just playing against everybody else? Or is there anything specific we'd like to see them do?
I mean, there's not really necessarily anything you can do about this right now, right? You're just looking to play your own game, try to like make your boards as strong as possible. Like, if you're someone like Marwan right now, you have Kesman in your pool, but you don't even have your Lilia too. There's not a whole lot of things you can do. Like, there's like there are going to be some positioning things, but for you, the biggest priority is just like praying that you dodge him for as long as possible, and then see if you can find your way to that ever so important upgrade.
Little Bit Pro able to hit this Azir too since we last saw him. That Galio doing great work in that front line, just tanking up the damage as we can see these 5-cost carries starting to put in the work. Hui and Azir and Xayah putting out so much, but the Ashe still uncontested in the back, finally starts taking some damage, but she's still so high on health. Xayah can't get to her, Hui can't get to her, Azir's not getting to her. One more ultimate from any of them would be enough, but it's not gonna happen. Little Bit Pro narrowly avoiding getting knocked out.
A solid 90 attacks in that fight, Peter, coming through.
I mean, that was just wild. Up until the tail end there, I thought the Ashe didn't actually have enough DPS to be able to get through, but I mean, I guess we get the contrast in styles, don't we? Yeah, we've got the burst of the Xayah, we've got the sustained DPS of the Ashe up against each other, and what kind of targets they're good against.
Yeah, now we can kind of see the consequence of this loss here coming from a Little Bit Pro here. Made the choice to put the Lee Sin 2 into play instead of that Annie now. So down to just the 2 Invokers here. It does up his Dragon Lord count, right? Makes even more use of that power, transitions into getting the Kai'Sa online. Will be the stronger trickshot to play further down the road.
Watching as this board has its last chance. Every fight is potentially the last one here for Little Bit Pro, but running up against Marwan, who is Azir, LBP has taken, and we're going to see just how much damage that does, starting to shred through that front line. Very little backline access onto the Xayah so far from Marwan. That Azir not quite making it there with the ultimates, nor is the Lilia, as she's healing up from that Hand of Justice. Marwan takes a big hit, but not taken down just yet.
Yeah, I mean, still though, that was a really good looking round for Little Bit Pro. If we're looking for his chances of crawling up even on, 1 life, it's very good indeed. But as we look on the right-hand side, we can see 1 life is the flavor of the lobby right now. 5 different players, 1 loss away from being taken out of this lobby entirely.
And, I mean, I'm just going to let the audience do this piece of analysis for themselves. Take a look at the numbers there for Kesman. And then just start reading down. Either in health or gold, you'll get the same conclusion either way. Maybe it's too soon to say, I have a guess who's going to win the lobby, is all I'm saying.
I mean, I think he's guaranteed top 2 at least, Matt. I think this is the kind of math that casters can do. This is very friendly math. This is very friendly math towards casters. Kesman, I appreciate the fact that you made this pretty much has a chance to make it in towards tomorrow, but they just need to not go out in 7th here. That's kind of the only thing they have to avoid.
There's a lot of really bad matchups you're trying to avoid happening on the left-hand side. We can see Cambiz with the online Kale just rips through the board. Marana is out of there. So we're seeing at least the 2 different eliminations on stream. Maybe there's even more. Down to the wire. It's looking like Kevin Parker might just be able to hold on.
Kevin, that was close. I am clenching for you, brother.
Only 2 eliminations as well here, right? It's going to be Yudori and Marwan Jr. here. Both of them are going to take the shot into the stick, right? Putting them towards the point where in the last game, in the same lobby, keep this in mind, these players going to play against each other again in the last game of the day. Will have to fight for that top 1, top 2 spots to even have a chance to make it in towards tomorrow.
Oh boy.
It is here
what a long
with
route.
Potentially his final upgrades.
I mean, Camus has been on such a ride throughout this game, just, I think, being eclipsed, going up against Kevin Parker with the incredible emblems there, the porcelain in place, and I think we're going to see a pretty damn good Kayle ult right into the center, though delayed significantly by having the Nautilus ult hit her.
Looks like it barely tickled, though. That front line is so beefy on the side of Kevin Parker, and the Ashe continuing to fire away uncontested. Zoe and Kayle doing their best, but can't even take down a single frontliner. Canbiz gets taken down. Yet to remain if he makes it into that top 4. He does not, falling out in 5th.
But to be fair, that puts him with 25 points going into the last game of the day, right? So for him, that's going to be a pretty accomplishable thing to do, right? It's going to be achievable for him going into that to kind of just like make it towards day 2, which is going to be the end goal. Obviously, would have liked to have a much stronger placement, but at the top of the standings here, it's not very often these days in Rising Legends that I get to be Danish, but look at Hubin.
Yeah, there we go. Represent.
That's what I was going to raise here. Kesman is our story champion player, and Kesman is on a 2-round loss streak right now. We may have written the obituary of this lobby a little too swiftly, and maybe people have actually caught up to this otherwise overwhelming power.
Well, I mean, the rule of any low-cost reroll is that eventually it gets eclipsed. Takes a lot longer with Story Champion, but eventually that Garen does start going down. Unfortunately for Little Bit Pro, looks like he will first go directly onto that carry, but the entire team is still alive, so I'm liking LVP's chances. Garen is big, but he's not that big.
Now, on the opposite side of the field, it seems like Hubin's win streak has been broken, so these two players on single-digit HP are currently putting spanners in the works for both of Hubin and Kesman here. This is going to be very interesting to see who of these players will potentially be able to eke out that 3rd place, and can they even go higher? That's the real big kicker right now.
Well, and Hubin with this Umbral spat is really interesting because there's so much power in being able to get another Umbral just for the executes. If you find a unit that has good AoE across the board, you've suddenly created a way to execute anyone who goes low at all. And Azir's AoE, I think, does qualify.
We want to take a note, Hubin hitting up to level 10. We've also, I believe, seen Kesman managing to push a little bit more power into the board. I think we saw an Aurelia too, sneaking in somewhere or other in the mix as well. So as the last round, the power is continuing to grow. A Little Bit Pro on a 4-round win streak on the right-hand side. Kevin Parker battling on the left.
We're going to see that Ashe on the left-hand side is going to be the name of the game for that fight versus Kesman. Little Bit Pro on the bottom right, you can see that Xayah doing the exact same thing. Ashe doing a great job so far, but Garen not going down on the right-hand side. That Xayah still uncontested in the backline. Hand of Justice keeping her alive. Left-hand side, turn to Kevin Parker. The Garen is low, gets stunned, goes for the ultimate, survives for now, but not for much longer. The Ashe fires away. Kesman loses 1. Kevin is still alive. We still have 4 players alive.
But keep in mind, Kesman is sitting at over 100 gold right now, just waiting to be able to pull the trigger on that incredible level 10 board. But he is playing with fire right now. 23 HP here. I believe we are going to be guaranteed elimination here, potentially. Or do we have... Wait, did I just cycle into a point where we can have 4 players in stage 7?
I think we might have.
No, Kesman is fighting Hubin right now. No, we're going to have a guaranteed elimination.
Oh, okay. All right.
I was about to say, it would have been a crazy scenario with 4 players alive stage 7 here, but elimination on the cards here for Little Bit Pro.
Yeah, let's see which is the best of our 280 carries. Will it be Kaiser? Will it be the ramping power of the Ashe? You can see the Kaiser taking a lot of aggro in the early going, whereas see Ashe just getting to free fire as much as he wants. In the previous rounds, we've seen that it happens very quickly, that the front line evaporates. But this time round, it's a tidal wave ripping through. It has been a hell of a journey to get to this point. But Little Bit Pro won't get anywhere beyond top 4.
Beautiful play, though, from Little Bit Pro, able to survive that long, so really well done from him. Kesman taking the last loss that he's going to be able to, but triple-digit gold count versus single. I'm liking his chances.
Can he be like almost pre-level to 10 while still making 5 econ? Oh boy. Hey. Oh, he's rich.
If you're Kesman here, I'm just trying to figure out what you're going to be doing on level 10, because you've got the 6 Warden in place already. You've got your Zyra in there as your current sort of primary carry, and you're building up Aurelia as well. I'm just trying to figure out, what does Kesman do with all of this money to make this into a first place?
I mean, upgrading your legendaries. Yeah, Wukong and Set right now are currently both 1-star, right? That is the big kicker here, just to find those. Also, like the off chance of a legendary freestar is obviously also something you got to keep in mind here, but it is me just getting those 2 upgrades through here. They are going to be some of the biggest impact in terms of just sheer combat power. The addition of the Loescher is great as a splash into with the Arcanist, but that is a rough roll down. Finally, Wukong 2 shows up, but with the way the items have been placed so far, you would have liked that to be the set instead.
EG on the Wukong, giving a little bit more combat power just when it's needed. Potentially a final fight here for both players. Kevin Parker's Ghost, actually, going up against Kesman, and you're going to watch that Wukong. That's where the power has been. Kevin Parker on the left, fighting for his life against Hubin. Has the Ashe still uncontested. The ult rips through his front line. He's only got a couple of units left. The Ashe gets stunned up. She is so low against the world. Not going to be able to take down anyone with that last ultimate, so she is not for this much longer. Gets taken out finally. Down goes Kevin Parker on the right-hand side. Kesman going to be able to survive for one more round off that disgusting Garen.
All right, guys, we predicted the correct top 2. We got there. We never faltered in our beliefs that it was going to be our top 2. Correct?
I'm prepared to subscribe to that reality.
Once Hubin got past level 8-0 gold when everyone else was rich, I feel like I felt his chances were pretty good.
I mean, that front line is absolutely ludicrous. I'll keep an eye out, though. I have to imagine there's got to be a ceiling for Kesman here on how much damage we can see a 2-cost do. On the other side, the Lilia and the Azir, they're both massive damages. They're both directly in front of the Garen. He might be able to be taken down before he can really scale into the round.
Unfortunately, that ultimate just keeps firing away for him. Isn't going to get CC'd just yet, so he is still able to get these shields, able to get this damage out, but suddenly the entire team turns on him. He's got nobody but himself, and he's got one more ultimate. The Umbral, not enough just yet. Here comes Lilia, able to finally take him out. Down goes Zyra, down goes Kesman, and Hubin will be the winner of lobby number 5.
Baby. Well, we believed it. We knew the whole thing. It was laid out like in the stars for years to come through that. Honestly, though, I mean, what a hell of a lobby coming close to the end of day 1.
Yeah, it was incredibly impressive coming out there. You know, Little Bit Pro almost turning it around with that fortune. The incredible play there from Hubin, making that turnaround that I called in my head. I was like, Hubin is dead from this point. And I kind of discounted him. Look back like 5 rounds later, I'm like, oh, win streak, 66 gold. Something has changed here. And changed it had, and he made his way all the way to top 1. So incredible play from him.
All right, guys, so we've got one more to go before it's all done here today in day 1 of our 3-day Golden Spatula Cup number 2. We'll be hearing from Loescher during the break, so don't go anywhere. Our analysts are waiting to break down that game, and look forward to the rest of the day.
Hi, I'm Loescher. I'm 29 years old. I'm from Germany, currently living in Norway. Streaming and competing in TFT in my free time for quite some time now, and really psyched to be part of the next GSC again. Show some dominance. Hopefully have a good tournament. So the biggest thing about Inkborn Fables is the encounter mechanic, obviously. And I do think in isolation, this is a very good mechanic. It offers you to keep every game fresh, more decision making, so always like that. But obviously, you will always have growing pains. These certain interactions and certain encounters are obviously better or worse than others in certain situations. And having this all in sync, so it doesn't feel bad. It's very challenging, and I do feel like this is a mechanic kind of like the beginning of augments in set 6, where you kind of need 1 or 2 sets to calibrate it a bit, and then it's really good. But at the beginning now we do have some balance issues, but hopefully we can resolve them in the next coming patches. It's already way better right now than it was like 4 or 5 weeks ago, so I'm hopeful. I want to give a shout out to my Twitch chat, who's always there shit talking with me, which is why I started streaming in the first place, to shit talk with people. And also all of the players preparing with me, most notably then Zaza and Ilya. But also Nomi, who is doing quite some casting on the side with me for some more German-focused event, and that's always really fun, and I really enjoy doing that. So I would just like to give the recognition for that here.
Welcome back to the analyst desk after, I would say, a spectacular game number 5. Now, some people might say it was all done and decided after that story champion was picked up, but of course I'm not going to be stealing too much of your limelight, David. I know this is your favorite comp. Talk to me about all things Garen and Kesman here.
Not just my favorite comp, but also a great player and caster with Kesman showing us what he got. He's been training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, which is the EUNE server. And he's come out, looks like pretty strong with the 2nd place here. I love the Zyra reroll pairing alongside Garen. Zyra has been a sleeper, OP item holder, and now obviously just very strong reroll unit throughout most of this patch. Pairing her with Garen makes a lot of sense. She has a Sage coming in, and it just really pairs really well. You can roll for Garen, and if you find Zyras along the way, then just commit to that instead of itemizing something like an Irelia or even a Morgana later on into the game. And just we saw the win streak, we saw the gold amount, the HP totals. A little bit sad that he couldn't convert that gold into more of a win, but overall the matchup with Hubin, the lobby winner, was very difficult with just the amount of burst damage that you could find off the Azir, for example.
Yeah, we were both just talking about this. You're seeing it, I think, in disc screen specifically. Quite beautifully, seeing all of those emblems being picked up right at the start, basically 7 out of 8 boards going for direction from very early on, completely locking themselves into specific routes for players like Kevin. Of course, that was a pretty good route, knowing you have those wardens available to you, going for the sniper warden, just such a good comp here. But I thought Hubin's board was really interesting because the invoker emblems we've been seeing throughout today so far weren't really the strongest, and so Hubin being able to maneuver this comp was really impressive to me.
It's strong in a vacuum. It's just very weak in my opinion at 2-1 because it just doesn't give that much power to your units. It doesn't stabilize you as much, so it just makes your early game that much harder. You can still make it alive out of that early game. It just has that level of difficulty added onto it. I think most players still don't really navigate as well, but Hubin, I think, has really played a really great game. A little bit pro as well. I want to talk about him because too much handy. When you're not playing reroll, you're not playing Kog'Maw reroll specifically, is an odd choice, I would say. You don't see it very often. Most of that comes because every single role you do have, the free ones, the 1-cost ones, you have to focus on what you're rolling for and make those rolls useful. When you're playing a little bit flexibly, it's kind of hard to do this and to make sure you're not just buying a unit to sell it later. And Little Bit Pro managed to do that just fantastically. Add in the fortune mid game as well. Came out alive from that, and then only a top 4 in the end. But I think probably the best played game out of all players in this lobby.
I do kind of want to compliment Canvas as well, going for that story weaver, vertical, deciding that that's an out you can play too, and that's probably not very contested, so it should probably be a safe placement. In the end, wasn't able to get the full power spike from something like the Zoe 3 online there, or the fully itemized Aurelia. It was all just a little bit too little on the receiving end. Zoe 2, Aurelia 1, not able to dish out the damage that was needed, but I did like the idea, and it just unfortunately didn't work out in the execution. Now, we do have one more game for today. Panda, this is where I usually ask my dear casters, is there any comp we haven't seen yet that you want to see? You can't say Garen, we just saw that.
I thought you were going to ask me for a player to jinx, so I'm very happy that you're asking me for a comp instead, because I will not be able to sleep tonight. A comp we haven't seen, on broadcast at least, we haven't seen the Teemo reroll Lux pairing, which is some new tech. I know Alan's been playing it in some secret scrims. I know Cambiz played it this last week. Some players are memeing on it. I think it makes sense in theory. We'll see if in practice it could also make sense with everything on the line in Game 6.
Well, maybe we get an Exalted that favors these units, then I could see it happening. At least we're going to be seeing our casters in a second. That will bring us to our very last and final game today here, Weta, Niberia, and Counterfeit.
So we didn't decide who was going to take it from the break, so I just figured, throw it in there, see what happens. Final game of the day, and David got me excited because I, at the start of the set, was like, you know what? This is the time. Teemo's back. Back when he was a 4-cost, I really liked using him as a carry. I'm going to re-roll him. I'm going to see what happens. And I lost every single game for about a week. So I'm happy to see that someone may have possibly found a way to make him work, and maybe one of these very players will pull it off, as we see some players that are very familiar to us. Finally, nice to see Bricks coming in back at these GSCs, our Tunisian representative, one of 3 in the tournament this weekend.
And it's very important, the particular lobby that we're going into. Lobby 9 here, our players will need 27 or 28 points approximately to make it through to day 2. And we to the one who's jumping out at me most, Darkest, who of course was battling for the crown in GSC 1, now may not make it to day 2 of GSC 2.
Yeah, that's just kind of the up and down nature of competitive TFT, right? The fact that one patch you're absolutely flying, the next one is not looking as good for you. And even then, 6 games is still a lot. It's still a good sample size. It's not like it's the best out of one situation, but it is still sometimes leaves room for variance. And sometimes some games just cannot be saved at this level when every single player that you're playing against is just as good as you are yourself, right? And also, Matt, Bricks Nalana, two old schools at this point to the Rising Legends system in this mix as well.
It's good to see him back. Darkest as well. That set 7 run with the Guardianitis, probably one of the unique compositions we saw come out, really spearheaded that composition as we had headed into that day 2 and 3. So a lot of names that we're hoping to see rise to their previous heights from around the same time as well. Lalana maybe a little further back as we see this start. You know what we haven't seen in a while? And it was on a graphic earlier, so I'm just going to throw it out into ether, see if anything comes back. Bard reroll. Maybe we see a Wit's End, maybe we put it on a Bard and, see if some magic happens.
Could you imagine, by the way? Again, going back to our point about ultimate bravery or / troll builds on the Rift, Matt, could you imagine if your Bard just was slamming double Rageblade plus Wit's End?
Yes, because I've played with a friend of mine. So I have seen it. It is simultaneously just as bad and not as horrible as you'd think, depending on how late in the game it goes. So I'm a big Bard believer in both games.
I did just want to check back in with, of course, with Lana on our screen right now. I did get a chance to talk to him a little bit before the tournament started. He was saying that he's coming into today's event. I think some of our players were coming in with trying to bring in less expectations for himself. That, you know, after GSC 1 didn't go so well for him, I think after putting a lot of pressure on himself to perform, he's now trying to take things a little bit more, you know, open here for GSC 2. And so far, it's looking like it's working out relatively well, as our prismatic augments will open us up.
Bud.
So Build Up is actually a really good augment if you hit the correct one cost. There are a couple of one costs that are not necessarily amazing to hit, all right? And if you hit something that's good, I hit an Ari yesterday, and it was amazing. I went first because, you know, I was like out tempo in the lobby, bing, bang, bosh, everything's good in the world. You can see that the reason why he was rerolling the other augment choices here, because it is actually a very, very powerful choice.
Oh,
what? Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I'll take it.
I won't.
Wait, I'm assuming this is pretty bad here in terms of things, because, you know, the only place you've really seen Cho'Gath 3 has been in a reroll, you know, rerolling with Kog'Maw, and presumably if you've got the Cho'Gath 3 already, you don't want to be sitting around and rerolling.
So there's a very funny dynamic going on when you're rolling for like a specific cost of a unit, right, Matt? The fact that like you can no longer that's one less one cost you can see in your shop, so you're that much more likely to see a Kog'Maw, actually, if you want to go down that route, but I don't think that's the route we're going to go down.
Yeah, and I recognize that. On the other hand, I think my expectations of Build-A-Bud have been tempered from the last 2 times I played it, where I got Jax. Now, if you're looking for a useless Build-A-Bud unit, I found one for you, and his name is Jax.
And you don't even get to give him a real weapon. You know, like we spent so much time talking about that last PSC about Jax's real weapon. But even with Build-A-Bud, you know, like they couldn't even like that. Like, do you realize like how bad of a kit that is? Like as a collect, like, you know, like you get this like build your own body thing, right? And they don't even give you the real weapon for your Jax plushie.
They don't give you the kit you need. You only get the bear. You don't get the heart to put in the bud. You know, that's the whole point of going to Build-A-Bud workshop in the first place. This might be too American a reference for our audience.
No, it does still show up in Europe a little bit.
All right, good. Doesn't make it a good reference, but I'm glad it at least passed into the consciousness of people.
And as expected here, we're not going to see a reroll line from Alana, Peter. Level to 5, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, I guess. So presumably at this point for Alana, having basically, you know, if this Cho'Gath isn't immensely useful to Alana long term, then he's going to be operating down a prismatic augment. I mean, this seems like a worst case scenario for such a risky play to start off with.
I mean, it goes in some sort of like Leaderboards can make use of the Cho'Gath, right? It's just another frontline, especially when it is upgraded. It is just a nice little addition to the board state, right? So it's not the end of the world. You can kind of twist and turn that in with some Behemoth, go like into maybe more like direct mythical line. You can see he's holding on to the Nico already. Just needs to find something like that Kog'Maw to get those mythic stacks rolling in, make this Cho'Gath a threat.
Just keeping my eye on holding that Kindred. Just kind of curious where that one's going.
Well, since we got a little bit of downtime heading into our first carousel, I just want to note some of the augments we've seen come in. In fact, perfect timing from Darkest. Level Up being picked in here. We just mentioned before, Matt, Darkest, they're a player who've taken the routes less traveled. Certainly not a commonly seen augment in the tournament so far, but with a lot of potential, high roll to come for Darkest.
Going to sacrifice a lot of board strength in the meantime, which is the obvious problem with it. There's a little bit of I'm going to call it a checkmark curve, where like early on, being able to outlevel your opponents just gives you more raw board strength when there's only 4 or 5 units on a board. Having an additional one, absolutely fantastic. But when you get into that mid game and it's like everyone else has that combat power augment and you're just like, sure can't wait for level 8. Hope I don't die. Then you get into trouble. But once you do hit that level 8, level 9, you have so much more gold to work with than everyone else because you spent so much less to get there.
Also, I gotta respect the fact that Rix is so good that he shows up twice in the graphics right now.
Yeah. Absolutely dominating the graphics, if not the lobby.
That's a pretty good pickup here for Alana as well. That's just a nice little Silas. You know, we just have multiple threats on this board right now with the Bard as well. That's going to be the Mythic online. Start getting those stacks onto the Cho'Gath and it's like make that a big threat.
Well, I mean, let's start theory crafting around this Cho'Gath. We know we've got a big lump that sits on our front line and refuses to die. So presumably, if you can pick up a solid damage dealer to go with it, it can work out very well. For Darkest, we talked about risky map. Darkest is more or less going as close as possible to the open fort, knowing that the power spike isn't quite there, wants to keep the loss streak intact and the economy flowing.
Yeah, I mean, you hit level 5. You got the unit advantage, decided not to take advantage of it, and instead just going to make sure that they get as much econ as possible going into the PvE round, going into that second augment choice of the game, and then maybe they turn it around or keep going until the carousel and really pull out the risk.
Also, it's the fact that they are on level up, right? That's a big thing as well, with the fact that you can get those economic breakpoints. There's a somewhat relevant chance that you're gonna get to level 8 first, and you're gonna get those bigger compositions into play more effectively. Alongside that, the generation of just carousel priority further down on the stage 3 and stage 4 here will also be very, very big. And we do see another treasure armory come around this time.
And it's worth bringing up at this point that Darkest is one of the lowest points in the lobby, needs to take a first or a second to have a chance of making it to tomorrow. So it makes sense to go for this absolutely risky option because it has the highest possible payout. So not completely surprised by the gameplay at hand.
Yeah, and also kind of just like run this back as we do see the points come through. Someone like Ceremonials here will need a 4 for a third, most likely a third to guarantee themselves onto that 28 point where you most of the time avoid those tiebreakers, right? Lalana is also in a pretty good spot. Never got Itra Infam here is also at 26 points right now, so you can actually make it up with just a 5th or 6th even, right? So not necessarily any... And it's kind of produces a very interesting dynamic to the fact that you have some players like Darkest that really needs that first place, have to go all out, and then you have players that can kind of make use with a much worse result to make it through anyways.
I think that's what makes this part of the day, the final game of day one, so fascinating, is our players just almost playing different games from each other in terms of what they need from the lobby. We'll do our best, of course, to keep you updated as to what that will be for each player. As we come to the end of stage 2, we have 2 win streakers, we have 2 full loss streakers, so we're getting maximal gold in for at least half the lobby.
Yeah, Chibi with his early 5 faded, going to find quite a bit of board strength off that alone. Kindred we have seen be a pretty strong early mid-game carry, both in the faded composition and that Dryad-fueled variant, which is exactly what we are seeing on the board right now.
Certainly having access to the Fated End was pretty nice. Be able to, I think, with you mentioned with it being the Dryads as well, just for giving me a little bit more flexibility to make use of all of these emblems together. I think Chibi's got some really good potential to come out of this lobby strong.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a very clear line here. Either you stick with the Kindred for a while, but also just something like the Syndra opens itself up very effectively. But we do roll a little bit aggressively here, trying to find an additional upgrade to the board here. But the Ribbon 2 itself should be more than enough for Chibi here.
Going to be banking on that, potentially running into bricks in the matchup pool, seeing who is going to be able to escape on top with the full streaks. Only other full streakers in the lobby are at the bottom of the board, and it will be Ceremonials and Darkest, so keep your eyes on that as the game develops and we head towards that carousel.
It's like ducking for the time being. We'll see how long that lasts through stage 3 again. A huge amount of money coming in for our 2 top players. The longer they keep their streaks intact. Of course, Dark and Ceremonials more than happy to accommodate them. For the rest of the lobby, though, it's been very hard for any of them, from Lalana down to Hyrule, to keep any kind of streak going, given that we've got such a polarized lobby.
Can be able to maintain the streak, as is Bricks.
But also, like, look at the top bar here, right? We have our regular augments now. We also do have 2 encounters on this stage. The fact that this is going to be gold augments obviously will bring the tempo down just a little bit, but there's a huge chance here that we are going to be seeing a bunch of tempo changes come out here over the next couple of rounds, just because of the fact that these encounters, will just be so omnipresent of the fact like how they change the game, right? So it's really interesting to see how the players will navigate something like this, because it can be very high variance.
Know your enemy picked up here, which is I'd like to say that this is a pretty rare pick. I don't recall seeing it fairly often in competitive. Makes sense when you have Heavenly in, because it's one of the most easily splashed traits, so we'll give you the bonus, but just a flat damage bonus as well isn't too shabby.
It's such an interesting composition Alana's put together here. Certainly, as a player known for not sticking necessarily to conventional wisdom, we've basically got a Cho'Gath and we've got Silas who's well itemized, but those two pretty much exclusively working to get the damage here. No, we've got the Elune on the backline, but really it's all front line loaded damage, and it's working actually pretty well up against the more traditional board of Hyrule.
Yeah, also just note the fact like this, with the tempo of the lobby not being as high right now, I think a Cho'Gath 3 is still way ahead of the power curve. A Silas 1 at this point of the game as well is also way ahead of the curve, right? So you're not necessarily going to lack the damage output from a stronger backline just yet. And keep in mind now with the Illaoi rerolls, that's what I was talking about. Random spikes of power can come through, right? Because you have to use these rerolls right now. There's nothing stopping you from using these.
Are we going to see Darkest push here? We are. Darkest level 8 pushing for the free rerolls. As soon as I heard free rerolls, I was like, all right, let's see Darkest.
The free fast 8 with level up with the free 8 rerolls here coming through. We do have the Ash already online. I think that's going to be absolutely massive, right? You have the Rage Play, you do have the Last Whisper, and this is also way ahead of the curve. You already have found your set as well. So this board state here for Darkest, granted that they will be able to like stop the bleeding and not lose here, should just see them all the way through like late stage 4.
I mean, this is what we love to see, isn't it? And I think this is the door that Darkest has opened for themselves, is just getting to these units first before everybody else starts scooping them out of the pool. And I mean, this is the beginning of the streak that I think is going to start really disrupting the rest of the lobby. We see Ceremonials, losing the losing the loss streak rather on the top side. Chibi losing the win streak, and our big streaks have all ended as of 3-4.
And Darkest still has first prio on Carousel. just gross.
But that was one of the things we're talking about in terms of like the upsides of the open forward strategy, right? Because you sacrifice so much HP, most of the time you are just guaranteed first choice on the 2 forthcoming carousels here, right? For Darkest, with the way that their board is shaped up now, will most likely not have priority come stage 4 carousel, obviously, but still, that is such a big tempo switch up here. And then you're looking at someone like Rex, who has gone for the late Fortune, but it is the Fortune 5, right? Something that was a dominating presence in GSC 1 this set here. And Rex is a player that must get a first place. And then on top of that, he needs to cut to be 27. There are so many things that has to go right for Rex here that I really like the fact that we're trying to farm it out with the Fortune.
I mean, you're doing exactly what you need to, as you said, the lowest points player in the lobby right now. I mean, it still isn't the lowest HP. I mean, we see there's a huge separation map between in terms of HP, so we can potentially see some big swings around on the carousel as to who's going to be able to get out and get those early items in stage 4.
Most people have already spent down most of their economy. Like, you're seeing some people making their way already back up into the 40s and 50s, but most of them are down in that 20 range from having that roll down, trying to find their combat power. And like Weeda mentioned earlier, we've got a second encounter for this round, so that may shift things over once more.
Are we going to work out?
Make you bigger? No.
Oh, okay. I mean, you're talking about the economies, Matt, right? Tristana coming in here, that's going to be a huge boon for all of these players, right? And then we're going to see what this exact amount and exact layout is going to be here of this gift. And that's going to be the biggest deciding factor for how this game will pan out. Did we just miss it, or am I stupid?
No, it was like 20 or 30 gold. It wasn't
it wasn't a massive amount, but it's enough to at least, we've stabilized most lobby, with the exception of Darkest, as we can see at the bottom right there. Everyone else is mostly holding their cash. But Darkest, spending everything to try and keep this streak intact. Up against, we got Bricks, of course, we haven't seen for a little while, who has had the starter kit on in place from the beginning of the game.
Interesting combination going for this for Dryad, and already has picked up a triple itemized Syndra and doing quite a bit with that damage. Faded is going to give that bonus damage, that bonus attack speed to get out those ultimates much quicker in lieu of a more traditional mana generation item. Not that Adaptive Helm is the worst, but you are usually looking at that blue buff for Syndra.
Yeah, for a while though, we were rocking up with a double adaptive helm just because of the fact that it meant that every single auto attack Syndra would be casting, right? So definitely not an item combination that is super unorthodox on something like the Syndra here. And also just to kind of keep to your point about Dokhy really investing their economy, right? Again, they're still ahead of the lobby in terms of their level, right? So they still have access to these premium forecasts way ahead of the curve. And you have someone like Hyrule, who I assume is going to try to roll down for an Ashe at some point. The more of those copies you can remove from the equation, the more it's going to, like, the better chance that you give yourself for finishing out in the game here. Again, keep in mind, Hyrule at 25 points, one of the players that needs like a sec to be in with a guaranteed shot at day 2.
I think the balanced budget coming in there is an acknowledgement of that this is going to be the road that's traveled, as we do find the Ashe there, and we're managing to get some Amumu's online, as well as the Alawi to bring the front line up. Another Ashe being dropped as well, and another! Alright, Hyrule, get everything you want, why don't you?
Where's Darkest? Does Darkest even have the 2-star Ashe yet? I'd assume not.
No, not yet.
It's brutal.
Oh,
Hyrule gets it too. Oh, that's the graphics a little behind us. Never mind. I was like, damn, 2 people get it before Darkest.
That's crazy, man.
Speaking of contested compositions, we haven't seen Chibi for a little while. Of course, we noted the Wandering Trainers lending very much towards the Fabled Dryad board. Do bear in mind, of course, we have seen another Fabled Dryad board already in play from Brick, so some of our players going to be slowing each other down a little bit as our final augment comes in. Prismatic, gold, and gold once more.
To see how these compositions finish out. Bricks pushing for that level 8, also picked up Know Your Enemy, so a double appearance from that augment as everyone starts deciding on their final augment of the game.
Yeah, ceremonials
could be interesting.
It could, but the thing about that is now it's like obviously like your like general brain when you look at this conversation says like Porcelain is like 4 Porcelain is such a big spike. I get to play all these crazy units. I get to play Locks, I get to play Lissandra, you know. But just due to the power level of the Force Sniper 4 Warden setup on this patch specifically, Porcelain Crest is actually not as powerful as it used to be, because you have to get to like towards level 9 to fully utilize it.
Wait a second, I'm seeing double here, Matt. We've got Orns coming out the walls.
Yeah, quite a few. We already saw that first setup there from Bricks from the starter kit, picking up a couple more just for fun, you know? And this Syndra is going to start firing away. Not quite one ult every auto attack, but quite enough to get her ultimate directly onto that Ashe. But maybe too little too late there.
And Dark is taking another loss here, right? That's also something that we gotta keep in mind, that they don't have a ton of HP to work with. And the cash out here from Rex, not necessarily the most ideal one, but we'll be rolling down here trying to find a lot more of these key units here. The Kayn 2 will be something that will stabilize them for just a second here, but will most likely not be enough to take them all the way to first place.
I mean, it kind of feels like we're in a similar situation, Matt, to the the kind of heavenly board here, except we've got Bruisers substituting and Exalted in place as well. So Kayn being asked to do a lot of work here and going to be backed up by a little bit of extra damage, but it still feels like it's an extremely Kayn-centric board, at least for the time being.
Yeah, because usually when you like double or triple up on this front line, like if you're going vertical Bruiser, if you're going vertical Warden, you are buying time for a backline unit. That is traditionally how it goes with the Ashe or the Kai'Sa this set so far. Hwei 1 doesn't really have it like that. It is better than nothing, and the heals will do quite a bit in a Bruiser composition, but like you said, relying quite a bit on this Kayn. I will say, one of the things going in this board's favor is that Kayn is also a Bruiser, so is getting that massive bonus % health as well.
That is going to be a big one to work out for you as well. Now, there's going to be that set on the carousel here, so right, that could be one of the pieces that Darkest have been looking for, and you see right there, they will just be going straight for that set to add into the mix.
And yeah, I mean, I think that's a testament to the sort of situation, particularly Rix is in towards the bottom, just trying to narrow in on the unit that's needed immediately. Rix went for the Galio instead, because that's the Bruiser board we saw from before. I think desperately trying to find a little bit more power before running out of room. Does get the Galio 2 online, but this is a more unusual way to play, and I just don't know if Rix has got enough punch for this comp to work.
Also, it does seem like that Rix is going to go for something that looks like a Kayn free line with the Way in there. Just try to pray that they are going to be stable enough in the position that they're in right now with that setup here. And I mean, that's the kind of bait the kind of bet you have to make on yourself in a position like this where you have your back against the wall. You need a massive result to kind of change the outcome of your tournament.
Meanwhile, Lana has made the most of this Cho'Gath, going to be going for long-distance pals plus that Lilia in the backline, so making use of that strong Mythic from the early game, using it as a way to transit into the late game, which is what we usually see. You know, so far on stream, we have seen mostly that like vertical or like Sage rather than the Mythic, but this has shown up quite a bit in high-level solo queue of going for the Mythic version, just getting those extra buffs. So Lana using it for strength in the meat. Wow.
Well, that's in the tier too. Yeah, but what I was about to say, but again, that was kind of the expected outcome when we saw the outcome of the build-up bot from the Lana. It was one of the things we were talking about, the fact it's going to go down this route here. But if you are Chibi, you need just to put yourself into at least the top 3. Getting in a Seer 2 on 4-6 you were talking about, Matt, that's a pretty good pickup.
That'll do. If you're looking for that late game carry, much better than the Kindred, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, we're one's Fated 6, but yeah, we've got a pretty damn solid front line, as well as having the Ionic as well. I mean, this Azir is really set up. You can see that certainly any of the un-itemized frontliners will get cut through like it's nothing. We've also got the extra attack speed being in from the Loon as well, though she doesn't survive too long into the round. I'm curious to see how this particular round ends out, because Chibi has been on a loss streak for a while, and it's looking like it's not good enough right now to change that.
I've seen enough, Matt. Azir's washed. Get him out of here. You know, he's been too long on the team, man. You know, like he keeps getting picked over and over again. Just completely washed up these days. Maybe we need to see a new young talent come in and take a spot.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing about Azir that you need to know if you want to play him in your game, he's kind of crap as a primary carry. Like, he's kind of actually useless because he does this huge chunk of damage, yes, but it takes him forever to ult. So if you don't have something to either soften the opponent beforehand or clean up afterward, you see exactly what we saw that round, which was he gets stuck on a frontline unit, his AoE doesn't hit anyone else because the frontline unit's by themselves, and you lose the entire round because he's your only damage. So running headfirst into that issue there for Chibi, and I'm afraid it might be the end of his game.
I mean, Brix is going to show us exactly where you want that kind of thing to be in. I think you said exactly right. Great as a secondary carry. We've got ourselves the Dryad Fated set up here. We've got the 3-star Thresh on the front line as well. This is such an enormous amount of stall to give you time to ramp up and take over the round. Brix has spent everything to put this board together, but we'll see up against Chibi, and if our prediction is correct, that this is a superior version of the same strategy.
Feel pretty confident in this call. Yeah, because look, here's the Azir. He's going to go for this ultimate. Barely hurts the Thresh. Doesn't hurt the Ornn because of that massive shield. Meanwhile, look at the Syndra in the backline doing so much damage. As I say that, Brix's Azir also ints the targeting, so we'll see how this goes. But there's the Syndra. One more ultimate, and then it's going to be the Azir behind to try and clean it up. Unfortunately,
I think we're going to have to...
Do you want to retract your statements, Matt? Do you want to retract your statements?
No, because there's a Syndra there now where there wasn't before, and I'm going to say I called it because of that.
All right. We'll find an excuse no matter how it turns out ultimately, but for Brix, I mean, that's pretty bad news. Brix just has very little money left to go with, and I was thinking this was the kind of board that would pretty much take him to the end of the game.
You would hope. Sitting on and chasing rather the 3-star Ornn rather than the Syndra. Not sure how that's going to turn out. Like, yes, it's great to have a frontline. Yes, it's great to have those free items, but not going to do much for the damage. Well, Darksport has finally hit the Ashe 2, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is the Fated variation. We saw with so many different people playing the similar kinds of boards here, but you put the Syndra together with the Ashe, and suddenly you have pretty much all the damage you can eat.
Gunblade as well, doing so much to heal up that front line, buying time for both carries to start firing away into the opponent's back line. That will be enough to take down Chibi, which will put some Azirs back in the pool. Maybe enough to keep Bricks happy, but considering the amount of digging he's doing, I'm not too confident.
I think that the thing he's digging for more so than anything else is these last 2 copies of the Orin, right? Trying to get that freestyle forecast online just to like have an even more freestyle front end with that fresh already being there in the mix here. But also getting that fight, we kind of got to see what the natural pattern of the Ashe comp is at the moment, right? That Syndra being that secondary carry, taking the slot that in previous composition and version of the composition has more been taken by the Lissandra, by the likes of the Lilia as well.
All right, we'll check in with Etrian Farm here, who is bringing out, let's say, the ghostly Zyra ball. We haven't talked about a huge amount. Has got an enormous amount of damage waiting to come online once all those ghosts start clustering. But it's down to the Kane at the tail end of the round to do clean up GCs, and apparently it's good enough. Bricks takes the L there. Chibi going out in the same round, and it looks like Bricks barely got in ahead with a 6th place.
Had 25 points coming in, so I think that's enough to make the cutoff.
And also here, keep in mind that we get an additional component, so if anyone here has a component floating alongside either the emblems here or something else, that's going to be a big thing to keep in mind. And Lalana gets that additional mythic emblem here. We'll be able to start reaching the breakpoints, try to cut one of those units that might not be doing a lot for his board here as in a bet for this top 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be absolutely huge. And Lalana with the very unusual game as it ended up being, but we've got the Invoker in place. Unfortunately, we can't itemize the Annie because she's already got the Thieves' Gloves in place with what would traditionally be a pretty solid shot there. But we've got the chance, and we will take it to go up to Mythic 7 for more raw power.
Yeah, the way really presenting himself in the shop there to Lalana really makes this a very straightforward transition. Has to give up on the Lissandra for now, but that Mythic Emblem for the Udyr in the front line here will just add another layer of damage across the board. The biggest issue though, right, and one of the reasons why Lalana was kind of hesitating to pick it up, he's still only on 2 items on this Lilia.
Not a ton of damage coming out for her, but the front line may be able to stall for long enough. Meanwhile, Etrian Fum's board is going to be that ghostly Zyra that we mentioned, starting to chew through that front line. Kane gets into the back line. Lilia, not long for this world, gets taken down, but Lalana survives to see one more round.
He's got 1 life to try and find that 3rd item. We were talking about Wheater before we get to the end of stage 5, but Hyrule as well, also on a single life remaining. Ceremonials with the 4 trick shot board and 5 Ink Shadow. We are seeing unusual circumstances developing here, I think in no small part thanks to that Wandering Trainer.
Yeah, Monya's just been cooking this game, right? I think that's the big thing you got to keep in mind here is the fact that you got to be able to understand when these setups are going to be good enough to bring into the mix here. Just like Lalana now making one of those small adjustments here, trying to get this game over the line in towards that top 4 to put himself onto those 28 points.
Hyrule can survive this. He has an Udyr waiting for him, but it's going to be hard against this Zyra Ghostly Kane composition. On the right-hand side, we're seeing Lalana fight for his life. That 7 Mythic doing so much, but it's against the Ashe. No access into the backline just yet. Lilia is inting her aim and will not be onto the Ashe. It is too little, too late. The ultimate from Lilia is not enough to take it down. Lalana will fall, but Hyrule will rise and will give him a chance to that 2-star Udyr.
Oh boy, I mean, Lalana took a massive risk from the early part of the game to go for that Build-A-Bud. I think, honestly, rode out what was arguably a pretty strong low roll there to a decent finish, but, I mean, we're into the tail end here, where Darkest, remember from much early on, with the level up, is on a win streak now towards the top of the table.
Yeah, I mean, just to see whether or not we're going to... If Hyrule is lucky enough here to get something like the Thieves' Glove off of this item anvil, that's going to be a huge one for the Udyr. No Thieves' Gloves here, but still a bunch of decent items here, depending on like what you want. You can go for the 3rd Tang item. For that allow, we could go for an item you want to put onto the Udyr instead. So really just going to see whether or not that's going to be the case. But this top 4, I'm not really too sure about how that's going to pan out at this point in time, right? Because both Darkest and Hyrule, the 2 players that found their Ashe comps very early on, should both be in a good spot. And you have someone like Ceremonials, 4 win streak.
An explosive lobby at this point. We're going to see this Ashe in the backline do the best she can with the support of that Aphelios with the red buff to spread that debuff across the team. Etra and Fam with this Zyra in the backline starts firing away onto the front line. Udyr gets low, ults up, and it looks like he's going to cause some trouble in the back. Meanwhile, the Ashe uncontested the Gunblade, keeping her alive. Zyra's front line has fallen on her, but Ashe's front line remains. The Zyra, last unit standing, falls. And Hyrule will stay alive. No one knocked out just yet.
I think finding, given we got such a strong board from Hyrule there towards the front line, I think creating a little bit more punch to the back line ain't no bad thing. Darkest, though, taking the route less traveled. Bringing in the Lysandra, as we mentioned before, much less popular from before, but we've got Porcelain in place for the Syndra as well. 4 Porcelain online. I think we're going to be seeing an awful lot of damage coming out, particularly towards the right and center of the board, where Darkest carries are focusing.
One of the only units that likes her item as well. So Lysandra will ult fairly quickly, fairly effectively, giving her that attack speed buff. So here we go. Lots of CC onto that front line. The fight looks good for Darkest. In the meantime, on the left-hand side, Hyrule with that Ashe still firing away, but the Udyr is into the backline from Ceremonials. The Ashe only has so much time left. Udyr stuck on the tank, about to go down. The tank survives for a little bit longer, but the Ashe does not. Hyrule will fall. Darkest survives. And we're down to 3 players.
Yeah, looking at this here as well, right? Ceremonials on that big win streak, and they need that top 2, ideally a first place finish, I believe, as well, looking at the points. But so does Darkest, right? So that is the thing here for Darkest. The level 10 investment here is all coming down to whether or not that's going to be their day 2, right? Again, they were ever so close to the title in GSC 1, Peter, and now, well, they have their fingers itching towards that spot, but one small thing goes wrong, one little fight RNG thing, and then it's all down, and then it's all chalked up, and there's no day 2 for Darkest.
Yeah, if Darkest can't at least hit top 2, then there's no hope to be found. See if Etra is going to be the one to deny and make sure there's no second chances for Darkest. Lysandra is doing very well. The King gets onto the backline but does not do the damage. Darkest survives through and hits the top 2. Ceremonial's still alive. Darkest really wants the first, but at least now has the chance of seeing day 2.
Darkest needs this first, I believe, in order to make it into that final slot there for day number 2, able to pick up that Edge of Night for a little bit more defense on a carry, should they so wish.
All right, Wheater, talk to us. We've got the one-on-one here. What's our swings in the matchup?
I mean, we're looking at where the burst will go. And another thing is also worth noting here is whether or not the Lysandra will be able to lock down some of these bigger frontline threats, something like the Udyr, right? If the Udyr is prevented from going in towards the backline, on towards that Ashe here, that will be a huge benefit for Darkest's game plan. You can kind of see like how they continue to shift over in the sides, trying to outposition their opponents here, and that is one of the biggest things here. But the Udyr is going to be on the same side as the Ashe, but also same side as the Lysandra.
Lysandra does get the ult, but it's not stopping the Udyr. The Ashe is gone.
Ashe is gone, but there's still a chance. Some damage coming out from the Syndra, damage coming out from the Lysandra, but the Udyr wrecking the backline, chasing in towards, gets teapotted, but it's too little too late. The Syndra falls, so does Darkest. And very likely will not be able to make it into day 2, but Ceremonials, 22 points, first place in the final round, will easily pass the threshold.
Wow, what a heartbreaker. I mean, as you're mentioning, in GSC 1, Darkest came into the final lobby with everything they needed to take the title. In this case, I have to imagine either completely eliminated or down to tiebreakers. There's going to be a lot of nail biting going on as the final results come in.
Yeah, so close there from Darkest. Just absolute wonderful piloting from the beginning of the game. You know, going for that level up, going for the open fort, knowing that they had to bet it all, and got just so close. Slightly better positioning, and the game would have been theirs. So, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and that's just, again, the fine margins of TFT. Every single micro positioning thing can end up mattering. And I think that is one of the most impressive things to keep an eye out for when you're watching these players play TFT at the highest level.
And of course, we will have those results for you after a quick break for the analyst desk to break it down and bring us through the end of the day. We have an interview with Flowders during the break, and we'll see you in just a couple minutes.
Hi, my name is Flowders. I'm 25 years old. I'm from France, but I also live in Spain most of the time. And yeah, I've been playing TFT since set 1 and started competitive around set 6. So here I am. I think this one, because this one I think is much more flexible than Remix Rumble. Here you can visualize a bit like a packet of units. So you can combine those packets of units. So I think it's a really good flex, even for reroll or for fast 8 meta. I think that you can play a bit around anything, which will not be as much the case in Remix Rumble. I mean, if you look at the ladder, you always got a bit of the same one. So I would guess the ladder player should be considered the best player, because in tournaments, even someone from Open Qualifier or anyone can become the Grand GSC champion. So I think ladder for me is more telling about who are the best players. I don't have everyone in my mind, but you got also the French player like Padball and Gortarius and also. So yeah, I think there is a lot of great players in EMEA. Yeah, of course, a big shout out to my friends, to my family, to my brothers, and my girlfriend also. So thank you so much.
One last time, welcome back to the analyst desk. For today, at least, we have 2 more days of competition tomorrow. But first, Panda, let us talk about that final game that we were just witnessing. Because, of course, with the Prismatics first, there's always a little bit of variety. There's always a little bit of risk, especially with these wandering trainers. For some players, the signs weren't really showing in a good direction. For others, however, they worked out pretty well. Ceremonials top winning this lobby.
Yeah, and also starter kit I would kind of add into the same lump of this very high variance prismatic augment that can really pan out if you have the right items for it. Didn't quite work for Bricks. Both Bricks and Chibi ended up going down the same faded line, which is not really the Syndra faded line that we saw all the last 2 or 3 weeks. It's been a lot of stops were put onto both Syndra and Orn's units, so just didn't look as clean, and both ended up bot 4. On the flip side, the Ashe lines looked very strong. Hyrule in Doc fashion makes. What did he do exactly? I saw an Ashe 2 just in like one roll at 4-1.
Pretty much, so in Germany we have this tradition of re-rolling a lot. So sometimes when you play a lot of reroll, you have those blessed rolls, those high roll rolls, that just give you the units that you were looking for. In high roll, being able to find that Ash effortlessly, really being able to make it into the top 4. On the back of that, you're getting a beautiful Ghostly Zyra board there from Etra, saying, okay, yeah, Ghostly Zyra, we've heard that before, but make it better. Goes for the Kayn as well. Really gets in that secondary carry to dish out a lot of melee damage as well.
I was very sad that Lolana could not navigate that Build-A-Bud Cho'Gath 3 with a very early Silas as well into a top 4. I think sometimes Build-A-Bud locks you too much into the 3-star, and sometimes it's maybe correct to use it as a tempo option and then pivot out. I had some games with some of the subpar 1 costs that, you really feel tempted to say, you know what, I'll just give up on this augment and use it for tempo and then maybe just make a stronger board altogether. The Mythic board did not quite do it for Lolana. For Dark Gates, very early Ash though. I think that was also a big impact in terms of having at least 1 Ash and having direction and then finding the upgrade for the 2-star much later in stage 4. But Ceremonials was a player to look out for. I think the combination of 2 healthy plus Unify, you're thinking about all this extra HP and you get these resistances on top of it. So it really works out. That 2 augment combo especially works really well for Kai'Sa, where you're buying so much time for Kai'Sa, but also for the Teemo as well, who had blue buff and Morello. So really good item setup. I would say Biss on pretty much every single unit for very early on. So once the board was locked in and the 3 augments were locked in, it was very hard to defeat Ceremonials in any fight.
Honestly, I feel like people should be giving Teemo more credit. I think it's a little bit because it's Teemo that people always meme and, clown on him a little bit, but he is a big part of this comp, just doing a lot for this comp as well, specifically with the blue buff, with the Morellos. Just spreading that out does help quite a lot
some extra
for the Kai'Sa to finish out. Yes.
Teemo, he was the sleeper OP part of trick shots for PB, and the first few patches, most challenger players would be building items for Teemo especially, and then the late game, they would find their Kai'Sa items or AD items, whatever, but they were always trying to, pick up components for Teemo especially. Then he got nerfed, and you had to move away from this, and you were only building AD items and looking for Xayah as a secondary carry when she got buffed. But now Teemo is back on the menu as someone who could really carry your early game and do a lot in the late game as well. So he's back.
I personally, I like the little guy, but what do I know? I'm playing when he's nerfed too. We're gonna have a look at the standings though after our top 6 games of the tournament. We have more tomorrow and the day after that. But for now, here are the players that have made it into day 2. Cutoff coming in at 27 points from what it looks like here. Kevin Parker sneaking in there with that 8th placement in the last game, just barely making it. But I'm glad to see him in these standings as we are moving towards the top. Going to be seeing a couple more names that, of course, very familiar with.
I want to give a big highlight to Safo. 2 8th places to start the tournament off, and he clutches up the absolute god of tournament mental. Gets 4 great results in a row and makes it with just 28 points into day 2.
And our top 32 right here, as we are going to be looking at them right now. Kenobi, of course, fellow caster, has been here on the desk a couple of times, as well as some big hitter names. Solo Gesang in here, Double 61, Candace, Salvi. We know all of these names, and for a rare change, we're actually not having France on 1st or 2nd. That is ruled by Slark and Pitik.
Yeah, I missed Yedizor there. I thought for a second that the first place French player in the tournament was 12th, but no, Yedizor's there as 3rd place. Happy to see Slark, a player who we saw in GSC 1, representing Greece, now also coming back strong. We've had some great performances from some specific Greek players like Og, obviously, in consistency, and Saru in terms of the peak, being a GSC winner. But happy to see other Greek players also joining into the mix and proving that the country still has a lot to prove in tournament.
Yeah, and we, of course, have a great player here with us today. Swellertiger is going to join us on the desk for our post-day interview. Sweller, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm fine. You are okay?
Yes, we're okay.
Sorry for my English. My English is bad and I'm cooked, so sorry.
You're great. No worries at all.
Sweller, go ahead, Mix.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I wanted to ask you, Sweller, about not just your personal performance, but Italy as a whole. It's been a big topic. When I started casting TFT in set 6, we had you dominating ladder, doing so well in all the tournaments, Balotelli as well, the Italian Blender Mafia. The last few sets, things have changed. Italy kind of disappeared for a bit. Only one player in GSCs. This time around, 5 players coming into GSC. I think it's one of the biggest highs you guys have had in the last few sets. And also, I think 3 potentially making it to day 2, maybe 4. What has changed in Italy? Do you feel you guys are playing, prepping more together? Has something changed this set?
In set 6, I like to play a lot of Loescher, and I doing really well with the strat. But in set 8, 9, I try to play it, and in set 7 as well. I beat it. I try to play it, but Loescher going to fall off a bit, and so I lost a lot of game. And this set, I think Loescher, except with some argument or fortune, are bad. So I try to play more win streak, and today I make a good game in win streak, so I do a great score, great scores.
Different game plan, interesting.
Yeah, you did. Great. And you were able to kind of adapt to your playstyle not working out. I know that's something that many players struggle with. But looking at today and the games today, how are you feeling about the current state of the meta and like the options that you can play?
Honestly, there are a lot of comps, but I don't find strats that work all game. I mean, if you play Ash and someone contests you, or people play Duelist and you don't hit Ash, you are going 8. If you play Duelist and don't hit Lee Sin, you're going 8. So I think you have to play your spot and hope you will hit, or the game goes bad. But I think if you play some argument like Fine Vintage and going Duelist, or Baboom and play Syndra in a good spot, you will do a great game. But I don't know. In some game, I just pray for going 6 and go next.
Looking at your games today, Sweller, what would you say was your favorite game? What is a game you're most proud of? Either the best results or just the funnest comp you were able to play?
I don't know. I go in first one game with Duelist, but I play Fine Vintage and I going uncontested. So
okay, say no more.
not a special performance. Maybe last game I go in Syndra triple contested, and my item are really bad, and I go in 3rd place, so it's fine. But I play win streak as well, so I go in 3rd on the cause of my win streak.
I think that's still a feat. Just generally 3 people playing Syndra to me is strange enough. Being able to get a top 3 with it, even stranger. But glad you were able to do that. Now, of course, tournament continues tomorrow. You already know how all of this works. What is your plan, or what do you do between those tournament days? So after today and before the tournament starts tomorrow, do you have any special preparation to kind of calm down, or do you play ranked, or what's the thing that you deal with?
I think I will check the comp that going well today, and maybe tomorrow I do 2 game, and I will watch some gameplay. I think this will be my preparation for tomorrow.
Sounds like a pretty, not the most wild answer, but I think the answer that we need to hear from someone that wants to do well, not just day 1, but also day 2 and 3.
And maybe I will go in 3 bottom 4 before tournament, so I will egg roll
Get them out of the way.
Tournament games. Maybe.
If you want, I can also caster curse you. I can say you're going to do poorly tomorrow, so you also do well. All the superstitions out of the way. Now, back to positive notes, Sweller. Any shout-outs you want to give to anyone that has helped you prep all the way to making it to this tournament, maybe throughout your entire career in TFT, because you're one of the most, I would say, illustrious players in TFT. Kind of a little bit sleeper, but you've been around for so long. You made it to so many EMEA finals. Who has been there in your journey that has really helped you?
I thanks with my team Novo and the all Italian player and my dea Valesand. So un saluto a Valesand.
Thank you so much. It's been a lovely interview. We'll let you get to your well-deserved rest after this amazing performance today. Thank you so much for talking to us. And we'll see you out there tomorrow on the Convergence Swellertiger. Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck, Sweller.
Thank you. Bye.
He is such a character. It's so fun.
He was about to disconnect from the interview when I mentioned it.
He's like, no.
Listen, I talked about Safo. It started off rough. I'm aware. I take fault, but then he bounced back. It's just a slight illusion if things go poorly,
If I speak, I'm in big trouble. But I will speak about our social media contest winner today over on Twitter. We have those contests for you guys where you can win eggs if you're creative and funny enough. And this time around, let's see who won. You had to pick a tactician that was going to win and be creative with your answer. And our winner for today is, drum roll please, Litchi Weena. Oh man, I hope I said that right. Loescher, because he has great humor and knows how to keep his head cool in tough games. Love watching him play. Okay, that is very sweet and also true, but it's not very funny. I will say, maybe we can workshop this the next time. Maybe flame him a little bit more. He can handle it. But congratulations, Lich. I hope you enjoy your prize, and there will be more tomorrow and the day after that as well, of course. We had absolute fun today, despite seeing an Ash 3 in game number 2. If you also had fun, you should make sure to check in again tomorrow. We're starting at 4 p.m. CEST with our games. Pre-show is half an hour early if you want to take some notes, learn a little bit about the patch, the game, the meta, and everything that's been going on today. And with that, Panda, I'll let you get to our socials. Make sure people know where to find us.
Of course, Megs. Thank you so much for giving me the honor of memorizing and reciting for everyone all the important socials for our channels. Of course, TFT Esports EMEA on Twitter, or X as it is currently known. For Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, much easier for me to remember. It's only Play TFT on all three, so really easy. Just 7 letters. You guys can do it. I trust you. Oh, actually what?
Actually, our run of show is wrong because Instagram has renamed to Teamfight Tactics.
All right, well, surely I'll be forgiven for this one. Clearly not my fault. Looking at the socials for the rest of our casters on today's broadcast desk, at Niberia, at Impetuous Panda, at Makes with an underscore at the end, trying to catch me there, but didn't fall for it, at Counterfeit Cast without an S at the end, and at Weeda Casts with an S at the end. That's it for us. It was a pleasure. Makes the cast on this day 1, but still, as you mentioned, a lot of action left for us tomorrow and on Sunday, and also for other regions across the world.
Yeah, I agree. I'm very curious to see how all the other regions play out. I'm going to be watching them as well. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow again. Thank you so much for chatting, for hanging out, and for engaging with our lovely, lovely players. And of course, a big thank you to all the players that played today, even the ones that didn't make it. You've been great. We love having you here. We hope to see you next time again. Bye-bye.